Order, order. Question of the Secretary of State for the Home Department. I call Damien Moore.
Speaker.
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We continue to work closely with the police to provide them with the powers, the support and the resources that they need to ensure compliance with the coronavirus regulations, which is why we've quadrupled the penalties for those attending illegal indoor gatherings of over 15 people in England and have created a fine regime to ensure that we can absolutely enforce these regulations and make sure that people are following the rules.
Damien.
Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for that answer. Despite clear guidance on large gatherings, last month hundreds of cars and spectators descended on my Southport constituency for an illegal car meet-up that involved cars travelling excessive speeds. Will my right honourable friend do everything she can to review this, to make sure that these events are stopped and to ensure that the organisers of such events receive the maximum penalty?
I thank my friend for his question, and he's absolutely right. These breaches are serious breaches, Mr. Speaker, and also some of the practices that we have seen with these illegal car rallies as well. My honourable friend will absolutely understand that the powers in terms of policing and the decisions around the operational side as to how these rallies are tackled is very much with the Chief Constable and the Police and Crime Commissioner. But of course, the police have the necessary powers. And there are also road traffic offences that can be applied as well and should be applied where they are committed. I'm sorry to say, Mr. Speaker, that of course we've seen far too many of these rallies recently which are in breach of the COVID regulations.
A substantive question to the Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, it's not. No, it's Matt Weston.
That's fine. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to group 2 and 3 together. Mr. Speaker, in December, I overhauled the Windrush compensation scheme to pay people more money more quickly. And that has now taken place, where we have now paid 6 times more the total amount paid previously, which means, Mr. Speaker, we've offered almost £30 million in compensation, of which £20.4 million has been paid to approximately 687 claimants.
Let's go to Matt Weston. Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard what the Secretary of State said, but the recent National Audit Office report into the Windrush compensation scheme, published on the 21st of May, stated that just 4% of the 15,000 people who are eligible or may be eligible for the scheme had received payments, way below the numbers forecasted and a small fraction of the payout, total payout that's expected. I have constituents in my constituency of Warwick and Leamington who have been patiently awaiting compensation for almost 18 months. Given the process takes an extraordinary 15 steps and an average of 154 staff hours, will the Secretary of State detail how many full-time caseworkers are dealing with the compensation scheme and how many caseworkers she estimates are required to expedite this scheme within the next 2 years?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, I think it's important to reflect upon how the scheme has fundamentally changed since December. And I've already highlighted the levels of payments and the speed within which these claims are being dealt with. And it's important to recognise as well that the changes that I put in place in December have had an immediate effect. So within 6 weeks of making the changes, we have offered more in terms of payout and compensation payments than were first made in the first 19 months of the scheme. Now, what I would say to the honourable gentleman, and I say this openly to all members of this House, where you have constituents who are awaiting claims, provide me the details. Provide me the details and I will look into these cases, because the fact of the matter is we have been reaching out to those entitled to compensation. We are working across the board. We've overhauled the team, in fact. We have more caseworkers than ever. And we still have another £9 million that has also been offered to claimants, and we are waiting for responses from those individuals.
Let's go to Kate Osmore. Kate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sitting in limbo, a drama about my constituent, Anthony Bryan, who had his life turned upside down by the Windrush scandal, won a BAFTA yesterday. At the time of its release, the Home Secretary rushed to meet with Anthony and told him he would be given a voice. Yet it wasn't until 2 days ago that Anthony finally received an offer of compensation, 18 months after he made his claim. Can the Home Secretary tell us how long the hundreds of others like him will have to remain in limbo before the Home Office gets its act together?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd say to the Honourable Lady that if she'd heard my earlier remarks, she would have heard fundamental reform on the Windrush compensation scheme has taken place. She will also recognise that when the scheme was first launched, it was put together very quickly, but in consultation with members of the Windrush generation and representatives from the community. She has, however, asked me how long it takes for people to be paid. On average, it now takes, through the changes that I have brought in place, 3 weeks from receipt of an acceptance to payment. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I am delighted that her constituent has finally received the payment that he deserves.
James David.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Government is completely committed to ensuring that our brave police officers receive the support and protection they deserve. We've proposed legislation to enshrine in law a police covenant and double the maximum sentence for assaults on emergency workers. We also continue to invest in direct support to the police through the National Police Wellbeing Service.
James Daly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the commitments this government has made to cut crime and to get more police onto our streets? Does my right honourable friend agree that it is vital that our police have the tools to tackle violent crime and antisocial behaviour in Bury, Ramsbottom, Tottington and throughout the country?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know from conversations with him that the honourable gentleman is a powerful supporter of the police, particularly in his own constituents, and he wants more of his constituents to meet more of the police officers, which I know are being recruited into his local force at some rate of knots. While it is true that having the police officers will make a huge difference, giving them exactly the kind of tools that he's talked to me about in the past to do their job is critical. But also, frankly, Mr. Speaker, is the support of members of Parliament like him. Police officers out on the front line doing an incredibly difficult and challenging job need to know that we stand with them in defending them and promoting them.
Let's go to Sarah Jones. Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The latest figures from the National Police Chiefs Council show that on this government's watch, assault on police officers has been rising since 2015, and there's been a 26% increase in assaults on emergency workers in the month leading to April 2021 compared to the same period in 2019. 30,000 assaults on police officers in England and Wales in a year. Now, I'm glad that the government has finally listened to calls from Labour to increase sentencing for people who assault emergency workers. But why is the government doing absolutely nothing to stop the assaults in the first place? If I was in government, I'd commission Home Office research into exactly who's assaulting our officers and why. I'd tackle single crew patrols, and I'd make sure officers have the right kit to be protected. Will the Minister do the same?
Well, Mr. Speaker, you'll have to advise me whether it's in order for a member to speak in support of something she voted against. But obviously, I welcome her belated support for the doubling of sentences on assaults on emergency workers, which is included in the Police Crime Courts and Sentencing Bill, against which the opposition voted. She is right, though, to raise this issue, which has been of serious concern to us for some time, of the rise in assaults upon emergency workers and particularly upon police officers. Sadly, during the pandemic, we did see in particular this awful phenomenon of people coughing or spitting at police officers and claiming that they were infectious when they did so. Happily, we saw a number of significant sentences handed out for that particular offence, and the courts dealt with them quickly. But there always is much more that we can do. And under the Police Covenant, which again the Honourable Lady voted against, one of the key planks of the work that we'll be doing is looking at the safety, welfare and support for police officers.
Right, we have a substantive question to the Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Foreign national offenders who abuse our hospitality by committing crimes absolutely should be deported and removed from the United Kingdom. And our determination and resolve is to do exactly that. Since January 2019, we have removed nearly 8,000 foreign national offenders. And of course, Mr. Speaker, our new plan for immigration will make it easier for us to do exactly that, to deport those who harm others and have no right to stay in the United Kingdom.
Right, let's go to Bob Blackman. Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for a very firm position on removing people from the UK who have no legal status to be here and indeed abuse our hospitality. Can she confirm that the proposed one-stop appeals process will reduce the number of baseless claims that continue to frustrate our courts, and indeed, I'm sure, all those involved in the Home Office who wish to deport these foreign criminals who have no place here in our society?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I've already referred to our new plan for immigration, which will reform the system so that we will bring in a one-stop shop to tackle the endless appeals that come forward and also the various claims that prevent us from removing foreign national offenders. Mr. Speaker, it's also worth reminding my honourable friend and the House, of course, it is the party opposite, though, that have consistently opposed us every single attempt when we have chartered rights to remove foreign national offenders and to do the right thing by the victims of these awful individuals that have caused so much pain and harm.
Right.
Question 7, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I would like to group this with questions 8 and 9. And with permission, will answer this on behalf of my right honourable friend, the member for Torbay, who is dealing with a family bereavement today. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to say the EUSS scheme is going extremely well. So far, 4.9 million people have been granted status. Only 1% of applications have been refused. It is a true United Kingdom success story. Those people who have applied prior to the 30th of June will keep their status until such time as their applications are decided. So I would very strongly encourage anybody who is eligible to apply for EUSS status before June the 30th to make sure their status is indeed protected.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is the Minister will know that COVID's impeded outreach work working with EU nationals that have still to apply. COVID's actually caused other issues such as hampering my constituent's efforts to travel to London to renew his passport at his embassy. That caused real anxiety. If he won't heed our call to grant automatic status, will he at least look at extending the deadline for a year in order to avoid another Windrush scandal?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. Of course, the EUSS scheme has been open since, I think, March 2019, so it's been over 2 years now and significantly predates COVID. There are a number of documents people can use if for any reason they don't have their passport or European ID card to cater for that situation, and we have given grant funding, I believe £22 million to a total of 72 organisations to help people who need assistance making the application. So I would just say to anyone in the country, in the United Kingdom, who is entitled to EUSS status to please apply by that deadline, and even if their status is not decided by the 30th of June, providing they've applied by that deadline, their status will be protected until the decision is made.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of the tens of thousands of essential NHS EU workers across the UK may not even be aware that there is a problem with their lack of settled or pre-settled status until their employer, landlord or other agency tells them. Does the Minister not agree that there should be an obligation or duty on organisations to signpost individuals to independent advice on the possibility of a late application whenever they encounter an EU national who may be eligible?
Well, I'm not sure I entirely agree with the Honourable Lady's suggestion that somebody may have not noticed Brexit happening. But quite seriously, we have grant-funded 72 organisations with a total of £22 million to do outreach and to make sure people who are vulnerable or require assistance, including outreach, are helped make the application. 5.4 million people have applied already, which I think shows the scheme has been an enormous United Kingdom success story. But I repeat again, anyone who is eligible, please apply by the 30th of June. It's about 3 weeks' time. Now is the time to apply if you haven't already.
Let's go to Kirsten Oswald. Kirsten.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've already heard about IT problems, meaning EEA citizens have been unable to prove their settled status, which the Home Office only allows them to do by digital means. The UK government is happy providing printed proof of vaccinations for those who've no smartphone, or letting people print a PDF if they want backup in case their phone dies at the airport. So why can't something similar be done for EU settled status?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. I mean, look, fundamentally, this is a UK success story. This system is working, as evidenced by the 5.4 million applications and the 4.9 million grants. I think, to be honest, given all of the prognostications of gloom and doom we heard a couple of years ago. This has been an astonishing success story. If any Member of Parliament does have any particular case where a constituent has encountered difficulties, please send it in to my colleague, the member for Torbay, or indeed to the Home Secretary, and we'll make sure it gets dealt with quickly. We're completely committed to making sure that everybody who is entitled to EUSS status, which is many millions of people, get that status they deserve.
We come to SNP spokesperson Stuart Seymour.
Much, Mr Speaker, and first of all, could we pass on our condolences and best wishes to the Honourable Member for Torbay and his family. Despite our fundamental disagreements about the design of the scheme, we do all want it to succeed, but we are concerned that a lot of questions still remain outstanding at this late stage. And one of the most fundamental is what happens when tens, possibly hundreds of thousands, put in a late application and are having to wait for a decision. Will an EU national still be able to keep working as a carer in an NHS, for example, in the meantime, or to rent the flat that they stay in while they're waiting weeks and possibly months for a decision? Surely the answer to that must be yes, but is it?
Well, the answer is yes. Providing the application is received by June the 30th, then while that application is being considered, and if it's made on the 30th of June, clearly it'll be after the 30th of June when it gets decided, that particular person will be able to continue working and living as normal with status. So the critical point is make sure the application is made by June the 30th.
The Shadow Minister, Bambos Shorolan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On the 26th of May, in response to a question from the member from North Down, the Prime Minister told this House that the law would be merciful to any EU citizens left in a difficult position after the EU settlement scheme deadline passes on the 30th of June. Further to that, I note that today on the Home Office website it says that late applications to the scheme will be accepted if reasonable grounds are made for missing the deadline. So can the Minister assure me that mercy that the Prime Minister spoke about will guarantee that no one who is entitled to the EU settlement status but has missed the deadline will lose their rights or access to benefits or be forcibly detained or removed? And can he tell me how long the late application provision to the scheme will remain open for?
Thank the Shadow Minister for his question. Look, I would reiterate the critical point that people should apply before the June the 30th deadline, which of course is already 6 months after the end of the transition period. But the Shadow Minister is right, indeed the Prime Minister, of course, was right as well. If somebody does apply late and there are reasonable grounds for them to have done so, for example, they might have been ill or had some other reason why they couldn't have done it, then latitude will be shown. There is no hard time deadline to that. A reasonable approach will be taken. But again, the best thing to do for any constituent who is entitled to the EUSS scheme is to apply for it before June the 30th.
Number 12, sir. Minister.
Mr Speaker, thank you very much indeed. Look, my right honourable friend is absolutely right to draw attention to this question. People smuggling is a wicked and vicious activity that puts lives at risk. Indeed, a young family tragically drowned in the Channel last autumn. We are prosecuting people who are involved in people smuggling. Since the beginning of 2020, there have been 65 prosecutions related to small boat crossings for those people facilitating that sort of activity. We are now explicitly going after the people that drive these boats, and our objective is to prosecute as many of those wicked facilitators as we can get our hands on.
Redwood.
Does the Minister recognise the public anger at us being made fools of in this? Border Force is little more than a taxi service for illegal migrants. It's ridiculous. So will the Minister assure me that he will use his powers under the 1971 Immigration Act to arrest all illegal immigrants, put them in detention, prosecute them, imprison them and deport them so that we can stop this horrible trade dead in its tracks?
Yeah, well, I completely share the honourable gentleman's anger at this situation, and the Home Secretary and the Prime Minister does as well. As I say, we are actively prosecuting the facilitators, and in the forthcoming Sovereign Borders Bill, as part of the new plan for immigration, we plan to significantly strengthen the Section 24 illegal entry offence that he refers to in the 1971 Act to make it easier to use and easier to implement in practice, and at the same time we're going to be increasing the sentence for illegal entry and the sentence for facilitation under Section 25 of that same Act, and I look forward to working with him on getting that bill passed as quickly as possible and then implemented.
Question to you, Minister.
Mr Speaker, it is my lucky day today. So, in relation to EU citizens with indefinite leave to remain, it is of course open to them to apply for EU settled status. Some of them choose to do so because the rules are slightly better for EUS status in terms of the ability to leave the country for a particular period and the family reunion rules. There is no obligation on people with ILR to apply for EUSS, but it is a choice that each individual may or may not choose to make according to their own personal wishes and their own personal circumstances.
Let's go to Sarah Olney. Sarah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Minister for his answer, and I would also like to offer my condolences to the member for Torbay. Many constituents of mine who've previously been granted indefinite leave to remain have received letters suggesting that they should apply for EU settled status instead. And this has created a great deal of consternation and a fear that their indefinite leave to remain status may not be valid in the future. Can the Minister tell me why were these letters sent if it's not clear to people which status they should be, whether or not they should be applying for EU settled status? And could they not give a clear answer to my constituents on this matter?
Well, my understanding is that those people with ILR who are also eligible for EUSS can continue to enjoy ILR whether or not they apply for EUSS. Letters were sent out to people who might be eligible for EUSS, but I believe those letters did make clear that if someone who had received those letters was already naturalised as a British citizen or indeed had ILR, needed take no further action. If the Honourable Lady thinks those letters were unclear, I'd be happy to look into it further, but I understand that they were worded in such a way as made clear that no further action was taken in the circumstances she describes.
Number 14.
Mr. Speaker, last year the Government introduced wide-ranging reforms to the police complaints and discipline system, including a 12-month trigger requiring the investigating body to provide a written explanation for any delays. Significant improvements have already been made, and we will continue to monitor the timeliness of investigations conducted by both forces and the IOPC through data collection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even under the new Home Office system, only around 80% of police conduct investigations are resolved within 12 months. The remaining cases linger on far longer, with a detrimental effect on those involved. Does the Minister agree with the Police Federation that we need action to fix the system now, not, as the Minister has said, allowing it to bed in, as no one benefits from long, drawn-out investigations?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I share the Honourable Lady's view that no one benefits from long drawn-out investigations, and it is absolutely our aspiration to shorten investigation time as much as we possibly can, bearing in mind the impact on both the officer who is under investigation and indeed those who are making the accusation. It's worth bearing in mind, Mr. Speaker, that delays in investigations often happen because of complex reasons, particularly for very difficult investigations which are not necessarily within the control of the investigating body. And while I understand and sympathise with the Fed's desire to shorten investigation time, it's worth bearing in mind that our overriding interest should be in quality and thoroughness rather than in hitting some kind of arbitrary deadline. However, I do meet regularly with the Director General of the IOPC, and we do monitor very closely how long investigations are taking. They did inherit 538, Mr. Speaker, investigations from the IPCC, which they've now managed to get down to 3. And currently, I think they only have 30 investigations, which have taken longer than 12 months.
Number 15, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is serious about fighting crime and making sure the criminal justice system is one the public can have confidence in. That is why the Police and Crime and Sentencing Bill, currently going through this House, sees the sentences for causing death by dangerous driving being increased to life. It's why many of the most serious offences, including rape, will see the perpetrators spend longer in prison, while at the same time we make sure those people with drug or alcohol addictions get the treatment they deserve. I hope my honourable friend will agree. These are measures that will build public confidence and keep the public safer.
Speaker, and I want to congratulate the government for its plans to extend sentences for the deplorable crime of assaulting our emergency workers. Isn't it therefore now time for a specific crime offence for assaulting shop workers and other customer faces frontline workers, given the number of assaults on them since this pandemic started has doubled?
Well, my friend is right. We are, of course, doubling the sentence for assaulting common assault of an emergency worker from 1 year to 2 years, which I think is widely welcomed across the House. In relation to other people who deal with the public, not just retail workers, but also transport workers or teachers or postmen and women and other people who deal with the public, that is already taken account of in the Sentencing Council guidelines, which makes it an aggravating factor if the victim deals with the public, so that the judges in passing sentence can reflect that when handing down sentences. There is a Westminster Hall debate, I think, later on today on this very topic, and I'm very much looking forward to discussing it in more detail then.
You have another substantive question, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Indeed, in relation to EU citizens who are granted EUSS status, where their family who are not EU citizens reside in the United Kingdom, they can apply for EUSS status as well. And for close family members who are not in the United Kingdom at present, they are able to join the person who's granted EUSS status. If it's a child under the age of 21, that is automatic. If it's parents, grandparents or children over the age of 21, where there is a degree of dependency, they can join as well. So I think those are extremely generous arrangements, far more generous than the arrangements for other cohorts of people.
Let's go to Clive Lewis. Clive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Minister for his answer. But even where the guidance provides a route back to status, it will not protect EU citizens who miss the deadline from hostile environment policies or prevent them from being denied access to homelessness assistance and free NHS care, as recently confirmed by other government departments. So can the Minister assure the House that EU citizens and non-EU family members who miss the deadline will maintain the right to such assistance and be able to continue working without fear of criminal liability?
Yeah, well, in relation to people, first of all, in relation to the deadline, I would just repeat what I said earlier. The critical thing is to encourage constituents very strongly to apply by that deadline. If somebody misses the deadline, of course they can apply where they have reasonable grounds to do so. And guidance is about to be published on precisely what will happen to people who do miss the deadline. But I can assure the honourable member that the government does intend to take a reasonable and proportionate approach. And I would just ask that the honourable member for Norwich South just waits just a very short time until that guidance is published.
David Davis.
Speaker. The government owes an immense debt of gratitude to the brave interpreters who've worked alongside our armed forces overseas. And in April, we launched the Afghan Relocations and Assistance Policy, under which any current or former staff members in Afghanistan who are at risk are offered priority relocation to the United Kingdom, regardless of their employment status, rank, role or length of service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real pleasure to submit a question, ask for a change in policy, for it only to happen 1 week later. So I congratulate the government, and particularly the Home Secretary, for this long overdue change of heart. It's absolutely right that we accelerate the relocation scheme for Afghan interpreters and their families, people who have protected us and our country for so well and for so long. In view of some worrying reports in the press last week, can my right honourable friend clarify that not only Afghan interpreters directly employed by the Ministry of Defence, but also subcontracting interpreters will share the right in those Afghan relocations?
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right. And Mr. Speaker, I think the entire House should pay tribute to those who have really worked alongside our armed forces in Afghanistan and in harrowing conditions, it's fair to say as well. The Defence Secretary and I were absolutely determined to make sure that this policy went through. And of course, in light of what is taking place in Afghanistan right now, with further withdrawal and drawdown, it is right that we reach out to those who are absolutely, as my right honourable friend has said, part of that wider network, support network that have worked with our armed forces.
Question number 18, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Home Office is working across government to tackle online harms through the Online Safety Bill and other measures. The Online Safety Bill is a truly world-leading and much-needed piece of legislation to make the UK the safest place to be online. Whilst the draft bill will be scrutinised by Parliament, the government continues to work nationally and internationally to tackle online harms, including through the G7 and 5-country governments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ease at which children can access, even primary school-age children can access extreme but legal pornography is very frightening. It's warping a whole generation's view of healthy sexual relationships. Can the Minister assure me that the long-standing issue of age verification for legal pornography will finally be addressed in the online safety bill?
Minister.
Well, this is a concern that many members across the House and indeed many parents across the country have voiced. And I think we have to look not just at the online safety bill, but also, of course, at the wider question of education and making sure that our children are taught what is a healthy relationship and what is not. She will know the massive progress we made in the Domestic Abuse Act in terms of setting out the very clear parameters of the so-called rough sex defence, but also non-fatal strangulation. And she will know that there are discussions very much ongoing with the Department for Education, but also DCMS in relation to how we can cement this approach, both in legislation, but also crucially through education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Director General of MI5 has said that Facebook is giving a free pass to terrorists by introducing end-to-end encryption, which effectively blocks the security and intelligence services for monitoring suspects and potential plots. Now, despite what the Minister said, the online safety bill is very vague. In fact, some might say a bit wishy-washy when it comes to measures to counter these dangerous activities. So can she commit today to treating this with the seriousness and the urgency it requires and Ken McCallum has demanded?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman, I hope, understands the seriousness with which the Home Secretary, but also the Prime Minister and the Government takes such matters. I don't agree with his description of the online safety bill, and indeed he will note the confidence with which the Government has put forward this bill as a draft bill in order to allow Parliament to scrutinise it. But in terms of Facebook and its activities, they should be under no doubt that under this new bill, as it stands at the moment, they will be held to account for their activities, and the development of their systems is a matter for them, and they must justify it to the public and to this government.
Question 20, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I too am earning my salary this afternoon. I'm grateful to my honourable friend. We are working across government and internationally to ensure that children are safe on the internet. We continue to encourage companies to endorse and implement the voluntary principles to counter online child sexual exploitation and abuse, which we launched in March last year in collaboration with 5 country governments, and are engaging the G7 on how we go further in our collective response to protect children. We have published our online safety bill, and companies will be required to take stringent action to tackle the growing and evolving threat of child sexual exploitation and abuse on their platforms.
Williamson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Minister please outline the support that her department is giving to DCMS with the online safety bill, and also confirm that internet companies that break the law will be heavily prosecuted and heavily fined?
Indeed, of course, the Home Office has been working with the Department for Culture, Media and Sport in developing the draft bill, and both at official level and at ministerial level. And we remain fully committed to making the UK the safest place to be online, whilst defending freedom of expression. And we believe that the bill achieves that. The strongest protections in the bill are reserved for children. And I can confirm that Ofcom, the independent regulator, will have a range of tough enforcement powers to use against companies who fail to fulfil their duties. This includes fines of up to £18 million or 10% of qualifying annual global turnover, whichever is greatest.
We have 21 withdrawn, so we've got a substantive question to Minister Malthouse.
Mr. Speaker, supporting victims of sexual violence and abuse is an important priority for this government. In the last 5 years, we've seen a significant decline in the number of charges, prosecutions and convictions for rape. That is why we've carried out a robust end-to-end review of the criminal justice response. The review will be published shortly and will set out clear action to reverse this trend and ensure victims receive the support they deserve and that perpetrators face justice.
Let's go to Rebecca Long-Bailey. Rebecca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's currently a backlog of 57,000 cases in the Crown Court, with victims of rape and serious sexual violence often being left to wait for years to go to trial. And sadly, they're the minority who've received sufficient support to bring a case forward in the first place. So can the Minister commit today to bring forward proposals urgently for the fast tracking of rape and serious sexual assault cases? And can he also confirm the creation of specialist rape and serious sexual violence units in every police force to ensure that cases are brought against alleged perpetrators?
Well, Mr. Speaker, two of the key planks of the work that we'll be undertaking in this area, and indeed that we've started already, is one, yes, to shorten the time frame between report and a case getting to court, and two, developing expertise throughout the system to make sure that victims get the justice they need, but in particular that investigations focus on perpetrators.
Mr. Jessel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To follow up to what has just been said, rape prosecutions in England and Wales are at their lowest on record. 1/3 of all violent crime recorded by the police is domestic abuse related, and now only 1.6% of rape cases are even being charged, let alone convicted. And this is all according to the latest figures from the Home Office. This situation is untenable and it is worsening on the Home Secretary's watch. The government is leaving dangerous rapists and violent offenders on our streets and in our communities. So will the Minister and the Department back calls to ensure that violence against women and girls is included in the definition of serious violence in the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill, including domestic abuse related violence and all sexual violence?
Well, Mr. Speaker, in the urgent question that I answered on this subject, I think 2 weeks ago, I expressed serious regret about the conviction numbers that the Right Honourable Lady has mentioned. It is not a situation which any of us should be happy with, and we are confirmed as a government to do our utmost to turn that around. She will understand, I know, because she's from the West Midlands, that we will need the assistance of police and crime commissioners and chief constables to do so, and I hope that she will join us in urging them to play their part in what will be an enormous task in turning this particular challenge around. As to the serious violence duty, no doubt that will be debated by my honourable friend during the committee stage of the bill, but I would hope that whether there is a statutory duty or not, for everybody to play their part in dealing with this problem. All those other organisations, whether it be health, local authorities or indeed police and crime commissioners, will step forward anyway, because the moral case is strong and I know she will make it with us.
Question 24, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the use of detention, including detention of women for immigration purposes, has reduced significantly over the last few years, and in particular in relation to women who have survived torture, rape or trafficking, as the Honourable Lady is asking about, is used extremely sparingly, if ever. There is an adults at risk policy which makes sure people who have suffered in that way are only detained in extremely rare cases where the vulnerability is outweighed by very serious risk, for example, to public safety, but those exceptions are extremely rare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister says that these are extremely rare, but an immigration removal centre for women is set to open in the North East on the former Medhamsley Detention Centre site, despite, as he has said, as the Minister said, the Home Office previously committing to reduce its use of detention for women. Research shows that many detainees are survivors of torture, rape or trafficking, and detaining women this way severely impacts their mental health. So does the Minister agree with me that reopening the Medhamsley site should be reviewed and that immigration cases can be resolved more humanely and at less cost in the community?
Hear, hear.
I know. Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I would just remind the Honourable Lady again that the use of detention in general and for women in particular has reduced very significantly already over the last few years. Secondly, in relation to Hassexfield, that is replacing the Yarl's Wood facility, which is being converted for mainly male use, and therefore the number of female places for immigration detention as a result of this change is actually going down dramatically. Thirdly, no, we're not going to review the use of Hassexfield. Firstly, for the reason I just mentioned, it actually represents a reduction in total numbers. And secondly, because the adults at risk policy very actively and very carefully and very thoughtfully weighs up vulnerability against questions of detention. My honourable friend, the member for North West Durham, has been fully engaged on this. The new centre will create local jobs, and as I said, it will also actually represent a reduction in the women's detention footprint.
Another substantive question for you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. And the answer is yes, we will take steps to ensure children in care are handled sensitively. As I mentioned in answer to previous questions, if someone misses the 30th of June deadline where they have reasonable grounds to do so, and that could conceivably very well apply to children in care, then discretion will be exercised and a late application accepted.
Let's go to David Simmons. David.
Mr Speaker, I welcome the Government's commitment that we learn lessons from Windrush and ensure that vulnerable people, especially children, do not find themselves with a question mark over their status in years to come. Can my honourable friend confirm that the offer of support to care leavers making applications out of time includes those aged 18 to 25, i.e. with care leaving status under the Children Act before December 31st, 2020, and not just to those under the age of 18 at that time? And will my honourable friend consider tweaking the case study provided in the Home Office guidance to make this absolutely clear?
Yeah, well, of course, we are doing a great deal of active outreach, as I mentioned earlier, via these grant-funded organisations, in particular with local authorities, to make sure that vulnerable people of the kind my honourable friend is describing are reached. And, of course, I can give him an assurance that the care leavers he described are potentially included, because this reasonable grounds provision applies potentially to anybody. I mean, anyone who misses the deadline, whether they're a care leaver or indeed anyone else, can make the case that they have reasonable grounds for having missed the deadline, so they are absolutely included. The list of case studies is, of course, non-exhaustive. It's not designed to list everything. It's just designed to give a few examples. But as I say, the reasonable grounds exemption is something that anybody can apply to. But I repeat again, anyone who thinks they're eligible should apply by the 30th of June. That is the best way to make sure their case is handled properly and fairly.
We now come to topicals with Sir Edwardley.
One, sir.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, since this House last met for Home Office questions, the anniversary of several terror attacks has passed. Now, I know that the House will want to join me in marking them and remembering those who have lost their lives through these terrible atrocities. On the 29th of April 2013, Mohammed Salim was stabbed to death as he returned from worshipping at his mosque. On the 22nd of May 2013, Fusilier Lee Rigby was murdered near the Royal Artillery Barracks in Woolwich. Exactly 4 years later, a bomb at the Manchester Arena killed 22 concert-goers and wounded hundreds more. On the 3rd of June 2017, 8 people were murdered and many more wounded around London Bridge and Borough Market. Another anniversary is imminent, and that anniversary is of our much-loved and widely admired colleague, Jo Cox, who was murdered on the 16th of June 2016. And last month, Mr Speaker, saw the verdict of the inquest into the terror attack at Fishmongers Hall on November 2019, which claimed the lives of Jack Merritt and Saskia Jones. The Government and our operational partners have taken action to strengthen the supervision of terror offenders on licence and end the automatic release of terrorist prisoners. We've improved information sharing and established world-leading counter-terrorism operations centres. And of course, Mr Speaker, we all recognise how truly evil all these acts were, because they were directed at innocent people going about their daily lives, who were worshipping, listening to music and seeing their friends, as well as at their best doing public service for others. Yet the outpouring of grief and love that followed, and the heroism of the first responders, and the absolute resolute way in which the British people refused to be cowed, has shown the best of our country. Terrorists can hurt us, but they will never win. And Mr Speaker, we will always honour those who were killed and the people who loved them. And the Government will continue to give every support to the police, our security services, who have worked tirelessly to keep us safe.
Does the Home Secretary recall that I wrote to her on the 20th of April on behalf of Aid the Church in Need about the case of Mara Shabazz, and I still await a reply? Mara is a 15-year-old Christian girl from Pakistan, raped, abducted, kidnapped, now in hiding. We need to help her. Will the Home Secretary meet the Aid the Church in Need and myself?
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend raises this incredibly important case, and in fact I have been working with colleagues of the House on this for a considerable period of time. I would be very happy to meet with him and others. There have been some barriers in the past around this case, but I do want to give assurance to my right honourable friend that we are proactively looking at all the help that we can provide.
Let's come to Shadow Home Secretary Nick Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I join the Home Secretary in remembering all those victims of terrorism that she referred to. And we send out a very strong message from across this House that those who seek to divide us with hatred will never win. And the words of our late friend and colleague Joe Cox, that we have more in common than that which divides us, seem particularly apt as we remember all those victims. I'd also like to pass on my condolences to the Honourable Member for Torbay. Yet again, Mr. Speaker, on the weekend, we had briefing about the easing of restrictions on the 21st of June, possibly being put back to the 5th of July. It's the Delta variant, first discovered in India, that's causing such great concern, after the government dithered and delayed in adding India to the red list. Now we've had dangerous mixed messaging about the amber list. We on these benches have warned about this time and time again. So can the Home Secretary tell us how many travellers from India arrived between the 9th and 23rd of April, and how many people have arrived here from amber list countries since the 17th of May?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the right honourable gentleman for his comments. And specifically, with regards to health measures at the border, the right honourable gentleman will absolutely recognise that throughout this pandemic, the government has taken all the essential and necessary steps to protect the public and help to prevent the spread of the virus. Even more so, Mr. Speaker, as we've emerged from this incredible vaccine rollout programme. The right honourable gentleman will also recognise that we have the most stringent border measures in the world to protect public health because of that vaccine rollout programme, and we've always followed scientific advice. And that absolutely relates in relation to the Indian variant and also in relation to the very, very strict border measures that have been backed by strict enforcement measures, along with compliance checks, not just by Border Force, who are checking 100% of all passengers coming into the country, and also leveraging fines of up to £10,000. But also with the Isolation Assurance Service, Mr. Speaker. And I'd also point out that after topical questions, the Health Secretary will, of course, be making a further statement on COVID and COVID restrictions, which the right honourable gentleman will be interested in paying attention to.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I didn't detect an answer to either of my questions in that, and the Home Secretary knows perfectly well that we don't have the most stringent border measures in the world. The only reasonable conclusion is that the government is not learning from its mistakes, and our border protections are in chaos. It's a clear and dangerous pattern. Late to home quarantining, late to mandatory testing at the border, late to hotel quarantining, and today can't even say how many people arrived in the UK from India as the Delta variant was taking hold. This is a government, Mr. Speaker, that likes to talk tough on borders, but isn't it the truth that when it comes to protecting people from COVID and its variants, this government's policy is weak, weak, weak?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that I fundamentally disagree with the right honourable gentleman. And I disagree with his assertion, which is absolutely incorrect, that the UK's border measures are lax. From January last year, the government set out a comprehensive set of measures, ranging from Foreign Office advice and guidance, right through to the development of the passenger locator form, to now the managed hotel quarantine service, which, Mr. Speaker, now doesn't just include Heathrow Airport, but has now gone over to a range of airports, including Birmingham and Manchester, because of the level of red listing, which rightly we have taken seriously since April and the Indian variant, where we've followed all the scientific advice that has come from government advisers with regards to the red listing of India. This is well-trodden ground, Mr. Speaker, and alongside that, of course, all the facts around numbers have been published in terms of the number of passengers that have come through our country from red-listed countries, and also the way in which the government actually red-list countries and also amber countries.
Mine both front benches. These questions at the top of them are meant to be short and punchy, so we do need to get on off quite a list. Philip Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Home Secretary must share my frustration and those of my constituents about the volume of migrants coming across the Channel by dinghy, often being escorted here in the process. When can she assure my constituents that real action will be taken to stop this flow? And will she introduce a regime whereby people who try and claim asylum, who come here from an already safe country like France, will be automatically deported and sent back there, because that will make a big difference in stopping them from coming in the first place?
Well, I thank my honourable friend. Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is already making the case for a bill that has yet to be introduced into Parliament, which is the new plan for immigration, and that date is coming for introduction and second reading. But he's absolutely right. I mean, the British public are fed up. They're absolutely fed up and demoralised with what we have been seeing. And, of course, I've been very clear to my department, as I have been over the last 12 months, about operational activity from Border Force. I've actually asked the department now to urgently investigate the circumstances behind the very incidents of the weekend that have been reported. But fundamentally, my honourable friend makes an important point, which is people that are seeking to claim asylum should be claiming asylum in the first safe country. They should not be participating and making these dangerous crossings, which, as we have already heard today, has led to the catastrophic and the devastating loss of life too many times.
Can I congratulate the member for Castleford on a trip to Wembley that's forthcoming? Show the Select Committee of Echo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When I asked the Home Secretary in February if she followed public health advice when putting people in large dormitories in Napier Barracks in the middle of a pandemic, she told our committee that it was all based on Public Health England advice. Yeah. We have been following guidance in every single way. But last week, a damning court judgment said the bottom line is that the arrangements at the barracks were contrary to the advice of Public Health England. The precautions were completely inadequate to prevent the spread of COVID. The outbreak was inevitable. So will the Home Secretary now correct the record and explain why she did not follow public health advice in the middle of a pandemic, putting people's health and lives at risk?
Well, Mr. Speaker, well, first of all, let me be very clear to this House that at every single stage I have been clear about the need to protect public health and to stop the spread of the virus, and that's in relation to Napier Barracks that the Right Honourable Lady is referring to. And of course, in light of the judgment, we will study that and look at various measures that we may need to bring in. However, the department did work fully with Public Health England, and I've maintained that, and I still maintain that point. And also that comes to delivery and putting in place the wide range of COVID-compliant measures that were in place, and everyone in this House and across the country would expect that of the Home Office, that we were absolutely dealing with the pandemic in the right way, working with Public Health England and other stakeholders. And, Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of the House, if I may, that also include rigorous cleaning, hand sanitisers, social distancing, and a range of healthcare provisions and welfare provisions that were put in place at Napier. So I do come back to the point that at every stage I was clear about...
Henry Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate and I welcome in the recent Queen's speech the Sovereign Borders Bill coming forward in this parliamentary session. But in recent weeks, thousands of illegal migrants have crossed the English Channel, as we have already heard. What actions will her department be taking now to ensure that both the French authorities and indeed the UK Border Force aren't aiding and abetting such illegal and dangerous crossings?
Honourable friend is absolutely right, again, on this point. And I've already mentioned that my own instructions, I've been very clear with my department and, in fact, to the commander who oversees these border force operations, that they should not be going into French territorial waters. That is absolutely wrong, and there is now an investigation into that. But fundamentally, of course, working with the French, absolutely that continues. But I was in the Netherlands last week and also working with our counterparts in Belgium, that we have to work upstream to stop these illegal crossings and break up these gangs that are facilitating the issue of illegal migration.
SNP spokesperson Stuart Seaman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can we have apologies from the Home Secretary, first to the thousands of destitute asylum seekers across the UK who have endured days and weeks without any support because of the botched handling of the Aspen card handover, and secondly, yes indeed, to the people who she placed in danger, including an inevitable coronavirus outbreak, by sending them to Napier Barracks against clear Public Health England advice. What has been done to fix these latest asylum system scandals?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, I'm going to refer the honourable gentleman to the comments that I've made earlier on with regards to Napier Barracks. But let's be clear that the government is absolutely doing everything possible, and I make no apology for this. I do everything possible in my powers to meet our legal duties to provide shelter and accommodation to those during need during these exceptional times of this coronavirus pandemic. And of course, Mr. Speaker, that is in line with the Asylum and Immigration Appeals Act 1993, and that also refers to the way in which we financially support asylum seekers and the way in which we house them. So when it comes to Napier Barracks, the provisions have been put in place in terms of welfare, catering, accommodation, cleaning, laundry facilities, also NGO support as well, along with other recreational facilities such as yoga classes, but also providing migrant helplines as well. Now, that is all in line with our statutory duties and responsibilities, so I simply do not agree with the representation of the Honourable Gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year, more than 3,500 men, women and children have illegally crossed the Channel after paying thousands and thousands of pounds to evil human trafficking gangs. If the Home Secretary was the President of France, wouldn't she be totally embarrassed by the complete failure of the French government to properly look after asylum seekers in France to such an extent that they risk their lives to flee France to get to England?
Well, my friend makes a very, very important point, and we are working with our French counterparts. I'll be very clear about that, Mr. Speaker. However, we should also recognise that, of course, upstream migration flows into France are a serious, serious issue. But, of course, asylum seekers should be claiming asylum in the first safe country. That does include France. It includes many other EU member states who, obviously, because of the open borders policy across the EU, they are just transiting through. But our French counterparts absolutely must do more, and we are constantly impressing this point upon them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In January, I asked the Home Secretary about Napier Barracks, highlighting the unsafe, inhumane conditions. The Home Secretary told me, and I quote, to listen to the facts. Well, here are the facts. On Thursday, the High Court ruled that the conditions were unlawful. Described as squalid in court, evidence suggests that PHE guidance was not and is still not being followed. So I asked the Home Secretary, how many people are currently sleeping in each dormitory? Why is PHE guidance still not being followed? And why did she claim that the standards were very high when they were unlawful? So,
that is absolutely incorrect in terms of the misrepresentation from the Honourable Lady. I've already made it abundantly clear that I have been vigorous in following and making clear that we need to protect public health and stop the spread of the virus. And not only that, I make no apology for doing everything in my power to fulfil our legal duties to provide, by the way, shelter to people who otherwise would have been destitute, provide accommodation to people who otherwise have been sleeping in dirty makeshift tents in France and in European countries on the streets, to provide them with beds, food, clean sanitation, access to healthcare, access to welfare provision. That is not putting forward squalid conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Home Secretary will know that I am a steadfast supporter of hers, but I do now need her help. How can I explain to my Dudley North constituents, and indeed to my honourable friends in Dover, that the repeated images of border force vessels bringing illegal immigrants to our shores, that judges ruling that army barracks are not good enough for them when they are for our brave armed forces, are events aligned with taking back control of our borders and laws?
Friend makes a very, very important and, in fact, poignant point about some of the reforms that we'll be making through our new plan for immigration, which will absolutely tackle many of these issues, bringing in a one-stop shop, stopping the repeated appeals that we face again and again, which stop us from actually removing individuals that should not be claiming asylum in the United Kingdom or who should not be here, who are here illegally. But fundamentally, these reforms, and they come through the House, Mr. Speaker, will absolutely set the tone for reform of our asylum system, but actually send a very, very clear message to those seeking to claim asylum and come to our country illegally, that they should be doing so in first safe countries and not taking dangerous and perilous journeys across the Channel.
Can I just say I really am disappointed that we only got 10 questions in within 15 minutes. All members deserve an opportunity to get the question. I hope those members who took longer than normally expected will think about others next time. So please, front bench, we need speedy replies. Thank you. We're now going to suspend the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Order. Before we move to statements, I want to say something about the selection of amendments and new clauses for the Advanced Research and Innovation Agency Bill. I told the House in my statement on the 29th of January 2020 that as Speaker of the House I am committed to transparency and I respect and trust the advice from clerks in this House. As the House will know, and as Erskine May states, the Chair is not expected to give reasons for the decision on the selection of amendments. However, on an exceptional basis, I want to say something about why new Clause 4 has not been selected. I am doing so on this occasion because of the high level of interest in the new clause in the House and outside it. Amendments and new clauses which are not within the scope of the bill are out of order. Erskine May states, the scope of the bill represents reasonable limits of its collective purposes as defined by its existing clauses and schedules. In this instance, having taken advice from the House's senior clerks and the Officer of Speaker's Council, I have deemed that new Clause 4 to be outside the scope of the bill. New Clause 4 is therefore not selected and may not be debated today. I do wish to make a further point. As we all know, the Government has, through our standing order, significant control over the business of the House and considers on any given day. And its control is particularly strong when it comes to the initiation of public expenditure. Under the International Development Official Development Assistance Target Act 2015, it is the duty of the Secretary of State to ensure that the target for official development assistance to the amount of 0.7% of gross national income is met by the United Kingdom each year. Up until now, however, the House has not, and I repeat, not had an opportunity for a decisive vote on maintaining the UK's commitment to the statutory target of 0.7%. I expect that the Government should find a way to have this important matter debated and allow the House to formally take an effective decision. I should say that on an exceptional basis, I will consider whether to hear any standing order number 24 applications by 5:30 today for debate to be held tomorrow. Applications should reach my office by no later than 5 o'clock this afternoon. Having taken this exceptional step of explaining my decision and selection, in this case, I will only take one point of order, and that is from the lead member for the proposed amendment, Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Further to your statement, of course, I completely accept that you are the referee on these matters, and that is that. But, Mr. Speaker, the government front bench are treating the House of Commons with disrespect. They are avoiding a vote on the commitments that each of us made individually and collectively at the last general election, on a promise made internationally, and in the opinion of some of Britain's leading lawyers, the government is acting unlawfully. Mr. Speaker, had we secured a vote on the new clause tonight, I can assure the House it would have secured the assent of the House by not less than a majority of 9 and probably of around 20 votes. Mr. Speaker, in the week of the British chairmanship of the G7, the government's failure to address this issue will indisputably mean that hundreds of thousands of avoidable deaths will result. It is already attracting criticism from all round the other members of the G7. What advice, Mr. Speaker, do you have for my right honourable and honourable friends and I to seek to stop the government from riding roughshod over Parliament in this way and seeking to thwart our democratic rights as members of the House of Commons?
Can I first of all thank the right honourable member for giving the courtesy of giving me advance notice of this point of order. On the first point, that the government may have behaved unlawfully, I have to advise him that that will be a matter for the courts to determine, not me, as he's well aware of, and I know that he will work very hard at looking at that if that was needed. On his more general point, I've already expressed my view that the House should be given an opportunity to make an effective, and I repeat, an effective decision on this matter. I've also indicated that I will exceptionally be prepared to accept an application today for an emergency debate tomorrow. And I would say I share the House's frustration. It is quite right that this House should not continue to be taken for granted, but we must do it in the right way, and I believe the government need to respect and need to come forward. I totally agree with the honourable member. Not only for this House, but the country needs that this is debated and heard and an effective decision taken. I now put that on the record and hope the government will take up that challenge and give this House its due respect that it deserves. We are the elected members. This House should be taken seriously and the government should be accountable here. So I wish and hope very quickly that this is taken on board. I don't want this to drag on. And if not, we will then look to find other ways in which we can move forward. I'm taking no more points of order. Right, before I call the Secretary of State, I would like to point out that the British Sign Language interpretation of the statement will be available to watch on Parliament TV. I now call the Secretary of State, Matt Hancock, to make the statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to update the House on our work to beat this pandemic and to make sure that the world is prepared for the pandemics of the future. Tomorrow we mark 6 months since the world began vaccinating against COVID-19 in Coventry Hospital. And in that time, we have vaccinated over 40 million people here in the UK, and 2 billion doses have been delivered across the globe. As of today, 76% of UK adults have been vaccinated at least once, and 52% of adults have had 2 jabs. The pace of the vaccine rollout has been extraordinary. This Saturday alone, the team delivered over 675,000 jabs, and I'm delighted to be able to tell the House that from this week we will start offering vaccinations to people under 30, bringing us ever closer to the goal of offering a vaccine to all adults in the UK by the end of next month. From tomorrow morning, we will open up vaccination to people aged 25 to 29. Over the remainder of this week, the NHS will send texts to people in these age groups, and of course, GPs will be inviting people on their list to come forward. I'm sure that we've all been cheered by the images that we've seen of so many eligible young people coming forward and lining up to get the jab, showing that the enthusiasm for the jab is not just the preserve of older generations. People of this country know what it takes to keep themselves and the people around them safe. The latest estimates indicate the vaccination programme has averted over 39,000 hospitalisations and over 13,000 deaths. So the vaccination brings us hope, and I'm sure the whole House will join me in thanking people for their perseverance and patience as they've waited for their turn. Mr. Speaker, for all this great progress, there is no room for complacency. The Delta variant, first identified in India, has made the race between the virus and this vaccination effort tighter. Although the size of the growth advantage of the Delta variant is unclear, the recent best scientific estimate is of an advantage of at least 40% over the previously dominant Alpha variant, the so-called Kent variant. The Delta variant now makes up the vast majority of all new infections in this country. Over the past week, we've seen case rates rise, particularly in the northwest of England. But we know also that our surge testing system can help hold this growth. In Bolton, case rates over the last fortnight have been falling, and we've expanded the approach taken in Bolton to other areas too, and we'll roll out to other areas as necessary. I also want to encourage everybody in those areas to get the tests on offer. No matter where you live, regular tests can help keep us all safe. And we know that the test, trace and isolate system has a vital role to play in keeping this all under control. Of course, the most important tool we have is that vaccination programme. We know that the vaccine is breaking the link between infections, hospitalisations and deaths, a link that was rock solid back in the autumn. Despite the rise in cases, hospitalisations have been broadly flat. The majority of people in hospital with COVID appear to be those who haven't had the vaccine at all. And I want to update the House on some new information that we have on this. As of the 3rd of June, our data show that of the 12,383 cases of the Delta variant, 464 went on to present at emergency care, and 126 people were admitted to hospital. Of these 126 people, 83 were unvaccinated, 28 had received one dose, and just 3 had received both doses of vaccine. We should all be reassured by this because it shows that those vaccinated groups who previously made up the vast majority of hospitalisations are now in the minority. So the jabs are working. We have to keep coming forward to get them, and that includes, vitally, that second jab, which we know gives better protection against the Delta variant. Mr. Speaker, the confidence in our jab comes from the fact they're working and the knowledge that they're the best way out of the pandemic. No one wants our freedoms to be restricted a single day longer than is necessary. I know the impact that these restrictions have on the things we love, on our businesses, on our mental health. It is still too early to make decisions on step 4. The roadmap has always been guided by the data, and as before, we need 4 weeks between steps to see the latest data and a further week to give notice of our decision. So we'll assess the data and announce the outcome a week today on the 14th of June. I know that these restrictions have not been easy, and with our vaccine programme moving at such pace, I'm confident that one day soon, freedom will return. To do this, we must stay vigilant, especially at this time when school children are returning to classrooms after the half-term break, and when we're seeing the highest rises in positive cases amongst secondary school-aged children. So with schools returning today, it is vital that every secondary school-aged child takes a test twice a week. This is to protect them, it's to help keep schools open, and to stop transmission. This is crucial to stop the spread and to protect the education of your peers. While the evidence shows that the impact of COVID on children is usually minimal, we also know there is higher transmissibility among children. So the message to all parents of secondary school-aged children is please get your child tested twice a week to help keep the pandemic under control and to help on the road to recovery. The House will also be aware that our independent medicines regulator, the MHRA, has conducted a review of the clinical trial data for the Pfizer-BioNTech jab. Having already concluded that the vaccine is safe and effective for people over the age of 16, they've also now concluded that the jab is safe and effective for children aged between 12 and 15 years old, with the benefits of vaccination clearly outweighing any risks. So I can confirm to the House that I have asked the JCVI, the committee that advises us on immunisations, to come forward with clinical advice on vaccinating 12 to 17-year-olds. And we'll listen to that clinical advice just as we have done throughout the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, people in this country know that vaccines are the way out, but this pandemic won't be over until it's over everywhere. This week, the Prime Minister will host G7 leaders in Cornwall, where he'll work to persuade our allies to join the UK in our historic commitment to vaccinate the whole world against COVID-19 by the end of 2022. The Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine has already proven to be a vital tool in this effort, with more than 500 million doses now released for supply around the world. And crucially, it is delivered at cost. In my view, this approach, providing vaccines at cost, is the best way to vaccinate the world. And I believe that developing a vaccine and allowing countries to manufacture it at cost is the greatest gift this nation could have given the world during this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, ahead of this week's G7 Leaders Summit, I met with G7 health ministers and guests from some of the world's largest democracies in Oxford. Our new clinical trials charter, agreed in Oxford, will help end unnecessary duplication of clinical trials, ensure greater collaboration across borders, and the result will be faster access to approved treatments and vaccines. We reached agreement with industry leaders to cut the time it takes to develop and deploy newer diagnostics, therapeutics and vaccines to just 100 days. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that as a result of what we've agreed in Oxford, there are people who will live who otherwise might have died, and I can think of no greater outcome than that. So, Mr. Speaker, in summary, beating this pandemic is an international imperative, but it continues to be a domestic duty that falls on each and every one of us to keep up the basics like hands, face, space and fresh air, to get regular tests, and of course, when you get the call, get both jabs, because that's the way that we can stop the spread and get out of this and restore the freedoms we hold dear safely and together. And I commend this statement to the House.
I now call Shadow Health Secretary Jonathan Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am grateful to the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement, and I'm also grateful that he's confirmed that the government's approach continues to be driven by the data, not dates. We do face, as we often have done throughout these last 15 months, some uncertainty, but we do know that the Delta variant is now the dominant variant in the UK. We know that 73% of Delta cases are in unvaccinated people. We know that one dose offers less protection against this particular variant. And although hospitalisations are low, we know that if they see an increase in hospitalisations, that will have put significant pressures on the NHS as they're trying to deal with the care backlog. And we also know, of course, that long COVID is significant and debilitating for many people. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am an optimist, and I strongly believe that vaccination ultimately is our way through this. So can I ask him whether he's able to go further on vaccination? Is he able to do more to drive up vaccination rates in those areas that have seen the Delta variant take off and where uptake remains low, such as Blackburn or my own city of Leicester? Is he able to narrow the time frame between the first dose and the second dose, given that we know that one dose is not as protective as we would like? And you'll have seen that Wales are now vaccinating everyone over 18 from next week. Can he tell us when England will follow? Yesterday he talked about the outbreaks amongst school children and young people, and we know that children can transmit the virus and that children can be at particular risk of long COVID. So in that context, can I ask again why mask wearing is no longer mandatory in secondary schools? I'm pleased that he's asked the Joint Committee to look at vaccination for children. It's something I've pressed him on a number of times at the dispatch box. Can he give us a time frame on when he expects the Joint Committee to report on that front? He talks about the G7, and this pandemic has certainly shown that in an interconnected world where climate change and biodiversity loss drive zoonotic spillovers, working internationally to prevent future outbreaks is in our interests. None of us is safe until all of us are safe. That is not a slogan, that is the fact of the situation we are in. So that means working internationally. For a start, that means not cutting international aid, Mr. Speaker, but it also means working globally on our vaccination efforts. He'll have seen today that Gordon Brown and Tony Blair and other ex-world leaders have put forward a G7 burden sharing plan that would vaccinate the world. Will this government support it? And finally, Mr. Speaker, I welcome what he said about research. Research and science is our way through this pandemic and is our way through to curing so many other diseases and ailments. But he will know that while we're in this pandemic and when GPs are stretched and frontline staff are stretched, patients are unaware that a whole load of GP-held patient data is about to be transferred to NHS Digital. Now, I am not opposed to NHS data being used for public good research, but some of the most sensitive personal data shared with GPs by patients in confidence several years ago, potentially when in a state of vulnerability, such as termination of pregnancy, matters of domestic or sexual abuse, issues of substance misuse or alcohol abuse, is set to be shared with NHS Digital and potentially used by commercial interests, and yet hardly anyone knows about it. And there are worries about safeguards, there are worries about patient confidentiality. So given the secrecy, given the haste, and given the difficulties in opting out, will he not now consider abandoning this, pausing this for now, and launching a transparent consultation process with patients and clinicians on how best confidential data can be shared for research purposes?
Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, he raises the question of making sure that we reduce transmission amongst children. It is true that the increase in case rates has been predominantly amongst children, especially secondary school-aged children. The testing regime amongst secondary school-aged children has been enthusiastically taken up by schools across the country. It is very important as we return from half-term that is reinstated in full, twice a week, every child being tested. It made a big difference in helping to keep schools open, both making sure that whole bubbles didn't have to go home, because if somebody tested positive at home before they went in, it meant that the whole bubble didn't have to go home. And also, of course, keeping schools open and preventing the transmission up to older age people who might be more badly affected. So the testing in schools is incredibly important to make sure that we can keep as much education as possible between now and the summer. He asks about the JCVI advice on children's vaccination. That will be available in a matter of weeks. I know that they're working hard on it now, and I'll of course come to the House, Mr. Speaker, and explain the proposed approach as soon as we have that formal advice. Finally, he asks about the use of patient data, and I'm glad that he said how important he thought research based on data is within the NHS, because it is life-saving and it's been used incredibly powerfully during the pandemic. And in fact, one of the reasons that the UK is the place where we discovered some of the life-saving treatments for COVID, like dexamethasone, is because of the powerful use of data. In fact, the discovery, that discovery of dexamethasone, which was discovered using NHS data, has saved over 1 million lives around the world. Now, he also raised the issue of this data, he said belonging to GPs being passed to NHS Digital. The truth is, data about his or my or anybody else's medical condition doesn't belong to any GP. It belongs rightly to the citizen. It belongs to the patient. That's the approach that we should take. And I absolutely agree with him that it's important to do these things right and properly, but I'm also very glad that the vast majority of people are strongly on side for the use of their data to improve lives and save lives, and that's the approach that we're going to take in building a modern data platform for the NHS, so that we can make sure we use all of this modern asset to improve individuals' care and to improve research and therefore all of our care, whilst of course preserving the highest standards of safety and privacy, which will be enhanced by a more modern use of data. So I'm glad he's on side for the use of data in the NHS, but you have to be on side when you actually put that into practice. It's not just warm words, Mr. Speaker, it's about making it happen.
Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is incredibly encouraging that just 3 cases out of 12,000 cases of the Delta variant were double jabbed. But is the debate inside government now about a potential short, temporary extension of the restrictions to allow more people to get both jabs, or a more permanent slowing down of the easing of restrictions? Because that is a massive difference to all of our constituents in terms of what may happen in the announcement next week. And secondly, could he look at one particular group that have been very hard hit over the last year, which are the parents of disabled children? He will know about my constituent Laura Wilde, who took her 9-year-old daughter, who has cerebral palsy, to Lanzarote for physio she was unable to get in England, and is now looking for flexibility in the quarantine rules for when she comes back. Can we show more flexibility in exceptional cases like that?
Chair of State.
Well, on the latter point, on the case of Laura Wilde, my right honourable friend's constituent, I'm very happy to look at how that case can fit with the exemptions that do already apply for travel for medical purposes, along, of course, with the testing regime to make sure that that's done in a safe way. And I'm very happy to talk to colleagues at the Home Office about allowing that to happen. When he cut on his first point, it is reassuring that there is such a clear breakage of the previously inexorable link from cases through to hospitalisations, and that is very good news. And this is why we have this race to get everybody vaccinated as soon as possible. Speaking to those directly, if I can address, Mr. Speaker, those people in their late 20s who will be able to book a jab from tomorrow, and others who might feel that in their age group they're unlikely to die of COVID. The honest truth is the best way for us to get our freedoms back, get back to normal, is for everybody to come forward and get the jab. It really matters that we all come forward and do this, because that is the safest way out. On the specific question he asked about how we're thinking about the 21st of June step 4, not before date, the honest answer, which I will give to any question about this, is it is too early to say. I tried to give a studiously neutral answer on the TV yesterday, Mr. Speaker, which some people interpreted as gung-ho and others interpreted as overly restrictive. That is the nature of uncertainty, I'm afraid. It is too early to say. We're looking at all of the data, and the roadmap itself sets out the approach that we'll take, which is that there is step 4, and then there are 4 distinct pieces of work which are reports on what should happen after step 4 on social distancing, on international travel, on certification and the rest. And we will assiduously follow the roadmap process that has been set out, with the 5-week gap, 4 weeks to accumulate the data, then take a decision with a week to go, and we will come forward. The Prime Minister will ultimately make those decisions and come forward and announce them in a week's time.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson, Dr. Philippa Whitford. Philippa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I note the Secretary of State is still considering ending all social distancing measures on the 21st of June. But does he not think that would be dangerous in the face of rising cases of the significantly more infectious Delta variant? Would it not be better to actually adhere to the government's mantra of being guided by data and not dates? While it's welcome that half of adults are fully vaccinated, and Scotland has already started vaccinating those over 18, he must be aware that 1 dose of the current vaccines only provides 33% protection. So does he accept that means we can't rely on single-dose vaccination to control this variant without social distance measures? Myself and many other MPs repeatedly called for hotel quarantine to be applied to all arrivals in the UK to prevent exactly the situation we now face. He repeatedly claimed home quarantine was working, but does he not accept that the importation and now dominance of the Delta variant shows that isn't true? With the current rise in cases of the Delta variant threatening the progress made during almost 5 months of lockdown, does he regret the decision to delay adding India to the red list? In light of the disruption caused by the shambles of changing Portugal's classification this week, does he recognise that this has done neither holidaymakers nor the travel industry any favours? So will he now get rid of the traffic light system and tighten border quarantine policy so we avoid importing more vaccine-resistant variants and safely open up our domestic economy and society? He talked today about the UK vaccinating the world. So can he say how many doses the UK has donated to COVAX? And does that mean the government will support the sharing of intellectual property and technology and the TRIPS waiver so as to increase global vaccine production?
Well, there was quite a lot that needs sorting in that. The first thing I'd say is this. She complains that I acted on Portugal when we saw the data, and yet she complains that I didn't act on India before we had the data. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. She can't have it both ways, that she asked me to follow data, not dates, but then asked me to prejudge the data by making a decision about the 21st of June right now. I'm a bit confused about that one too, because I noticed that the Scottish Government have been themselves reopening Now, that is a perfectly reasonable decision for the Scottish Government, but it's a bit rich then for the SNP spokesman to come to this House and have a go at us for deciding to look at the data over the next week rather than prejudging that decision. So it's quite hard to listen and not respond to explain what's actually going on. The third point I'll make is on international vaccination. Absolutely, this country has stepped up to the plate. Of the 2 billion doses delivered around the world, 500 million have been the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, which was developed by AstraZeneca Oxford and with UK government taxpayers' money. It is, as I put it in my statement, a gift to the world. And of course we don't rule out donating excess doses as and when we have them, but only when we have excess doses. And I'm sure that she will accept that that is a position agreed not only by the UK government, but also by the devolved administrations, because we all want to make sure that the people who we serve get the chance to be vaccinated as soon as possible. So that is our approach. And finally, when it comes to intellectual property, Mr. Speaker, we support intellectual property rights in this country. You couldn't get drugs to market in the way we managed to without support for intellectual property, because you have to put billions of pounds of research often in order to get the returns over the medium term. But what we did do was, more than a year ago, we agreed with Oxford and AstraZeneca there would be no charge for the intellectual property rights on this vaccine right around the world. Now, I'm delighted that others are starting to take the same approach. Last month, Pfizer announced that in the lower middle-income countries, it won't charge intellectual property. But we've been on this for more than a year now, and so it's a bit rich to hear a bit of a lecture from north of the border.
You, Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Secretary of State about his department's role in the latest international travel restrictions? Firstly, what happened to the green watch list, giving more time to prepare for a switch to amber? Did he receive scientific advice that Portugal should be moved to amber? And if so, will he publish this advice? And has the World Health Organization recognised the Nepal Delta mutation as a variant? And can he confirm that there were just 12 cases of this mutant in Portugal and 3 times as many in the UK? And ultimately, can he give me a milestone for when we can unlock international travel, perhaps the double jabbing of over 50s and the clinically extremely vulnerable? Because without that milestone, it's difficult to see how we can ever give this industry and workforce hope for their future.
Well, my honourable friend rightly asked these important questions about the decisions that we had to take on Portugal. The truth is that we acted, yes, on the scientific advice, on the advice of the Joint Biosecurity Centre, based on the best information that we had in terms of this new variant, so-called Delta AW, because it is a variant on the Delta variant itself. And so we did take that advice. Now, restoring international travel in the medium term is an incredibly important goal that we need to work to. It is going to be challenging. It's going to be hard because of the risk of new variants, and new variants popping up in places like Portugal, which and have otherwise a relatively low case rate. But the biggest challenge, and the reason this is so difficult, is that a variant that undermines the vaccine effort obviously would undermine the return to domestic freedom, and that has to be protected at all costs. Now, thankfully, the Delta variant itself, after 2 doses, gets effectively the same coverage as the old Alpha variant, or indeed the original variant. So the fact that that is now dominant in the UK does not put our strategy at risk. It makes more of a challenge from getting here to there, but that is a challenge for this decision this week and how we handle things in the short term. It does not put the strategy at risk. A variant that undermined the vaccine fundamentally would put us in a much, much, much more difficult place as a country, and that's why we're being as cautious as we are.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As he has pointed out, as the Secretary of State has pointed out himself, data has been key in the pandemic, and I agree with him, having previously worked briefly for NHS Digital, that data saves lives. I also agree with him that patient data belongs to the patient. And one of the things I learned during my time working in data is that public trust is key. So why will the Secretary of State not pause this data collection programme, out of which patients have to opt out by the 23rd of June, to mount a full public information and communication campaign and be really explicit about how people's really sensitive data might be used and by whom?
Well, we are explicit about that, and I appreciate what she said about the importance of data and data saving lives, and I agree with her about the importance of trust and bringing people with you. In fact, the large majority of the NHS are now actively enthusiastic about using data better, and I very much hope we can keep it that way, not least because everybody's now seen the importance of using data to manage a crisis. And one of the reasons that the vaccine success is rolled out so effectively is that the data architecture that underpins the vaccine rollout is extremely effective, and I pay tribute to the people who built it.
Let's go to Bob Blackman. Bob.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In Harrow, because of the Delta variant, we've had surge testing in our schools. 13,000 young people have been tested at school and 12,000 relatives at home. And this weekend, 3,280 vaccinations took place because we had 2 new pop-up vaccination centres for 18-year-olds and over. So will my right honourable friend join with me in congratulating the entire team who've made this massive project so diligently followed to enable people to be safe in Harrow, but also will he consider having further pop-up clinics for 18-year-olds so we can get everyone vaccinated as soon as possible?
Secretary of State.
Thanks very much. Well, I pay tribute to the team at Harrow, and especially on this this testing expansion. He said that there were 13,000 pupils and 12,000 of their relatives, and that includes me, because one of my children goes to school in the Harrow area, and so we got our PCR tests at home. We sat round the kitchen table, we all did them together, and I'm glad to say, Mr. Speaker, they were all negative. It showed to me, it was like, I felt like a mystery shopper. It showed to me how effective this surge testing can be in making sure that we tackle these problems. We've seen that surge testing can work. We saw it in South London where it worked. We've seen it in Bolton where the case rate has come down. It's been used in Hounslow. It's been used in other specific areas, and I'm glad that it's now underway in Harrow to try to keep this under control.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement, as always. The Secretary of State has been clear in the approach been taken to the Indian variant, which is currently posing difficulties, and I would be anxious to understand the level of cooperation and data share with the devolved assemblies. And in particular, I'm aware that we are dealing with possible cases in Kilkeel in County Down in Northern Ireland, where 1,000 homes have been visited and 900 tests carried out by a specialised mobile unit. It is clear that the Indian variant problem must have a UK solution presented. Thank you.
Yes, he's absolutely right. We talk about this when the Northern Ireland Health Minister, the Scottish and Welsh Health Secretaries join me on a weekly call. We are acutely aware of the importance of tackling the Delta variant, as it's now called. And it's something we work very closely together on across the UK.
Teresa.
Will he confirm that what he said on the Andrew Marr show was not a change of policy, it wasn't a sudden retreat from the roadmap, and that no final decisions have been taken on what happens on the 21st of June? And will he retain, can we still hope, in particular, that events involving big gatherings, weddings, all these kind of things can start up again, because there are so many, these are so important both for our economy and jobs and for our quality of life?
Absolutely. As I said then, it is too early to make this decision. We've got to look at the data, and we'll announce the decision next week. But when answering a logical question of are you open to delay, if you haven't made a decision on whether to delay or not, by dint of logic, you are open to delay. That is, I think, a perfectly reasonable and logical answer to a question. But it's absolute classic, Mr. Speaker. A politician answers a straight question with a straight answer, and it causes all sorts of complications.
Perkins. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have seen in the last year unprecedented restrictions on our freedoms for reasons that we predominantly in this place entirely understand. The pressure on our National Health Service, the escalating hospitalisations and death rate. Now, given the statistics that he's just published and the tremendous success of the vaccination programme in preventing hospitalisations of people doubly vaccinated, can he just explain what additional freedoms are won for those people and whether we should be now considering whether people who've been doubly vaccinated should be able to get additional freedoms, given that it appears that they are not the cause of large amounts of hospitalisations in the future?
Well, the honourable gentleman is obviously a mentor of the former leader, Tony Blair, who was making this case at the weekend. What I'd say is we are looking into this question on certification. It will be necessary for international travel. However, in this country, we have moved together with everyone being treated equally in the same way that the virus treats us equally. I would note that in Israel, where they did bring this proposal in, they have also now removed it.
Thank you. The Secretary of State's announcement that we're opening up the appointments to the 25-year-olds will be warmly welcomed by many in the NHS in my area, so thank you for that. On any possible delay to stage 4 of the roadmap on the 21st this month, I totally get the logic my right honourable friend is talking about, and he's absolutely right to reserve judgment until 1 week before, as was always the case when the roadmap was published. But can I just gently press him to tell the House what we'd be delaying for? Would it be a world without COVID, therefore without any possibility of a variant of concern in the future, which I don't think is his belief? And can he see, though, that why for many that would be to write COVID a blank cheque and just continually delay?
It's an excellent question, astutely put. The purpose of the roadmap and the purpose of following the data within the roadmap and therefore having not before dates, the purpose of that is because we're in a race between the vaccine programme and the virus, and with the Delta variant, the virus got extra legs. Our goal, sadly, is not a COVID-free world, because that is impossible. The goal is to live with COVID, much as we live with some other unpleasant diseases, including, of course, flu. And that does mean that there'll be vaccinations long into the future, and it means that, especially in winter in hospitals, for instance, we'll have to be very careful to prevent infection spreading. And it means that we will have to live with this virus, manage our way through it, but with the supreme power of science and the vaccine at our hand, which will be so powerful and is already proving, including through the data I announced to the House just now, proving to be an incredibly powerful ally in getting us through this. But at the moment, only 76% of people have had the jab, only 52% of people have had both jabs, and unlike the previous variant, the second jab appears to be even more important for this time round.
Let's go to Caroline Lucas. Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's former chief scientific advisor and chair of Independent SAGE, Sir David King, warned today that current COVID figures are, and I quote, evidence of another wave appearing, while the ONS is estimating a 76% increase in cases in England in the week ending the 29th of May. So given that the Delta variant is more transmissible, has a higher risk of hospitalisation, and has more vaccine escape than the Kent variant, can he explain why he's not ruling out now any further lifting of restrictions on the 21st of June so we can get more adults double vaccinated first? And given that he acknowledges greater transmissibility among secondary pupils, will he look again at reversing the decision to end mask wearing in classrooms and funding schools to enable them to increase ventilation? He says he wants to keep schools open, and so do I. So why not take all the necessary steps to ensure that we can, and follow the advice of SAGE, IndySage and many experts.
But why? Why on earth would you say, I'm going to rule out doing something in 2 weeks' time, when we know that the extra data that we'll get over the next week will help make a more refined, more careful decision? Now, I don't understand this argument that's been put by the SNP and the Green Party that we should just make a decision now when we'll know more in a week's time. So that's what we're going to do.
Lee Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, now then, I see that our NHS have published their very own woke alphabet, which includes terms such as white fragility for the letter W. Now, not only is this a load of nonsense, it's also very divisive. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that the vast majority of our brilliant NHS staff are more interested in keeping the nation healthy rather than learning the ABC of wokery?
Yes, I agree with my honourable friend. I think he puts it well. This so-called glossary appeared on the NHS website. I've raised it with the NHS and it's been taken down.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 15th of May last year, the Secretary of State said, right from the start, we've tried to throw a protective ring around our care homes. And that was at a press conference. Instead, we've seen over 40,000 families lose elderly and vulnerable loved ones in care. His unwillingness to accept care workers, doctors and relatives were telling him led to PPE shortages and a revolving door from COVID ward to care homes. Will the Secretary of State guarantee that care homes will be properly protected in subsequent surges? And will he accept his own failings and apologise to the families who tragically lost loved ones in care?
Well, I'm of course part of a family who's also lost a loved one who lived in a care home. So, of course, I take this very, very seriously. We followed the clinical advice when the world knew far less about this virus, and it was a challenge. Now, the clinical advice since and the data since has shown that, in fact, it was the community transmission that was the major source of the incursion of the virus into care homes. And I'm delighted that through the enormous efforts to increase testing, including the 100,000 testing target, we were then able to introduce the very significant staff testing that we have today, which is the main reason that there's been a fall in the second peak, a much, much lower incidence in care homes. So it is vital that we learn the lessons. It's vital that we learn the right lessons. And I'm glad to say that over the summer, we were able to put in stronger protections based on the updated clinical advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The case rates in North Lincolnshire are 19 per 100,000, and we've seen incredibly low levels of hospitalisation since the middle of May. This is due, I'm sure, to the vaccination effort and all those people who've had their jab. People in Scunthorpe have done everything they've been asked to do, so will my honourable friend agree with me that unless we meet an incredibly high bar of evidence, we will proceed with the opening on the 21st of June?
Well, we will look at that evidence and we'll make that judgment. And of course, I want to proceed, but we've got to proceed safely and not see this go backwards. When the Prime Minister set out the roadmap, he said it wanted it to be cautious and irreversible. And so far, we have succeeded in making it irreversible, and I hope we can keep it that way.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. His government are more keen to protect borders regards immigration and public health. Now, he has succeeded, despite he says he was waiting in the data. Had there been hotel quarantine in place for all travellers, we would not have this Delta variant spike. So will he reconsider what we're asking for, which is quarantine for all travellers and also protection of the travel industry with the right support, and that will get the UK economy up and running in a more sustainable manner?
Well, we have brought in this incredibly strong travel regime, including the need to for all travellers to be tested, and of course the calls and the home visits to those who are quarantining at home, and it being based on risk. So that is the approach that we've taken, to be tough at the borders in order to protect the success of the rollout of the vaccine here at home.
Chris Grant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend should take great credit, as should his team,
for the progress of the vaccination programme. I congratulate him on it. But it is true, isn't it, that the Joint Biosecurity Centre said that Malta could be put on the green list?
Well, it is true, absolutely, that there's a number of balanced cases that are put forward before ministers, and we always look at the pros and cons of each one of them, and then ultimately these decisions are for ministers.
Welcome back, Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his statement, the Secretary of State raised the issue of the rising cases of the Delta variant across the northwest of England and the impact of the vaccination programme on reducing hospitalisations. That's positive news, but the consequence of increasing COVID rates and without the hospitalisations isn't totally positive, is it? Can I ask him about long COVID, something that is very close to my heart, having had it for 12 months? What more, beyond the actions he's already taken, is he going to do to help those who inevitably will develop the long-term consequences and symptoms of COVID from this latest wave of the Delta variant?
This is an incredibly important subject and close to my heart too. And I hope that maybe we can work with him, with his personal experience of long COVID over such a period of time, to make sure that we're driving this agenda as hard as possible. The NHS has stepped forward. We've put more money into the research, but this is an unknown condition as a result of a novel virus, and it is a complicated condition. There are many different types of long COVID, so I'd be keen to ensure that he's engaged with the NHS work on this.
Liz Dibbucken.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I represent a very international constituency where people travel for business, for family reasons, for personal reasons, and not just for their 2 weeks in the summer in the sun. I am concerned that the cost of PCR tests is prohibitive and the lack of certainty beyond 3 weeks on the traffic light system has a material effect on business and well-being. Would my right honourable friend's department look further into whether lateral flow tests can be substituted for PCR tests to at least alleviate that concern and costs?
Well, the challenge is that part of the purpose of the international testing regime is to get the genetic sequences to spot the variants, which we can't do from a lateral flow test. So that's the literal answer to her question. More broadly, though, the approach we've taken instead is therefore to try to drive down the costs of the PCR tests, and actually by bringing a private market for the PCR tests for travel, that has led to a very significant reduction in the cost, and it is another good example of harnessing private markets to improve lives for people, because the companies involved are strongly incentivised to deliver the test for a lower price. So that's the approach we've taken for the reason that I set out, which is that's the decision that we've taken on this one.
Thanks, Sir Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Royal College of General Practitioners, the Doctors Association UK and the British Medical Association have all expressed concern about the adequacy of communication with patients about the proposals for data sharing. From the answer that you gave to the opposition front bench and to my honourable friend from Twickenham, the Secretary of State obviously disagrees with that, but in the interests of making data-based decisions, can the Secretary of State tell the House what his department is doing to assess the level of patient awareness about what's going to happen if they do not opt out by the 23rd of June?
Well, we are doing work in this area and talking to all of the relevant bodies, because I think that aside from some who haven't yet understood the full importance of high-quality usage of data in the health system, actually the vast majority of people, including the BMA and the Royal College of GPs and others, can see the benefit of getting this right, and so we're working with them. The goal, though, is really clear, which is that to use data better in the NHS because data saves lives.
Mark Harper.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State laid out a number of decisions that are going to be announced next Monday, and the most significant of those will be on social distancing. If that remains, then whatever else changes, we won't have gone anywhere close back to normal. But can I just press him a little bit on vaccine efficacy? The SNP spokesman said that the first dose was only 30% effective. Now, I believe that is correct for transmission, but as far as what is actually important, which is reducing serious disease and hospitalisation, the first dose is significantly more effective than that. Can he set out for the House what the current understanding is of him and his department about the efficacy of the vaccine on the first dose and the second dose against serious disease and hospitalisation?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right on the figure for transmissibility reduction from the first dose, and the figures for the reduction in serious disease and death are, as he says, higher than that. But since I don't have the precise figures in my head, what I would propose to do is set these out tomorrow at the dispatch box at Health Questions.
Really Link. Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister seems to be the master of mixed messages. Today he tells us that vaccination programmes going well, cases are down, hospital admissions have fallen. Yet at the weekend he was telling us that he is still open to removing the date for Freedom Day on the 21st of June and keeping restrictions in place. A few weeks ago he was telling people they could go to Portugal, and yet despite Portugal having lower infection rates than we do, and also only 1.5% of people being tested positive returning from Portugal, he has now put them on the amber list, costing the airline industry millions of pounds and putting holidaymakers at very great expense. Does he understand the frustration that businesses and individuals have at the way in which he, acting on his advice, they take precautions, they spend money, they take actions which they think are the right actions to do, and yet find that when he changes his message, they're the people who are placed in a disadvantage?
Of course I understand those frustrations. Of course I do. That's why we'd all like to be out of this pandemic. But John Maynard Keynes' famous dictum comes to mind, which is that when the facts change, I change my mind. What do you do? I mean, this is a pandemic is a hard thing to manage, and communicating uncertainty in the public sphere is difficult. So when answering about uncertainty, the fairest thing that I think that any of us from the government dispatch box can do is answer fully and frankly to the best of our knowledge and understanding, and that does include things that are where there is evidence on one side and evidence on the other. We had an intervention from the member for Brighton Central that described only the negative side of what we're seeing in the data at the moment, and yet on the positive side we're seeing, for instance, the impact of vaccinations that the Honourable Gentleman just mentioned. There are two sides to this story. This is why some of these judgments are difficult, and that's why we're going to wait until we have the most possible data that we can, with a week to spare, so that people can implement the decisions that we make when it comes to the issues around the 21st of June.
William Wright.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It will reassure my right honourable friend, since last week spoke in this chamber, I've received my first jab as the age limits reach the more youthful of us in this house. And so his announcement, although the years haven't been kind, but as it gets down still further to 25, that's excellent news today. And can I thank everybody in vaccination centres in Hazel Grove, Woodley, Offerton and other places in my constituency for all their tremendous work. But will he go further with his surge of vaccinations, because that's the way we're going to end this pandemic? Will he commit to still reducing that time between first and second jabs and doing everything that he can to secure greater supply? Give us the jabs and we'll finish the job.
Well, apropos the previous answer, There is again a balance here, which is that obviously we want to go as fast as possible, but on the other hand, the strength of overall protection you get grows on the latest clinical advice up to 8 weeks gap. So a longer gap gives you better overall long-term protection. So that's why we've reduced the gap from the 12 weeks we had at the start, because we wanted to get as many first jabs done with the early doses that we had, reduced that to 8 weeks, but the clinical recommendation is not to go under 8 weeks, because then people would end up with a weaker overall protection from both jabs. That's the reason, but ultimately we want to go as fast as we possibly clinically safely can with this programme, and for that we need all the good folk of Hazel Grove who are doing so much to make this happen and to deliver jabs in arms, and I thank them all.
Video link. Derek Twigg.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I had a number of constituents who are out in Portugal and obviously were taken by complete surprise by the government's about turn on its advice and rules about travel to Portugal. And of course, it's cost many hundreds of pounds for a number of my constituents. But I think it's also important that we should remember that hundreds of thousands of jobs depend upon the travel industry. Many people in my constituency work in the travel industry or rely on it. And really the government has to start being clear about what we're going to be doing in the future about travel overseas. Given the high number of people who are vaccinated in this country, there is no reason, subject to the countries that they can go to and that they have a high vaccination and a low COVID rate, that they should be able to travel.
I'm afraid I can't say any more than that which I've already said, which is that we take a cautious approach to travel because of the risk of new variants, which could undermine the whole thing. And we have this traffic light system because travel to some countries is safer than others.
Graham Brady.
Mr Deputy Speaker, children and young people have missed out on so much over the last 15 months or so, educational opportunity, but also important social development opportunities. My right honourable friends received today a letter from a number of Jewish youth groups which run residential summer camps, and they are desperately worried that if the rule of 30 remains after the 21st of June, what they do simply won't be viable. And I'm sure that's true for many other youth groups as well. Can my right honourable friend give some reassurance that those safe, regulated, largely outdoor activities will be able to go ahead for groups much more than 30?
Yes, of course, as part of step 3, these activities were reopened for school-based groups. I absolutely take the point that he's making. That is, of course, part of step 4, and he's made his point very clearly.
Emma Lowbug.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. In April last year, government guidance in relation to hospital discharges clearly stated negative tests are not required prior to transfers or admissions into the care home. 1 month and many deaths later, the Secretary of State very clearly said on national television, right from the start, we've tried to throw a protective ring around our care homes. Since then, this guidance seems to have disappeared from government websites, and this weekend he's denied making these claims. Yet again today, he expects us to trust this government's judgment in deciding how we should continue to live our lives. Why on earth should we?
I'm terribly sorry. All of the policy and all of the guidance was, of course, set out on in public around care homes. It was a very challenging policy, not least because, as she said, as she implied in what she quoted, the tests weren't available to be able to do this. And the clinical advice was that asymptomatic transmission was highly unlikely. And so that was the basis on which these decisions were taken. And the challenge in care homes was equally a challenge in Scotland, a challenge in Wales, a challenge all over Europe, in fact. And so this is it is a matter of record, the decision-making in this area. And a huge amount of people were trying their very best to solve the problem as best as they possibly could based on the very best science and clinical advice.
Mr McVeigh.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State will recall telling us that the first lockdown was needed to give time to build capacity in the NHS. Can the Secretary of State therefore tell us how many more hospital beds there are available in the NHS now compared to March last year?
A good question, but the main capacity that we built was the Nightingales, which is a very successful project. And the Nightingale project was one of the finest examples of rapid action in the NHS that has been seen. And thank goodness that we had them, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because the people who got treatment in the Nightingale hospitals got treatment that would otherwise likely not have been available, and it meant that we could keep that promise all the way through, that nobody was denied treatment. For COVID, people got the treatment that they needed because we managed to build that capacity so quickly.
Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I hope the Health Secretary will understand the frustration there will be right across the country if the 21st of June date ends up being delayed by the government because its own border policies failed to prevent the Delta variant spreading, because it was too slow putting India on the red list and because of gaps in the amber list policies. But given the confusion that there is still about the way in which the government is taking decisions on individual countries on the border, isn't it time for him to accept the recommendation the Home Affairs Select Committee made last August, that he published not just the data, but the analysis and the advice from the Joint Biosecurity Centre? The analysis and advice from SAGE is published, so why is the Joint Biosecurity Centre advice being kept secret?
Mr. Speaker, we've had this exchange before, the Right Honourable Lady. I respect her enormously, but she continues to imply that we should have taken decisions based on the data that we didn't yet have. And that is simply not a reasonable position for the chair of any select committee to make.
Julian Lewis.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The statistical snapshot given by my right honourable friend in his statement showed that just over 2% of people hospitalised with the Indian variant had had both jabs. So in order to encourage everyone to get vaccinated, will he in future publish on a daily basis how many patients in hospital with COVID have previously had one jab, 2 jabs and no jabs at all? And if that information isn't held centrally, shouldn't it be?
Well, I'm delighted at this question from my right honourable friend, because that data that I put in my statement was right off the press, and it's new data. I'm absolutely happy to look at how it's published and on what basis, and I hear his call for it to be published daily, and we do update most of this data daily on the website. We haven't got to that point yet. We've done a first cut of the data up to the 3rd of June that I read out. But it is the absolutely critical question, which is how many cases are translating into hospitalisations and then into deaths. And I'm very glad we were able to do the first cut today, and I'll see what I can do on publication.
Video link. Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The government is currently pushing through a data grab which will see GP patient records held on a central database, which will in turn be available to private companies. Now, anyone getting the COVID-19 vaccine from July the 1st will have their GP record updated and so uploaded to this database on that day, often without their knowledge. There are enough fears adding to vaccine hesitancy, and the government is now adding concerns about data privacy to that. So will the Secretary of State agree to stop this data grab and undertake a full consultation with patients about sharing their personal data and publicise just how they can opt out?
Well, the way that the Honourable Lady characterises this policy proposal is not accurate. She should be, people listening to this debate should be reassured that the privacy and security of their data is absolutely paramount. And I look forward to her working with the NHS and with government to reassure people about the use of their data, because ultimately, by making sure that we can understand what is happening, we can find better treatments, we can improve individuals' treatment, and we can save lives. This is all about making sure we use the best of modern technology to save lives, and in the process, improving the privacy and security of data. And I hope that she will take that message and that reassurance and pass it on to her constituents and others with whom she's working. because ultimately it is about improving and saving lives that is the NHS's historic mission, and this is just another small step in that.
Video link, Nigel Mills.
Can I welcome the Secretary of State's confirmation that we'll hit the end of July target of vaccinating all adults in England? Could he just give us a bit of a forward look as to what he is planning for the autumn in terms of the flu season and any COVID booster jabs? Is he expecting all adults over 50 to have a third jab? And could he say whether he thinks that will be at the same time as a flu jab, a combined jab, whether we will need to have two separate visits to healthcare to achieve that?
We're working on exactly this question. Of course, there's the question in advance of that of the vaccination of 12 to 18-year-olds, on which we're taking advice from JCVI, and we're currently conducting trials as to what are the best jabs to give, given what two previous jabs people have had, to give them the strongest protection. And the third thing that we're doing is we're working with AstraZeneca to develop a vaccine specifically targeted at the variants. And that was part of the G7 work and announcements last week. If you can give a flu jab and a COVID booster jab at the same time, that would be great. That is also currently being under clinical evaluation to find out if we can do that, because obviously that makes the logistics so much easier over the autumn. And likewise, I'm taking advice on which age group and which groups this should be for. Should it just be for the over 50s? Should it be for everybody? How to treat, how to vaccinate, what group to put health and social care workers in, whether there's a special regime for those who live in care homes, as there was in the first round of vaccination where care home residents and staff came first. All of those questions are live questions on which we do not yet have answers, but that is the scope of the decisions that we need to make ahead of the autumn for the autumn vaccination programme.
Final question, Neil Hanby.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the progress of the vaccination rollout is really to be welcomed, and I'd like to give my thanks to all of the staff vaccinators and others who have been responsible for that progress. There are quite understandable concerns about how we manage and deal with variants, and my questions are really centred on that today. What surveillance is taking place in the following measures, or what is proposed? Because these are really important issues. The longevity of immunogenesis and how that's going to be captured, the adaptability of the virus and how that's going to be countered, and the need to modify or develop new vaccines as we progress into a position where we have a majority population vaccinated. Thank you.
I'll join the honourable gentleman in congratulating all those involved in the vaccine rollout everywhere in the UK. In Scotland, it's been a remarkable effort. You know, the UK government, working with the Scottish administration, the NHS across the country, local councils, the armed services, has been a big team effort, and I think that's been part of the success of the vaccine rollout. He asks about three critical areas of the science. Reviews of all those three areas are ongoing. They are led by Professor Jonathan Van Tam, the Deputy Chief Medical Officer, who you may have heard of, who is an absolutely brilliant clinician in this space. There's a lot more people involved who are doing excellent scientific work on these questions. But that surveillance into immunogenicity, the work on a next generation variant vaccine, and indeed the work on understanding the variants as we spot them, all of that is going on. Public Health England have done a huge amount of work in this, working with public health colleagues right across the country, and I'm grateful to them all.
I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for his statement today and responding to 31 questions in just over 1 hour. Before we move on to the next statement, we will suspend for 3 minutes. Order! Order. Order. I call the Secretary of State for Education to make a statement. Gavin Williamson.
With permission, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to make a statement regarding the latest phase of our education recovery programme. Helping our children recover from the impact of the pandemic is an absolute priority. Pupils, parents and staff have all experienced disruption, and we know that continuous actions are required to help recover lost learning. This is why we've already made provision available to support children to catch up. As a result, 250,000 children will receive tutoring this year who would not have been able to access it beforehand. Over 500,000 pupils will be able to attend summer schools, and schools have access to both a catch-up and a recovery premium to enable them to assess what will help their pupils catch up on lost learning and to make provision available to ensure that they do so. The evidence we have shows that disadvantaged children and those who live in areas that have been particularly hard hit by high COVID rates, such as the northeast of England and Yorkshire, are among those whose learning is most likely to have been affected. Mr Deputy Speaker, we have always been clear that we'll continue to take the action that is required. This is why we continue to pledge significant packages of investment and targeted intervention to help them make up on their lost learning. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Sir Kevin Collins for his contribution to these efforts, his thoughts and his input over the last few months. Last week, I announced the details of the next step in our efforts to make sure children and young people catch up after the disruption of the pandemic, and which will support our ongoing education recovery plans. Mr Deputy Speaker, we have announced an additional programme of extra help and support, particularly for those from disadvantaged backgrounds, which focuses on areas that we already know are going to be most effective. And they are high-quality tutoring and more effort, more work and more programmes to support great teaching. This brings our total recovery package now to more than £3 billion. The lion's share of this new money, £1 billion of it, will fund a tutoring revolution, delivering 6 million 15-hour tutoring courses for school children and the equivalent of 2 million 15-hour courses for 16 to 19-year-olds who need additional support to catch up. Year 13 pupils will also have the option to repeat their final year where this is appropriate. The evidence shows that one course of high-quality tutoring has been proven to boost attainment by 3 to 5 months, so additional tutoring will be vital for young people in recovering the teaching hours lost in the past year. This represents a huge additional teaching resource, putting it among the best tutoring schemes in the world. It means that tutoring will no longer be the preserve of the most affluent, but will instead go to those who need it most and who can get the most benefit from it. Schools will now be able to provide additional tutoring support using locally employed tutors. This will build on the successful national tutoring programme, which is on target to provide 250,000 children with tutoring in its first year. I can also tell you that it's not just data which shows us that tutoring works, but we're seeing firsthand the positive impact on children. And as you go around the country speaking to children in different schools, you hear how it's helping them learn, it's helping them catch up, and it's helping them to achieve the very best of themselves. You hear time and time again how these activities are helping young people to make up for the time that they lost through not being in school, but it's also giving them an increased confidence and self-esteem that they've developed through the extra tutoring and the extra attention. I've said that we are determined that we will fund these catch-up activities based on the evidence of what works. And the next stage of our recovery plan will include a review of time spent in school and college, and the impact this could have on helping children and young people catch up. Schools already have the power to set the length of a school day, but there is a certain amount of disparity in approach across the sector. I know it is not just the government that is thinking about the length of a school day, and it's an important issue, with so much catching up still to do. When this is the case, I question whether it's justifiable for us that some schools send their children home at 2:45, where others keep them in for much longer. The findings of a review will be set out later in the year to inform the spending review and a broad range of reforms and changes to our school system, which will then be set out. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I said that we would be concentrating this huge investment on two areas that we know work, and the second of these is to give our teachers more professional support. Teachers have done so much for their children in this pandemic. Now it is time for us to do even more for those same teachers. An extra £400 million will be made available to help provide 500,000 teacher training opportunities across the country, alongside professional development for those working in early years settings. We'll make sure all of them can access high-quality training, giving them the skills and tools to help every child they work with to fulfil their potential. £153 million of this will provide professional development for early years staff, including through new programmes which focus on key areas such as speech and language development for very young children. £253 million of this will expand existing teacher training and development to give school teachers the opportunity to access world-leading training tailored to whatever point they're at in their careers, from new teachers to aspiring head teachers and head teachers themselves. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we know from numerous studies that the most powerful impact on a child's learning is from the teacher in front of them in the classroom. By investing in our teachers, enabling them to grow professionally and develop their skills, we don't just invest in them, but in every pupil in every class. It is worth adding, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we have not lost sight of our main aim, which is to provide world-class education for every child, whatever their background, and to set them up with the knowledge and skills they need to fulfil their potential and to look forward to a happy and fulfilling life. The recovery package will not just go a long way to boost children's learning in the wake of a disruption caused by the pandemic, but also help bring down the attainment gap between disadvantaged children and their peers that we've been working so hard to get rid of for so long. It is the next stage in what will be a sustained programme of support, building on the landmark £14.4 billion uplift in core schools funding announced in 2019, and over an additional £3 billion so far for recovery. As the Prime Minister said last week, there is going to be more coming down the track, but don't forget that this is a huge amount that we are spending. And for this reason, I commend the statement to the House.
Kate Green.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement. However, I'm sorry to say that its lack of vision and ambition lets down our young people. Our children's futures and the future of our country depended on the government getting the education recovery right. But the Secretary of State, indeed the whole of the government, have failed to rise to the challenge. Failed the school leaders, teachers and staff who last March adapted overnight to deliver remote lessons while hand-delivering workbooks and food parcels to families. I pay enormous tribute to the staff who did so much to support our children and continue to do so. Failed the parents who've thrown themselves into the task of homeschooling and supporting their children's learning. Most important, the government failed children and young people. They were promised that their education was the Prime Minister's #1 priority, but they've been betrayed by a Secretary of State who's let them down once again, and by a Prime Minister who won't lift a finger for them when it comes to a row with the Chancellor about prioritising the investment needed in their future. And this comes after a decade when successive Conservative governments have delivered the largest cut to school budgets we've seen in 40 years. Mr Deputy Speaker, I was frankly embarrassed to hear the Secretary of State proclaim that the funding announced last week will deliver a revolution, when what is government announced will amount to just £50 per pupil for the next 3 years, compared to £1,600 in the USA, £2,500 in the Netherlands, when it will deliver less than 1 hour of tutoring a fortnight for children who have missed more than half a year of being in school in person. Getting tutoring right is important when schools have said the national tutoring programme is too difficult and too inflexible to use, and when it's so far reached less than 2% of pupils. But taking this programme out of the hands of experts and giving it to Randstad, a multinational outsourcing company, isn't the right answer to schools' concerns about reach and quality. They fear the contracts being handed out on the cheap. Can the Secretary of State confirm reports that the contract value is £37 million less than originally offered? Will you confirm that that is to cut costs to the detriment of our children? And while tutoring and investment in teacher development featured to a degree in last week's announcement, what's really noticeable, Mr Deputy Speaker, is how much is missing. Where is the bold action needed to boost children's well-being and social development, which parents and teachers say is their top priority and which is essential to support learning? Where is the increased expert support to tackle the rise in mental health conditions among young people? Where is the targeted investment for those children who missed most time out of class, who struggled most to learn from home and were left for months without access to remote learning? Where is the funding needed for the pupil premium to replace the stealth cut to school budgets that the government imposed when it changed the date of the census? The Secretary of State says this is just one step on the road, but the government's own catch-up czar, Sir Kevin Collins, a highly respected education expert, says action is needed now to protect children's futures. So why is the Secretary of State waiting? Mr Deputy Speaker, last week's announcement fell so far short of what Sir Kevin had recommended that he resigned on Wednesday evening, ashamed to have his name connected to such pitiful proposals. He said the government's response was too small, too narrow and too slow. He was appalled at the lack of ambition and vision. A lack of ambition that betrays the optimism and aspirations children and young people themselves have for their future. Absolutely. Last week I was proud to publish Labour's Children's Recovery Plan, a plan which would deliver the investments Sir Kevin has said is essential, and which recognises that children and young people are excited to be back with their friends and teachers, hungry to learn and prove their potential. Our responsibility as adults is to match the ambition children have for their own future. That's why Labour's bold plan proposes new opportunities for every child to play, learn and develop. Because when Labour says, Mr Deputy Speaker, when the Leader of the Opposition says, as he did last week, that education is our top priority, that we want this to be the best country in the world to grow up in, unlike the government, when we say that, we actually mean it.
Secretary of State.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady talks about vision. Let's be blunt, Mr Deputy Speaker. The party opposite have opposed every single one of the education reforms that this government has brought forward, with the one exception, I believe, of T-levels. And every time that this party and this government has striven in order to drive quality and standards, making sure there's discipline in the classroom, what does the party opposite do? They turn round and look to the press releases of the unions and their paymasters. This party believes in delivering a revolution and change in what we actually do. This is why we have always delivered a laser-like focus into what actually benefits children, what actually makes a difference, what actually means that a child will be able to get a better job when they leave school. That is what this party does. The party opposite merely will parrot what the union paymasters ask it to do. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, at every stage of our recovery plans, over the last 12 months, we've set out over £3 billion worth of investment aimed and targeted to deliver the very best results for children. We recognise that children have missed out. But what we have done is we've made sure that where we're spending extra money is going to make a real difference to children. What we have done is we've looked closely at what actually will deliver for those children, and we have focused that investment there, and that is what we'll continue to do. As we move forward over the next few months, there are significant challenges. As we talk about the school day, we've seen too many schools go down a route of actually restricting what children have the benefit of doing. A school lunch hour has become increasingly restricted and is increasingly a school lunch half hour as against an hour. So what we are wanting to do is to ensure that as we do this review, we look at all the options. So children are not able to just benefit from better academic attainment, extra support in English and maths, but also enrichment and the other activities that can benefit from being in school as well. And I very much hope that the opposition will support that, but I very much doubt that they will, as they have always failed to support any reform or any change that delivers real results for children.
Robert Halfon. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for securing the £3 billion for catch-up. It's a significant amount of money. Does he agree that the heart of levelling up must be education, getting young people to climb that ladder of opportunity? And what more evidence is needed to convince the Treasury to implement Kevin Collins' proposal to extend the school day? Do we need pilot programmes? Do we need evidence from the 39% of pre-2010 academy schools who successfully implemented longer school days? Do we need more from the DCMS, like that which showed extra school activities increased numeracy by 29%, or from the Education Endowment Foundation that showed extending the school day increases educational attainment by 2 months? Will he bring through longer school days, complete the programme that he has started once the comprehensive spending review has been completed?
I personally very much share my right honourable friend's views that actually, there is a body of evidence that can be collected that shows some real benefits to actually delivering for pupils in terms of extra time in the classroom. And it is about getting that combination right. I mean, as we've seen so much evidence from parents, they're very concerned about what their children may have missed out of in terms of English and maths, Mr Deputy Speaker. And what we want to do is to look at how we can boost that, but also some of the additional enrichment activities that sort of go on around schools. And myself and my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport, are actually working with some of the great sporting bodies in this country to see actually how we can bring more enrichment activities into schools. A number of schools pilot something called Session 3s, where they're able to run these activities as additional add-ons to the school day, which are able to deliver real benefits. I think of Thomas Telford in the neighbouring county of Shropshire to my constituency, who's able to pioneer this and actually deliver real benefits for children, not just in terms of sporting activities, but academic activities as well. And we want to be compiling this evidence as we approach the spending review to see what are the interventions that deliver the best results for all our children.
I think we have an audio link now. Jeremy Corbyn.
This.
Many students have suffered greatly during COVID and during lockdown. Many children in large families in overcrowded flats have had no access to computers, very limited access to the internet, and therefore have lost out massively on educational opportunities. I'm very unclear as to how they are going to be helped with the very small amounts of money that the Secretary of State has offered. £50 per pupil is nowhere near what is necessary to help these young people catch up on the hundreds of hours of education that they've lost during the past year. Will he please look at it again? And could he also assure me that the money being spent on tutoring will only be paid to qualified tutors who will be carefully selected and vetted by local education authorities so that we do have the best possible educational opportunities for all our children, particularly those that come from the poorest families in this country?
Well, I know that the Right Honourable Gentleman, like we all do in this House, cares very passionately about the education of all children, and I can assure him that there will be high-quality tutors as part of this scheme. It's very important to us because we want to ensure that children are getting the very best, and the way to do that is have the quality of tutors. We're not planning to do that monitoring through local education authorities, but as part of what we are doing and we have been outlining is the ability for schools to be able to take on tutors themselves. And I'd be very happy to sit down with the Right Honourable Gentleman to talk through some of our proposals and what we're looking at doing, because this is very much aimed. I mean, tutoring has been the preserve of the affluent classes, and he'll have seen it in his own constituency for many, many, many decades. And those children from less affluent parts of his constituency in Islington won't have had that sort of same benefit. And those affluent families have always seen the benefit that it has brought their children. And we don't want this to be something that is just purely the preserve for them. So I'd be delighted to sit down with him, talk through what we're doing, what we're aiming to deliver, and how we believe that this will impact and improve the lives of children, especially from the most disadvantaged backgrounds.
Sheriff Broughton. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As we recover, improving school standards in Stoke-on-Trent remains more important than ever, and it's vital all young people can reach their full potential, especially from most disadvantaged backgrounds. Can I thank my right honourable friend for the support he's been giving around our plans for a new free school in my constituency, and will he also support our plans for an education challenge area in Stoke-on-Trent to help all our schools continue to drive up standards?
Well, it's fair to say that the Honourable Member for Stoke-on-Trent South has an enormous appetite for more and more investment in his constituency, and if it hadn't been for his campaigning, it certainly wouldn't be getting a free school that will be being built in order to deal with the needs that he has in the Stoke-on-Trent South constituency, but also to ensure that we continue to raise standards. I'm already working with my honourable friend and his colleagues, as well as the leader of Stoke-on-Trent City Council, Councillor Abby Brown, in terms of how we can deliver, higher quality education providers in the city of Stoke-on-Trent. I'd be very happy to continue that work, building on the opportunity area that the Stoke-on-Trent, city of Stoke-on-Trent has as to how we can reinforce the already good work, but how we can accelerate that over the coming months and years.
Did you link? Afzal Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Department for Education has reported that a decade of progress on reducing the attainment gap has been eradicated in the last year. Yet the government seems to be under the impression that catch-up can be achieved on the cheap. By failing our nation's children now, we will pay a high price in the future with growing inequality, lower productivity, and poor social mobility. We cannot afford to get this wrong. So will the Secretary of State urgently address the meagre lack of funding set aside on this recovery plan?
As the Honourable Gentleman will have probably heard in my statement, we're very much targeting the interventions at the areas that are going to deliver the most impact on children right across his Manchester Gorton constituency, but right across the country. It is the latest stage of a rolling investment that we've seen over the last 12 months, already amounting to over £3 billion, plus over an additional £1 billion that's gone to school to support them from COVID. And we're very much planning to continue to make that investment in education, as we have been doing over the past 12 months, over the coming 12 months.
Video link. Sir John Redwood.
Would my right honourable friend join me in congratulating those schools who adapted rapidly to the virtual and hybrid world and taught extensive timetables sticking to exam syllabuses? What more can be done to spread best practice whilst offering targeted support for those schools that did face special difficulties?
Well, I think that my right honourable friend, Mr Deputy Speaker, absolutely hit the nail on the head about actually the children that benefited most were those schools that kept that clear focus in terms of supporting children with a very strong and rich knowledge-based curriculum. And that's very much been based on the reforms that have been rolled out by this government over the last 11 years. And we mustn't, there are sometimes siren calls in order to be able to reduce standards and reduce quality in terms of both our curriculum and also what's taught in education. But who that disadvantages most is children from the most disadvantaged areas. So if I can reassure my right honourable friend that every action that we take will be about reinforcing the evidence of what actually works and how we can help and benefit children, whether that's through tutoring, whether that's through driving up teacher quality and making sure that teachers have the right materials, the right support and the right training in order to deliver the very best for their children.
Video link, Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Sir Kevin Collins has a distinguished 30-year career as an expert in education, whilst the Secretary of State has spent 18 months presiding over nothing but blunders, putting the future of our young people at risk. So does the Secretary of State think that the right man resigned? Well,
the Honourable Lady sort of points out that we're very grateful for the work that Sir Kevin has done, and actually some of the key elements of the work that we're working side by side with him in terms of both the tutoring and also the driving up teacher quality and standards are very much at the heart of this package. But as we look to the future and we look to the comprehensive spending review, we're very much looking at how we can drive that third element of time about the school day, how we can best use time in order to be able to give children from all backgrounds the best advantage.
Catherine Fletcher.
Speaker. Thank you. I should put on record my thanks to the Secretary of State and his colleagues for the recent £50 million investment in a new high school at Tarleton, getting rid of dangerous and dilapidated buildings. But levelling up also means we must ensure we close the attainment gap, the gap between those rich and affluent pupils and those that come from slightly more disadvantaged backgrounds. Can my right honourable friend assure me that South Ribble will benefit not only from this multi-billion-pound investment to catch up the time we've lost in the pandemic, but help close that gap?
So I'm sure all her constituents sort of owe her a great debt of thanks for all the campaigning she did to get the refurbishment and the investment in new school in her constituency. But she's absolutely right. There's the need to close the attainment gap is absolutely vital. But achieving that isn't about lowering standards within schools, not about saying that children should have a lower quality in terms of academic curriculum or teaching. It's about driving those standards up and making sure that children from whatever background that they come from, whichever school they go to, get the very highest quality in terms of academic support, academic tutoring and academic attainment. And that is why tutoring is such an important part of it in terms of helping her constituents and all of our constituents.
Video link. Margaret Greenwood.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The level of government investment in education recovery announced last week fell woefully short of the £15 billion needed, according to the government's former Education Recovery Commissioner, Sir Kevin Collins, who has now resigned from his post. It remains so in the light of the Secretary of State's statement today. The NEU has described the government's investment as paltry and has quite rightly asked, where is the funding for extracurricular activities to support children and young people to re-engage their confidence in their abilities and talents? Where is the funding for drama and music, sport and skills development? So will the Secretary of State go back to the Chancellor and urge him to invest more so that children can run a fully funded extracurricular clubs and activities to boost time for children to play and socialise after months away from their friends?
I'm sure, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady is very aware of our holiday activities and food programme that we rolled out across the country in Easter, as well as the continued expansion of that scheme into the summer. She's obviously also aware of the work that we've done in terms of the recovery premium that we've been putting there for schools in order to support them in additional work.
Robin Miller.
Education is without a doubt one of the big legacy issues from this pandemic, so I welcome my right honourable friend's pledges to invest billions of pounds and millions of hours, but also his determination that we should use evidence of what works. We know education is not just about moments of time, it's also about timeless moments. Now, our outdoor learning and education centres are experts in creating these experiences for children and young people. Centres like Mile Hall in Llandudno Junction stand ready to help them to catch up and to make up with that lost ground. So will my right honourable friend give consideration to including outdoor education centres and the residential stays as part of the delivery of his education recovery plan?
Mr Deputy Speaker, we can certainly look at that very closely, and I know that my honourable friend worked so incredibly hard to ensure that outdoor education centres were included as part of a lifting of restrictions so that children are now able to access those outdoor education centres residentially as well as just for day visits as well. But we can certainly look at that consideration on future plans.
Mike Kingsbury.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Aidan from my Weaver Vale constituency has been shielding with many of his friends over the pandemic. Due to his health and additional education support needs. He deserves the very best education and does need that additional support. Will the Secretary of State agree to meet with me about his particular case?
Of course, I'll meet with the honourable gentleman and sort of find out if he'd be kind enough to maybe, prior to the meeting, send some more details about Aidan and some of the challenges, but very happy to do so.
Video link. David Simmons.
Mr Deputy Speaker, all of the research shows that the money that we spend in the early years has the biggest impact throughout the time a child spends in formal education. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the £153 million of investment into early education, intending to provide early years practitioners in Ruislip, Northwood and Penryn across the country with a world-class and evidence-based professional development, reflects the high priority that we should place both on the current generation of the youngest students, but also on the legacy for generations of students to come?
As always, Mr Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend makes a very thoughtful point, and the challenge is that those children in early years have proportionately been so great for them. This is why we wanted to target this significant investment in the early years sector, recognising the importance of it, but not just in terms of helping those children who are in those early years settings today, but really leaving a very positive and lasting legacy in terms of driving up standards and actually giving those practitioners in this sector the very best tools to do the job for future generations as well.
Sarah Sultana.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Education recovery spending is £1,600 in the US, it's £2,500 in the Netherlands, but with this Conservative government it's just £50 per pupil. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, with an old Etonian, Bullingdon boy Prime Minister and the Chancellor whose old school fees are in excess of £40,000 per year and an overwhelmingly privately educated cabinet, it's no surprise that working class kids across the country are being failed. So I ask the Education Secretary, if he truly cares about the education of all children, will he fund their futures with a £15 billion recovery plan, investing in children, schools and teachers, as demanded by the National Education Union, the Labour Party and, it's reported, your very own Education Commissioner?
Mr Deputy Speaker, as a comprehensive lad who went to a good and decent comprehensive school in Scarborough, I actually, at the very heart of everything I do, want to make sure that, like so many of my friends who I went to school with, that their children do incredibly well. And we recognise that actually doing that isn't about reducing standards. It's not about, it's about actually driving standards up in every school across the country. We're not here to make excuses for failure like the Labour Party and Labour government did when it was in power. And we saw before this pandemic the real change and difference was being made, a closing of 13% in the attainment gap in primary schools. And that was at the back of, clear policies that deliver results for children. And I'm afraid to tell the Honourable Lady that all of these changes were opposed by her party, and they were very much opposed by the National Education Union, who very kindly supply her with suggestions as to maybe what to ask. So I would very happily provide her with the opportunity to sit down with my honourable friend, the right honourable friend, the member for Bognor Regis, who's done so much to drive up standards in the school system, and he can talk to her extensively and explain as to what he found after the many years of Labour neglect and how we have gone over the last 11 years transforming that and making real sustained improvements. And I'll make sure we can get that in the diary. It'll probably be 4 hours we're able to cover the first session.
James Wilde. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. During a recent visit to Green Park Academy in Kings Lynn, I heard from Mrs Graver, the head teacher, about how important the provision of speech therapy was for the most disadvantaged pupils in normal times and how COVID has made that need even more pressing. So can my honourable friend clarify that schools can use catch-up funding for extra therapy sessions, and also how this welcome package will increase capacity and access to these very vital services?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for raising such a thoughtful question, and one that affects, I think, constituents across the board. It's really important, the issue of speech therapy, and I know, for having had the experience of, as a child, having to go through speech therapy, and my daughter as well, as to how important it is, those interventions at a very early stage to help children. And I'm pleased to clarify that that is support that is accessible as a result of the recovery premium. If you'd be happy to, sort of through my private office, send details of the school, and we're able to put that clarification in writing if that would able to help his school.
Ms Twist.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to start by thanking all the teachers, non-teaching staff, all the school staff, for the tremendous work that they've done in supporting the children in my constituency of Blaydon to get on with learning. It's been a tremendous effort. However, the Secretary of State has come out with some fine words about the recovery plan. But what it amounts to is £50 per child, and that simply is not enough to make a real difference and produce the catch-up that the children of my constituency need. So can I ask the Secretary of State what he will be doing to persuade the Chancellor to come up with some more money for education?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I feel as if I spent most of my ministerial career having the pleasure of asking Chancellors for more money. I look at the honourable, the right honourable member, for North East Durham, who's I think had that experience many times himself when he was in government as well. I would just like to sort of gently correct her that the figure that she sort of does mention isn't sort of actually the correct figure, because we've actually made multiple commitments on terms of catch-up funding over and above that, and actually we've committed so far over £3 billion. And I would also like to join her in thanking all the teachers who've done such an amazing job all the way through this pandemic and have done so much work and put so much effort in. And I've seen it with own family members who've also been paying their contribution to, whether as teaching assistants or teachers themselves. So we want to continue to build on the interventions that really work. Interventions that I genuinely believe will deliver significant benefits for constituents in her constituency of Blaydon. And actually, because all of these interventions are aimed at delivering the best outcomes for children.
Tim Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As another proud, comprehensive, school-educated Conservative member, can I prick further the prejudices of the Honourable Lady opposite? My right honourable friend has rightly focused on the academic catch-up and the role of teachers and professional educators. But we know that lost classroom time has impacted on mental health, physical health, socialising and team activities of thousands of children. So given the undoubted importance of the huge army of volunteers mobilised to help with the vaccine rollout, how will other young people, volunteers, also be used to help with extramural and summer school activities, to include, as I suggested last year, undergraduates, gap year students, NCS recruits and youth leaders, and also helping with outdoor education centre and residential experiences, which are so important as part of that catch-up as well?
Well, I think when my honourable friend entered the Department for Education back in 2010, he'll probably be very aware that and was very conscious of the fact that education standards in state schools sadly lacked those of private schools. And as a result of our reforms, as a result of those changes, we have made such a difference over that time, those reforms that he himself was leading. And we do also want to do that on enrichment activities as well, because we recognise that actually, it is about the academic, but it's also about the confidence that we can give to young people in terms of building their belief in themselves. And that can be done through everything such as additional activities in school that maybe happen in the lunch hour or out of school, whether it's the most brilliant scheme of the Duke of Edinburgh Awards, which I want to see a significant expansion of this throughout our state school system. It can also be done through combined cadet forces. Once the preserve almost purely of private schools, something that we've massively expanded out. And this is what we want to continue to build upon, because we recognise they give a direct benefit for children. But on our summer activities programme, we've been working very closely with local authorities so that they're able to bring in volunteers from all backgrounds, obviously properly DBS checked, quite rightly so, in order for them to be able to help and assist as part of that holiday activity and food programme that we're rolling out.
Thank
you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It seems clear to everybody, apart from the government, that £22 per primary school pupil, as quoted by Kevin Collins, is insufficient. Less than 2 hours per pupil every 2 weeks of tutoring is not going to be sufficient. So is the Secretary of State saying that Kevin Collins asked for too much money? Is he saying that the £3 billion that the government has put in is sufficient? And why is it that he thinks he knows better than Kevin Collins?
What we're doing is we're doing a comprehensive plan. It's been over £3 billion over the last year. We recognise that there continues to be more to do. This is why we're doing a review in terms of a school day, how this can be best used as we work up to the comprehensive spending review. But every undertaking that we've made as part of this has been based on the evidence and actually what we believe is going to deliver the best results for pupils.
President Swain.
What measures will he take to ensure that the tutoring is indeed of high quality and the teaching great?
Well, I know that my right honourable friend knows a lot about tutoring, having done much of it himself, and I look forward to seeing on the declaration of members' interest, maybe in a year's time, payments that he has received for all the tutoring he's done for state school children up and down the land, bringing a quality and an eloquence and panache that has been missing from education as a result of him not being involved in it for the last few years. But he's right that we need to ensure that there is high quality in terms of everything we do in terms of tutoring. This is why, as we have rolled the national tutoring programme out, we've always emphasised the need for quality tutors that are able to deliver, because that is what will bring the biggest benefits to those children.
Gavin Jones.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would like to join my parliamentary colleague from Blaydon in thanking teachers, support staff and also parents. Certainly in my North Durham constituents, they've worked tremendously hard in very difficult circumstances. But what they tell me, Secretary of State, is this, is they know the kids that need the help. What they need, though, is the finance to be able to put those plans into action. Now, Sir Kevin Collins laid out a very ambitious programme for catch-up. And he mentioned already the North East, which is an area which has been adversely affected. So can I urge him to keep arguing for that extra funding? Because without it, this is not going to be about levelling up. This is going to be a disadvantage to continue, not just this year, but for many years to come. Life chances of children are going to be permanently damaged. We can't afford to do that.
And Mr Deputy Speaker, I sort of slightly rechristened his constituency to North East Durham, so I'm not sure if that was I'm not sure if that was boundary changes sort of in advance or something like that. So I do apologise for that, Mr Deputy Speaker. He's right to highlight the issue of children in the northeast of England, and as I did in my statement, and he's also right to say that actually teachers will have the best feel as to what will be those best interventions, and this is why we've actually put in extra flexibility through the national tutoring programme to ensure that they're able to use that cash in order to be able to bring in tutoring maybe on site themselves as against through the national tutoring programme. But just to pick up on his sort of latter point, we do recognise that this is a programme of things that we are doing. We're wanting to put the interventions in place that can have the biggest effect most rapidly. We know that tutoring can do. That's why we've progressed with that part of the programme most immediately. But like all Secretaries of State, I must confess there is a sort of sometimes that sort of tendency of always maybe just wanting a little bit more, because we're all incredibly ambitious in order to be able to sort of deliver more for those who we represent.
Member Laming.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Nobody who's been watching this today would doubt the Secretary of State's commitment and passion for the life chances of young people. I bumped into one of my head teachers for my constituency on Friday in Hitchin, and he said to me two things that he wanted me to take to the House. The first was that he still needs a bit of time to work out exactly what the nature of the interventions for all his children would be and which children would need exactly what interventions. And the second point was that he's concerned that the catch-up plan, when put into force, should be bottom-up, teacher-led and individually tailored around each of those individual children. I wonder if the Secretary of State could respond on those 2 points.
We very much want this to be teacher and school-led. We recognise that they'll have the best understanding in terms of their pupils. And there is an important part of this. There's the challenges that we've had for many children from the most disadvantaged backgrounds and the support that they need in order to be able to catch up. But there's many children who have learning needs and have had great challenges in terms of learning in more normal times that have also had a significant impact, and many in his constituency. And the only way that we are able to target that is actually giving the teachers and the head teachers the flexibility to understand what they've lost, what they've missed out on, to make sure that that intervention is targeted for that child. That's what we'll be doing.
Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State has managed to fail even the targets that he has set himself. He promised that a minimum of 65% of tutoring provision would reach pupil premium children, but the National Audit Office found that only 44% of those accessing tutoring could be classified as disadvantaged. This failure to provide the support to those children who need it the most will only further entrench the disadvantage attainment gap. The Secretary of State has admitted that what has been offered so far is not enough. So how much exactly is he going in to ask the Chancellor for when he enters negotiations?
Well, the Honourable Member for Hull West will be aware that actually the reason that we're wanting to expand the National Tutoring Programme is because the benefits that it brings are so incredibly extensive. And actually, yes, many children from disadvantaged backgrounds do need that intervention, and they'll benefit from that intervention. But actually, there's also a lot of children who've suffered, and I'm sure she'll find the sort of situation in Hessel, in her constituency, and across Hull, where actually there's so many children that have actually do need that additional intervention. It's not just those children who are on free school meals.
Simon Felt.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome my right honourable friend's statement and the commitment to the £3 billion investment in catch-up funding so far. Can my right honourable friend confirm that this forms just one part of the wider package of support, and further that his department recognises the value of outdoor education centres like Keppelray and Broughton-in-Furness? Young people's skills have atrophied over the last year in terms of team building and leadership. They play a crucial role in building those skills. I wonder if my right honourable friend could confirm his department's support there.
Yeah, absolutely. My honourable friend is right to highlight the amazing work of so many outdoor activity centres in his constituency, and of course he's particularly blessed with a most beautiful area of which outdoor activity centres are I wouldn't say abundant, but there are many of them, and it's really important that they play a part in our education recovery. That's certainly what we hope that many schools will be looking at. I'd be very happy to meet with him and other colleagues to discuss this in further detail as to how they can play their role.
Did you link? Dame Angela Eagle.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Why are the Secretary of State's powers of persuasion so inadequate that he's only been able to persuade the Chancellor to fund a mere 1/10 of Sir Kevin Collins' admirable catch-up plan? Don't children deserve a better champion fighting their corner than this Secretary of State and his risible efforts, which are letting children down across the country? Mr Deputy Speaker, if I was marking his homework, I would give him an F for fail.
Well, we are investing heavily in teacher quality, so it's very doubtful that she would ever get the opportunity to be a teacher, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Rob Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Some of the students who have missed out the most because of the pandemic have been those doing technical and vocational courses. So will my right honourable friends join me in congratulating the staff and students of Buckinghamshire UTC for all they've achieved despite the challenges of coronavirus, and confirm that the government support that he has announced will help them gain the skills that employers are looking for?
Well, I know in the conversations I've had with my honourable friend about the importance of Buckingham UTC to his constituency and for many youngsters who go there and get such a quality education, I would like to reassure him that the interventions that we've announced, the additional funding, will benefit not just Buckingham UTC and those youngsters who are wanting to pursue a brilliant technical education where opens the doors to so many opportunities and incredibly high earnings, often much better levels of earnings and pursuing a graduate route, that they will benefit from that, as will all of his schools right across his constituency of Aylesbury.
Mary Wilson.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Anne Longfield, the former highly respected Children's Commissioner, said in her final speech this year that there is an institutional bias against children in this government, especially in the Treasury. Doesn't the paltry education recovery package that's been announced and rejection of the ambitious plan put forward by the Prime Minister's hand-picked advisor prove that Anne Longfield was absolutely right?
Mr. Speaker, you'll be pleased to hear, and that I know the Honourable Lady wasn't a member of the House at the time, but actually since we got rid of Liberal Democrats in government, we've invested far more in education than we were ever able to do when they were there. Maybe that's a result of having a Conservative Chief Secretary of the Treasury as against a Liberal Democrat one.
And Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it's the beginning of Infant Mental Health Week, and I know that my right honourable friend is incredibly aware of how painful a time it's been for so many new parents during the pandemic lockdown. For many, a real lifeline was the opportunity to Zoom their health visitor and to get virtual advice from their GP. So with my right honourable friend's determination to build the Family Hubs policy for the government, will he be sure to take account of the win of virtual support for families and make sure that Family Hubs both restore the absolutely vital face-to-face support, but also doesn't lose sight of the important virtual support that families have found to be a real lifeline?
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I can thank my right honourable friend for all the work that she has been doing in terms of her report, in terms of setting out a really inspiring vision about how we can go that little bit further to not just help children in the very earliest stages of their lives, but importantly the mothers and the families around them. And I see Family Hubs as a key element to that. And she's right to highlight some of the real benefits that can be given virtually. But how can we expand and grow this concept right across the country, bringing so many services together so that actually those families who are most in need of support are able to access them, bringing health visitors closer to schools, the DWP, everything together in order to be able to properly support families. There's some real benefits and a real change that we can do there. She outlined much of it in her report, and looking forward to working more closely with her in order to deliver far more over the coming years.
Bruce Bryant.
I know you'd be hard to spot it from what he said this afternoon, but I have a sneaking suspicion that when the Chancellor of the Exchequer rang the Secretary of State for Education and said, you know that request for 15 billion, you're only going to get 1.5, he wasn't exactly over the moon. I can imagine some of the words that he might have expressed, and perhaps he would in private again. Can he just please try and make sure that this money, which I think he knows perfectly well isn't enough, is just a down payment? Because the truth is, there are only two routes out of poverty. One is education and the other is employment. And the two are intertwined. If we fail this generation of young people, we will have failed their opportunities for the future. So he can tell us now. We won't tell the Chancellor. Just tell us how disappointed he was not to get the full amount that he wants.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman is, as always, incredibly eloquent. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, we're seeing a substantial investment, and we've seen that we've seen that sort of laid out of £3 billion over the next 12 months. But he asked the question: do we think there will be further investment that is needed? And yes, we do. And obviously, as the right honourable gentleman is aware, that for every pound that is gained for English schools, there is a sort of a benefit into Welsh schools as well. So I'm very conscious that by ensuring that we get this investment into additional resources into our schools, it benefits the whole United Kingdom and shows the strength of being a United Kingdom as well.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Over the next 12 months, how will the Secretary of State be assessing the impact of the measures he puts in place, both on the education but also the cost effectiveness and use of resources?
Well, my honourable friend is right to sort of flag this up and the importance of making sure that the interventions that we're taking are actually delivering dividends for children. We have commissioned Renaissance Learning to do extensive tests and continuous assessments to see actually what is the impact. And we saw that actually when children went back into school, there was an immediate benefit and uplift and a catch-up. Obviously, we had the the additional lockdown that none of us obviously wanted or foresaw, but we'll continue to monitor this incredibly closely, and it will inform further investments that we make to help children, to make sure the money's being spent wisely and well.
Video link. Mary Kelly Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This Carers Week, I'm concerned that disabled children are being left out of the conversation on recovery. The needs of every child should be considered, not just those without special educational needs. Can the Secretary of State explain how he will ensure that the government's COVID-19 recovery plans will meet the complex needs of disabled children and their families and allow them to heal?
The Honourable Lady is right to highlight the importance of this, and I would like to reassure her. It's certainly been at the forefront of my mind and my Honourable friend's mind as well, and that's why, as we've worked up the allocations and the formula, there's been a particular tilt towards those schools that are supporting children with special needs, recognising that they have extra demands on their shoulders.
Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome my right honourable friend's enthusiasm for making this package of catch-up measures work. And in thanking all our teachers and educators for what they've done during the pandemic, would he agree with me that in order to make this package work, it's going to be vital to get those educators to commit to it, to the extra time that they need to spend in the classroom, right from the early years, right up to university, and make sure that this package works?
My honourable friend's absolutely right. It's very important that we continue to drive the quality of teaching staff, making sure that they're there in the classroom, delivering that world-class face-to-face learning, and making sure that we continue to learn the lessons of how we've driven improvement and attainment, where we've seen England rising up the PISA rankings, where some nations of the United Kingdom have sadly gone the other way as a result of a less thoughtful and considered approach.
To thank the Secretary of State for his statement and responding to 30 questions in exactly 1 hour, so I'd like to thank you for that. I'm going to take the SO24 application first, and then we'll go straight on to points of order before I suspend for 3 minutes. I now call the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield to make an application for leave to propose a debate on a specific and important matter that should have urgent consideration under the terms of Standing Order number 24. The Right Honourable Member has 3 minutes in which to make such an application. Andrew Mitchell.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I seek leave to propose that the House should debate a specific and important matter that should have urgent consideration, namely the matter of the 0.7% official development assistance target. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm seeking this emergency debate today because, for reasons that Mr Speaker has clearly set out, the much anticipated debate will not now go ahead. That would have been, of course, over a technical amendment to restore the 0.7 through the ARIA bill. I make it clear to my honourable and right honourable friends on the front bench that I very strongly support the ARIA bill. Indeed, the House will have noticed that the effect of the amendment, had it been called, would have been to stuff the ARIA bill with an enormous amount of 0.7 money, which, of course, it couldn't spend. Mr Deputy Speaker, we now face a situation where Parliament has not had its say on this vital matter, and that is not right. Had the new clause gone ahead, I can tell the House that it would have passed through the House by at least 9 votes, probably around 20. I have some experience of these matters, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I assure the House that that would have been correct. But the problem for the government is this, that the House of Commons maths is not going to go away, and we have seen over recent days a massive outpouring from civil society about the damage that is being done by these cuts. And an organisation which would have had far more attention had it not been for COVID, called Crack the Crisis, is following in the footsteps of Make Poverty History and will have an immense effect on opinion in our constituencies. I remind the House that there are paid-up members of the environment NGOs and charities and the development NGO charities, which average out at 10,000 per constituency. They're not, of course, 10,000 in every constituency, but there are very many of them. It is the view of lawyers, including Lord Ken MacDonald, the warden of Wadham College, that the measures taken by the government are unlawful. There was a promise at the United Nations before the G7 about what Britain would do, and we've heard what the senior official, Mark Lowcock, has said about the failure of the government to stand by its promises. And that is a promise that every member of this House, all 650 of us, made at the last general election. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a humanitarian aid cut. It will cut global health security in a pandemic by more than 14%. It will cut funding on HIV/AIDS by 80%. And it will cut the Prime Minister's flagship policy on girls' education by 25%. Mr. Deputy Speaker, none of this should go ahead without the matter being considered by the House, and I very much hope you will consider granting my SO24 because of the seriousness of the issues which are involved.
The Right Honourable Member asks leave to propose a debate on a specific and important matter that should have urgent consideration, namely the matter of the 0.7% official development assistance target. The Speaker is satisfied that the matter raised is proper to be discussed under Standing Order number 24. As the Right Honourable Member the leave of the House, the Right Honourable Member has obtained the leave of the House. The debate will be held at the commencement of public business tomorrow and will last for up to 3 hours. Members wishing to participate in tomorrow's debate should email the Speaker's office by 8 p.m. this evening. Thank you very much. Point of order, Chris Bryan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's not about that matter at all, but I have given you notice of the point I'm going to raise. As you know, Erskine May makes it very clear that any honourable member visiting another honourable member's constituency on official business is required to notify that honourable member. I know this sounds sometimes like we're being terribly pompous when we try to reassert the importance of that convention. But it is actually important, I think, that in particular ministers, when they come to a member's constituency, give full and proper notice that they're coming, explaining why they're coming, not least because we're all friends in here. We'd all like to invite ministers and welcome them fully and properly, especially in the Welsh Valleys, to our constituency and show them off everything that we've got to show. Unfortunately, and I have notified the member that I was going to do this today, the Government Minister, the Secretary of State for Housing and Local Government, did not notify me until 6:53 in the evening, the night before he was going to come to my constituency last week. He didn't tell me where in my constituency he was coming to. He didn't tell me why he was coming or what he was going to look at. And so I wasn't able to offer him tea and Welsh cakes. I wasn't able to show him the things that in the Rhondda we would like to show him so that we can get some money out of the Shared Prosperity Fund. And I think that this is, in the end, a gross avoidance of the precise rule which is part of the Ministerial Code. So I just hope that you'd be able to reinforce the importance of this common courtesy from honourable member to honourable member.
Nothing better than homemade Welsh cakes, Mr. Bryant, and I don't know.
You haven't eaten mine.
Nothing pompous about the point of order that he has raised, and I thank him for giving notice of his intention to do so. The document called the Rules of Behaviour and Courtesies in the House of Commons deals with this exact matter. When a member visits another member's constituency, except on a purely private visit, and we all know what that entails, they should take reasonable steps in advance to tell the member in whose constituency the visit is taking place. That guidance also states that failing to do so is regarded by colleagues as very discourteous. The guidance applies to ministers as well as to other members. Indeed, the Ministerial Code also states that ministers intending to make an official visit within the United Kingdom must inform in advance and in good time the MPs whose constituencies are to be included within the itinerary. I trust that ministers on the Treasury bench will make sure that this is brought to their colleagues' attention, but I should also make clear that Mr. Speaker and I expect all members, and not just ministers, to inform their colleagues about such visits. Not to do so is discourteous. Point of order, Fleur Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I seek your advice on what parliamentary mechanisms are available to help secure an expedited response from the Home Secretary and the Work and Pension Secretary on an urgent constituency case. My constituency is a pensioner and has been a British citizen since 1981, yet last week she received a letter from the government informing her that her state pension will be stopped at the end of this month, and once stopped it can't be restarted. It has been challenging at best for me and my team to get prompt responses from the Home Office during the last year, including on constituent cases that are very urgent and time sensitive, as is this one. I would welcome any advice that you can offer to secure a swift response to this instance of maladministration, and help me to secure an apology from the Minister for the distress caused. Thank you.
Well, I thank there again the Honourable Lady for giving notice of the point of order. Whilst I clearly don't know the specifics of this particular case, I can confirm that ministers should deal with members' representations in a timely way, especially in a case where it is time sensitive. And I think the Minister on the Treasury bench is going to be very busy, because I know he will have heard the point of order and my response, and that really she should receive a reply as soon as possible, and the Table Office will advise her if she wishes to pursue this matter. Point of order, Thomas Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to make a point of order to seek your advice on an answer given by the Home Secretary earlier today in the House. The Home Secretary, in an answer to me during Home Office questions, said that data is available for the number of passengers that have arrived in this country from red and amber list countries. However, when looking for these statistics, it appears that on the government website, firstly, the statistics are not up to date, and indeed they're for all arrivals generally, rather than specifically who arrived from red list countries and who arrived from amber list countries. This data is critically important in our fight against COVID. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I seek your advice as to how I can best ascertain where this data is located, or whether there is any way to ensure the data is made available, considering the very firm statement the Home Secretary has made on the matter in this House.
Again, I thank the Right Honourable Member for his point of order. Whilst the content of Minister's answers to oral questions is not a matter for the Chair, but for the ministers concerned. And I'm sure that the Honourable Member's point has been heard on the government benches again, Mr. Darius, and will be relayed to the Secretary of State. If the Right Honourable Member wishes to pursue this matter, the Table Office there again will be able to advise him. Point of order, Zara Sultana.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, on January the 28th in the Chamber, I highlighted the unsafe conditions at Napier Barracks to the Home Secretary. The Home Secretary replied to me, telling me to listen to the facts and that the barracks are of a very high standard and in line with public health guidance, she claimed. Last week, the High Court ruled that the conditions at the barracks were unsafe and unlawful. The judge wrote, and I quote, "The bottom line is that the arrangements at the barracks were contrary to the advice of Public Health England." Today, at Home Office oral questions, I brought this to the Home Secretary's attention, but Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Home Secretary accused me, and I quote, of misrepresentation without specifying how anything I said was false. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I ask for your guidance on how to ensure that the record is corrected and that it was the Home Secretary, not me, who misrepresented the facts to the House.
First of all, I hope you're not saying that the Home Secretary intentionally misled the House, but I hear what the Honourable Lady has had to say about the response that she's received, and there again I'm not responsible for those comments, and I wasn't in the chamber when they were made. But there again, the Treasury bench will have heard the point of order that she has made, and if the Home Secretary needs to correct anything that was said in the chamber, then I hope that the Home Secretary will do so as quickly as is possible. We will now suspend for 3 minutes. Order! Order, order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Advanced Research and Invention Agency Bill, not amended in Public Bill Committee, to be considered.
Now, we begin with new clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the other selected new clauses and amendments as listed on the selection paper. Before I call Stephen Flynn, though, can I say that there's been quite a significant number of withdrawals from this debate for obvious reasons. And so should anybody wish to withdraw further, please do so through the Speaker's office so that we can be notified. And also anybody who therefore is working off the call list and thinks that they are like 5 off, think again. If you intend to participate in this debate physically, I really should make your way towards the chamber. I call Stephen Flynn to move new clause 1.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I can't imagine why so many people have withdrawn from such an exciting topic that we are going to discuss here this evening. I would, of course, beg to move Amendment 1 and will speak in favour of all following amendments and new clauses in the name of myself and my honourable colleagues. Of course, the context for what we are about to debate has changed markedly from this morning and indeed much of the last week. For the avoidance of any doubt, my colleagues and I were very much in favour of new clause 4, and whilst the government may have not been defeated today, their card has certainly been marked. But to the matter at hand, which is of course the Advanced Research and Invention Agency, and much of what I seek to say will be repetition. Many of the points were covered at second reading, many of the points again were covered at the committee stage. But I do feel it is important that we cover them again, because despite the concerns that we have expressed on these benches and indeed that have been echoed somewhat by those on the official opposition benches, the government has not sought at any stage to amend this bill up till this juncture. And I think that that is somewhat of a missed opportunity, because the reality is that across the chamber nobody is criticising the ethos of the bill, the aim of the bill to try and improve the UK's standing in relation to this specific topic. But we do feel that the government can and should be going further. And the first matter on which that is fairly obvious is in relation to the mission, the purpose, the reason to enter of the bill, and the lack of one. There is no clear mission for ARIA as it stands, despite much toing and froing on this very topic. Now, the government have been very clear about their reasoning as to why they don't want that to be the case, but I find it extremely regrettable that we're in a situation where we know that there is a climate emergency. Everyone, hopefully, across the chamber is in agreement in relation to that, yet the government still refuses to put the climate emergency as the core purpose of ARIA, to ensure that net zero, or meeting net zero, is the aim of this agency. And I would again, of course, delighted to give way to the member.
Clarification, could he advise the House, is his point that there is no mission for ARIA, or is it that ARIA doesn't have the mission that he's just outlined?
I thank the member for that intervention, and it's an interesting point. I believe it is regrettable that there is no set mission. I believe that the mission should, of course, be to combat climate change and to meet our net zero targets. And the government benches... Absolutely.
It was very kind. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As you will know, we had these exchanges during the Bill Committee, and it wasn't so much that it hadn't got a mission. Its mission was to discover areas of research that could be potentially high risk but deliver high reward, and we don't know what those will be. So that is its mission. Tying it to specifics such as health research or climate change, although very important, would potentially hamper its ability to find that cutting-edge science and making the most of it.
Thank the member for his intervention. And I understand the point that he's making. And I'm loath to repeat myself from the committee stage, and I certainly won't be mentioning any of the Star Trek references that I think he did at that moment in time in relation to that very specific point, I think it was. But the reality is that we've seen with the likes of DARPA how successful things can be where there is a specific mission. Now, I accept the fact that we do disagree, and we disagree on good terms in relation to this point, but I would again reinforce the fact that I do believe that this is a missed opportunity on the government's behalf. Now, they'll point to... One more time.
Mr Deputy, I am very grateful for the honourable giving way, because I wasn't on the committee, but for me there's a really fundamental point. And so, as I remember from second reading, the objective of ARPA is that it thinks beyond what is normally thought about. And the issue about the climate emergency is we know it is a problem. We also know that there are multiple solutions in multiple areas which people are already working on. We also know that there is a tremendous amount of commercial interest, both from the point of view of people investing in the climate emergency and in the purpose of companies who are themselves trying to sell products in that area. So to what extent does this particular objective that he's proposing should be actually fit that beyond mission that I thought was the original purpose of ARPA?
Absolutely fits that point, and of course there could be new solutions that we are not aware of at this moment in time. And I think during second reading the member made a very similar point, and at that time I said to him that he shouldn't be so narrow in his view of climate change, because in order to meet net zero it is a vast landscape that we are operating within. And if we don't recognise that, and the government doesn't seem to acknowledge that through ARIA, I do, again repeating myself, believe that that is a missed opportunity. Now, the government will point to their energy white paper, they'll point to the 10-point plan, and of course they'll point perhaps to the North Sea transition deal in terms of their aims in relation to combating climate change. And that is of course fair and reasonable to do so. Now, notwithstanding the arguments that we may have in relation to those points, of which there are many, that doesn't mean that you stop there. And it doesn't mean that you stop there, particularly in the year of COP26. And I would urge members opposite to reflect upon that as we move forward in this debate. Now, that obviously covers across Amendment 1 that we will be seeking to move later on, Mr Deputy Speaker. But there are indeed a number of other amendments that we have put forward, and perhaps the one that's clearest and needs to be debated in this chamber the most, notwithstanding what I've said already, is in relation to scrutiny. The fact that the government have sought to remove ARIA from Freedom of Information Act is no longer going to be applicable to public procurement regulations. It is simply unacceptable that this is happening, and there is no justification for it. I've listened very closely to what the ministers had to say in this regard at committee stage and indeed at second reading. I've read on numerous occasions a number of remarks in relation to this point from the government benches. But yet I simply do not understand the logic as to why they are doing it. We know from looking at DARPA that there are around about 40-odd Freedom of Information requests, 40-odd, on DARPA, on a scale that's vastly superior to ARIA, and yet the government still seeks to move away from that scrutiny. Now, from a public perspective, I don't think that does anyone any favours. And I'm sure if the government had its time back, it might seek to do things differently in this regard, because ultimately it benefits nobody. And all it does is cloud more suspicion on what the government's activities are. And that, of course, ties in with Amendment 2 in relation to the amendment that we've put forward regarding cronyism and the need to avoid that. The government's record and reputation over the course of the last year and a half has been deplorable. And the member shakes his head, but it's the reality of the situation. There's a reason that his Prime Minister is so disliked and distrusted in Scotland, and it's because of what we have seen over the course of this pandemic, not just from himself, but from his ministers, the friends, the donors, the family members who've benefited from contracts. And what we do not want to see, what we cannot see, is ARIA become a vehicle for that to happen as well. And the amendments that we have tabled would quite clearly stop that from happening. Of course, in relation to FOI and procurement regulations, the Labour Party have said similar to us, just with a lot more words, which is within their gift to do so. I'm not quite sure why they didn't just agree with us. When something they can do so on occasion. We won't take it personally if they seek to agree. Absolutely, I'll go for it.
I think I'd like to thank the member for his kind words, and of course the SNP amendments were actually simply agreeing with our amendments during the committee stage, and we sought to improve, as we should do, from the committee stage into this report stage.
If I heard that correctly then, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Labour Party is not agreeing with the amendments that they put forward at the committee stage that we put forward or agreed to at this point in time, so they had to add more words to it. But that's the nature of this place, I suppose. And that perhaps takes me, the issue in and around transparency and scrutiny perhaps takes me on to the next point, which is a key token of the benches opposite, a key standpoint, which is to take back control. Of course, I don't suspect that they'll agree to our view in relation to a mission for ARIA, Mr Deputy Speaker. And that being the case, the mission, for all intents and purposes, what ARIA seeks to do will be determined by the Chair and the CEO. They will decide what happens. Now, in that regard, the House will, of course, have no say, and we have suggested that the House does have a say, that it's important that this place has a role to play within that process. And I would be incredibly surprised if members who fought so hard to take back control do not seek to have their say in relation to such matters. Oh, why not?
Why not? Thank you. I'm very grateful to him. My point would be, if we have too much of an influence over this, we have a potential to be breaching the Haldane principle, which I'm sure he holds close to his heart, as do I.
I thank the member for his intervention, but I think we'll have to heartedly disagree in relation to this point. And I do think that the House, and certainly us as democratically elected representatives, who should seek to play as key and as active a role as possible. Of course, that could all be avoided by the government simply agreeing as to what the mission should be in the first place. Now Mr Deputy Speaker, I just want to move on to two final points, and the first of these is in relation to our new clause 1. And this new clause is obviously in relation to human rights and making sure that the ARIA's record in that regard is one of the highest standing. I would certainly hope it's something that members across the chamber would agree to. If they didn't agree to it, I would be somewhat concerned. We did see that at committee stage, which took me a little bit by surprise, but perhaps some of their backbenchers weren't galvanised enough to encourage the government to take a different stand. But the purpose of this is because we ultimately do not know where ARIA will seek to put its investments. We do not know what they will seek to invest in, where they may even take a share in an organisation. Now, they will have that freedom to do that, but with that freedom to do that means that they may delve into areas which we do not find suitable in relation to human rights. And that's particularly pertinent when we look at the situation in China with the Uyghurs. And I would encourage members opposite to take cognizance of that fact as we move forward this evening. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to mention the role of Scotland in relation to this bill, because I very much like talking about that, Mr Deputy Speaker. The reality is that where the government is seeking to spend money, that government money should be spent fairly and evenly across the United Kingdom, whilst we still remain a part of the United Kingdom, that is. And to that end, there should be a Barnett share of money spent in Scotland. But where that money is spent, it should not seek to bypass devolution, as the government is seeking to do in a number of areas, from the Shared Prosperity Fund, the Levelling Up Fund, the Internal Market Bill. Scotland should have its fair share. And on that point, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll leave it.
New Clause 1. Human rights abuses.
The question is that New Clause 1 be read a second time. Can I just reiterate once again that if anybody wishes to withdraw from this particular debate, as we have had 35 people withdraw already, please do so through the Speaker's office, and if you are on the call list, please do not assume that the people above you are really, that they haven't already withdrawn. The chances are they have. Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure if your reiteration that you hoped that anybody who wanted to withdraw would be doing so just before I stood up to speak was a hint at, because I had indeed, when I put in to speak, first of all in this debate, intended to speak on an amendment which, a new clause which has not been selected. But when I looked at the other amendments and new clauses, there was one aspect which I wanted to speak on briefly, and I'm afraid I have to apologise to those members of the House who were on the committee because I can see there has obviously been quite an exchange on these matters on the committee. But I wanted to pick up on this issue that has already been raised by the first speaker, the representative from the SNP, the honourable member, who had talked about this need for a mission and the need, in a sense, for restricting a mission of this organisation, and spoke particularly about the climate change issue. Now, I know this is a very key issue. I was the Prime Minister who put the 2050 target, net zero emissions target, into legislation. The UK can be very proud of having been the first major country to do that. And yes, there is an enormous amount of work that needs to be done to ensure that we can take the decisions individually, as businesses, as a government, that are going to lead to that net zero. And part of that will be about research. But as my honourable friend intervening earlier referred to, of course there are enormous numbers of people out there doing research, companies looking for products to sell that will actually help to get us to that position. So it seems to me that restricting the mission of ARIA is not where we should be going. This is an organisation which it is important to give its freedom to be able to look widely. And I say that not just in a sort of blue skies thinking way, but also because I actually had some interaction with the American equivalent of ARIA, in which I think ARIA is based, when I was Home Secretary. And they were doing work, the reason I had interaction with them, was doing work on issues of security, for example. And some really interesting research and innovative work being done in that area. Now, I know that evidence has been given that suggests that the ARIA should be about radical innovation different to missions and grand challenges. Now, the reference by Professor Bond to grand challenges, I'm sure, was a reference to the, sadly, in my view, now cast aside modern industrial strategy, which set out grand challenges, but also set out for us to be the most innovative economy, for the UK to be the most innovative economy. And it is in that area that I think that ARIA can have a very real impact. But I think the challenge for ARIA in looking at the work that it does is it needs to be truly innovative, it needs to be blue skies thinking, it needs to be doing, if you like, what other people are not doing, but it has to have a purpose in doing that. And what I hope we're not going to see is an organisation where lots of scientists and people get together and think lots of wild thoughts and enjoy talking about them all and possibly publishing a few papers. But actually, at the end of the day, there's no practical difference to people's lives as a result of that. And the aim of this is actually to do that innovative thinking, but that innovative thinking in due course, whether it's taken up by other scientists, whether it's taken up by business or whatever, actually can lead to a real improvement in people's lives. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to her, and I agree with the line she's taking, but I think she's missing out one really important factor in order to get to the desirable objectives she's listed, and that means that ARIA must be prepared to fail on a number of occasions and take high risks. Does she agree with that?
Well, I do agree with that. Indeed, at the risk of sort of scratching a sore for the government, I would make the point that the modern industrial strategy made that point in terms of government intervention or government support for different areas of research and areas of development, that you must be willing to see some fail, because you can't possibly, from the beginning, know everything that is going to be a success. So that is important. But of course, I would hope that ARIA isn't going to be an organisation for which everything fails. It's got to be prepared to have some failures, but obviously what we want to see is some really positive work coming out of this that can be of real benefit. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way, and I absolutely agree that we'd like to see ARIA be successful. The Honourable Member talked about scientists sitting around and having a chat and maybe producing some papers and has no real impact. Does the Honourable Member agree that currently how ARIA is set up, without us having any freedom of information requests allowable, that could actually be the reality?
I don't agree that those two naturally have a causality. What I would say is I think what is important, because we will see whether ARIA is successful by what actually comes out, because at some point these ideas will come out. But I also recognise that there are issues for scientists where they are really treading on new ground in terms of being able to do that in a way that enables them to do that with freedom, without, if you like, that sort of being taken away by others. And I think that is important for this organisation. So I think it is an exciting organisation agency to be setting up. I think with the right people it can do really good things. But as I say, I don't think it should be restricted to a particular area of mission. But I think what we should be looking for is making sure that when it does that blue skies thinking, the aim, and the reason why the government is setting it up, is to ensure that we can improve people's lives in this country. That's what we all want to do, and that's what this organisation should be about.
Shadow Minister Chion-Wara.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure and an honour to follow the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead in her remarks, and I am certain that the current Conservative government could benefit enormously from her championship and promotion of an industrial strategy, and I hope they are listening. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to begin by thanking all those who have worked so hard to improve this bill in committee stage, particularly my honourable friends, the members for Cambridge, Brent Central, Luton North and Sheffield Brightside, as well as the clerks and House of Commons staff for their excellent support. It is vital that we get the Advanced Research and Innovation Agency right. Today we will hear many members, though not as many as we had thought, raising a wide range of important issues: climate change, regional and national economic development, international development and democratic accountability. But at the heart of this debate is science. Science which plays such a critical part in all our lives now. And the UK has a proud tradition in science, engineering, innovation, research and development. We are renowned across the world for the scientific breakthroughs and discoveries that push humanity forwards, from the discovery of penicillin to the invention of Stephenson's rocket in my constituency, Newcastle Central. Again and again, UK science has pushed forward the boundaries of knowledge, shrinking the vast expanse of ignorance, which, as this pandemic has shown, may threaten humanity's very existence. I'm very happy to give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and she spoke about some of that world-beating research. I chair the all-party group on HIV and AIDS, and there's been a great degree of concern amongst some of our global health all-party groups about the cuts that are coming to global health research that goes on. I totally support the amendments that we've got down about climate change, absolutely critical. There's a critical link between climate change and global health as well. Would she agree with me that we absolutely need to continue that world-beating research because it has so many benefits, not just for health globally, but in this country too?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and I'd like to pay tribute to the work of his all-party parliamentary group, with which I am quite familiar, and to wholeheartedly agree with the importance of that research and also the link between that important research and this agency, which I will go on to develop in a few moments. And so, as the honourable member indicated, UK science is not only inspiring and it is also can be groundbreaking, and it is also a key economic driver. Our university research base alone contributes £95 billion to the economy, supporting nearly 1 million jobs in scientific institutes, charities and businesses of all sizes, and research by Oxford Economics, commissioned by the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, found that for each £1 of public research and development, such as the money to be spent on ARIA, that stimulates between £1.96 and £2.34 of private research and development. And we cannot recover from this pandemic without inspiring and initiating more private sector investment in research and development. Together, private and public sector research can help address the key challenges facing humanity, from climate change to inequality, from pandemics to productivity. And that brings us very neatly, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the broken promises of this Conservative government over overseas development aid, as raised by my honourable friend, and how that betrays the poorest amongst us and the critical challenges faced by us all. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, with over £4.1 billion slashed from overseas development aid, the 120 million cut from science and research programmes may appear minor, but they have already had a devastating impact on science here and abroad. Cutting funding from Global Challenge Research Fund hubs, for example, threatens researchers at Newcastle University in my constituency, as well as scientists in developing countries working together on water security. These cuts are a consequence of the government's decision to scrap the legal binding 0.7% of GDP target for overseas development aid. Now, the amendment from the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield, which sought to reverse this, has not been selected for a debate, though a debate on the issue may follow. Certainly the debate is not going away. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I do think, particularly in relation to ARIA and the amendments before us, it is really important to emphasise that for UK science research and credibility, these cuts have a significant impact. The UK has been the only G7 country to cut aid in the middle of a pandemic, and in so doing it has united honourable and right honourable members across this House horrified by the harm done. Harm such as, in the world's worst humanitarian crisis, Yemen, slashing by 60% without conducting an impact assessment. Harm such as cutting bilateral funding on water, sanitation and hygiene.
I would like the Honourable Lady to return to the bill. Thank you.
I would like to thank the Madam Deputy Speaker, because this is exactly the point onto which I am going. The amendments, just to say that the funding for coronavirus research, which is the kind of world-leading research which we would hope ARIA would be looking at, has been cut by 70%, which will kill the project. So a government happy to withdraw support for vital research projects across this globe is not a government that wishes to act in the best interests of science, the country or the world. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, with regard to the ARIA agency itself, we have many serious concerns. We recognise the need for new mechanisms to support high-risk, high-reward research in our science sector, and as such, ARIA is a step in the right direction. ARIA can transform our scientific landscape. We can build an institution that funds our societal aims for decades to come. But we have concerns over the lack of, which our amendments seek to address, over the lack of direction, strategy and accountability in the government's current proposals. And without such improvements, Madam Deputy Speaker, we fear that the agency could be used to pursue vanity projects disconnected from the public interest. So the first major issue with the bill is the absence of a mission for ARIA, which has already been raised. What is ARIA for? And what is it working towards? Labour's Amendment 12 would require ARIA to have a specific mission for ARIA's first decade. We want that mission to be climate change. I'm happy to give way to that.
That's why I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady reverting to items that are in order today. And just on new clause 12, she has mentioned that it should be the core mission. Amendment of 12 says, Madam Deputy, says it should be the core mission. The Honourable Member for Aberdeen South talks as being part of a bigger whole, but it's still a relatively small amount of money. Does the amendment mean that's the only mission? Essentially, when she says core mission, what she means is its only mission, and it can't do anything else other than that for 10 years.
Well, thank the honourable member for seeking to aid the Speaker in determining what is ordered. I'm not sure that is necessary. But with regard to his actual intervention, I fear to see why the honourable member thinks that pedantry can make up for a lack of argument. This is a core mission. We are not going to hem in, we're not seeking to hem this agency in with absolute linguistic barriers to exactly what should be done. But we wanted to have a direction. We wanted to know where it's going and what it is seeking to do. And so the core mission, as I was I will be setting out in some detail, will be climate change. And that would not lead to it being, if like, to limit its interpretation of climate change. But I will set out, just the reasons for which climate change will be its core mission. I'm very happy to give him.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the honourable lady will recall, we had similar debates during the bill. Does she completely dismiss the idea that the mission is to find cutting-edge science, explore it, and to go where no other agency is willing to go at the moment because they have to follow too many metrics to prove their effectiveness? That is its mission. It doesn't have to have a mission beyond trying to find something exciting, new, and potentially really beneficial for mankind.
I have a huge amount of respect for the honourable gentleman, but I do disagree with him fundamentally on this, because to go where no one has gone before is not a mission. It's not a direction. It is a deliberate absence of direction. And what we are saying, and I spoke earlier about, Madam Deputy Speaker, I spoke earlier about the vast expanse of ignorance, which can present us with huge challenges to us, existential challenges. And throughout the history of science, it has been about trying to reduce that huge expanse of ignorance. And to leave ARIA without any mission, well, unfortunately, or direction in addressing the vast expanse of ignorance which is before us, will severely limit its likelihood of success, as well as, and together with other aspects of this bill with regard to accountability and transparency, leave it open to cronyism as well as I will give way, then I'll try to make some...
I thank the honourable lady for giving way. She talked about lessons learned from the pandemic and the fact that if she thinks about that we were prepared for a flu pandemic and not a COVID or a coronavirus pandemic, by actually stating that you've got to have a core aim or principle for the ARIA bill, is she not then going into the same potential problem that we've had before by saying that this has got to be focused on environmental matters? If something else comes along that's of equal importance, have we not limited ARIA already?
I thank the honourable member for that intervention. I think it gives me the opportunity just to clarify that, again, the difference between a flu virus and a coronavirus, which is significant, if you like, in medical terms, that is not what we're talking about here. We are talking about climate change, the existential challenge. We are not saying that it should be one part of climate change. We are talking about, it's not an equivalent comparison to say that it's like preparing for one virus against another virus. This is a much faster challenge. And she, indeed, I think she answered her own question, because if something more important than climate change comes along in the next 10 years, climate change being the existential challenge of our times, then I think as a parliament, we would have we would have a significant issues to face. I think if she thinks of something more important than climate change coming along in the next 10 years, would you like to intervene on me and suggest what that might be? In this case, I'll take that.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As my honourable friend, the UK government has set the most ambitious climate change target to reduce emissions by 78% by 2035. Wouldn't it be ridiculous if ARIA then pursued something that undid that good work?
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for that intervention. And absolutely, the UK, as she says, the UK has set the most ambitious climate change targets. But the Committee on Climate Change have said that the government are currently on course to miss the manifesto commitments of, for example, of achieving net zero by 2050. This amendment is aims to support the government in those in achievement. And I will now look to make some significant progress in my comments, so I won't take any more interventions for a while. But just to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the lack of mission is a concern shared by many. The renowned economist Mariana Mazzucato, who during the evidence sessions suggested achieving net zero should be ARIA's mission. The Secretary of State himself said that ARIA needs a laser-like focus, but failed to provide it. The Institute of Physics said that a clear mission is essential, and the chair of the Science and Technology Committee raised concerns about ARIA's lack of focus and purpose. And the President of the Royal Society said that if you're aiming for 800 million pounds is not a large sum of money, so if we have a plethora of munitions, then I think we are going to go wrong. ARIA has to have focus of mission and a commitment to the model over the long term. And just finally on this amendment, as my honourable friend, the member for Brent Central said, climate change this is a critical moment for our planet and our country. We should be leading by example, bringing forward a comprehensive, fair and credible plan with the policies and investment to deliver on our legally binding targets. Science can play a central role in solving the problems presented by the climate emergency and develop solutions to accelerate the UK's progress towards net zero. And we can harness the UK science and research to address this great challenge. This is an opportunity for the government to establish a mission-led funding agency that can benefit us all. But with no mission and the whole realm of science to choose from, the risk is that ARIA will be directionless, provide no societal return for taxpayer investment, or prey to vanity projects. Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour's Amendment 13 addresses another hole in this bill. During and since the general election, there's been significant discussion about the importance of ensuring that our whole country benefits from economic prosperity and from the transformational impact of science and research. This amendment presents the government with the opportunity to take this so-called levelling up agenda beyond warm words and bungs to Conservative MPs and set the foundations for long-term regional prosperity. ARIA's funding is between 1% and 2% of the UK's science spend, yet it is expected to have, indeed required, to have a transformational impact on all our lives. If that impact is going to be transformational, surely it should be equitable. Or is ARIA to make us less, yet more unequal as a nation? Certainly, the current economic inequalities between nations and regions are exacerbated by regional imbalances in R&D spend, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year, the Innovation Foundation, Nesta, calculated it would require £4 billion each year to bring per capita spending in the North East, Yorkshire, Wales, Northern Ireland and the North West on science up to the level of that seen in the South East, East and London, and that equalising spending across nations and regions in this way would leverage a further £12 billion from the private sector. So we have a we would leverage a further £8 billion from the private sector, giving a £12 billion deficit in science spend for our nations and regions. And yet this bill doesn't take any action to stop ARIA making the same mistakes. In fact, it doesn't even want to measure spend across our regions and nations. No wonder Nesta characterises this government's public R&D spend as currently acting as an anti-regional policy. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we believe that science and research can be the engines of progress for our society, but it needs to be for and by everyone, not just for the few. So Amendment 13 simply requires reporting so that the government can measure the impact ARIA is having on the very important desire to reduce regional inequalities in our country. Currently, the bill does not even mention devolved nations and does not outline any reflection of the geographical realities of the United Kingdom. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to our final amendment 4, it makes ARIA 14 makes ARIA subject to the Freedom of Information Act 2000 and the Public Contract Regulations 2015. We want ARIA to deliver greater oversight. We want to deliver greater oversight of ARIA and greater accountability for government in order to increase public confidence, particularly at this time when this government are in the midst of multiple cronyism scandals. We do not believe that ARIA's current blanket exemption from the Freedom of Information Act and the Public Contracts Regulations can be justified. £800 million of public money will be spent by ARIA. We've heard that ARIA needs to fail, but without transparency and accountability, the public will not have confidence in what it is doing or the reasons for those failures. And we believe ARIA would provide the government with a side door to sleaze in science. So I would hope that the Minister can explain what is the appropriate oversight for procurement of research if she is intending to exempt ARIA from existing procurement regulations. And we've heard that DARPA is subject to FOI requests, and the Freedom of Information, the Campaign for Freedom of Information have said that ARIA will spend hundreds of millions of taxpayers' money on high-risk projects, but the government apparently wants it to be less accountable to the public than parish councils, which are subject to freedom of information. The government has a track record of cronyism, and accepting our amendment will help it to change course. Madam Deputy Speaker, to bring my contribution to a close, I want to make it clear that Labour wants ARIA to be a success, and we support its creation. We believe that science is an engine of progress and that ARIA can accelerate that progress. But we also believe that the bill in its current form does not provide the optimal conditions for ARIA to work. Without our key amendments, the agency risks losing its way. So I hope that our amendments will receive support across the House. These are not partisan issues. These are issues rooted in an unwavering belief in science and democracy. Thank you.
Order. Whilst we do have a number of people who have withdrawn from this debate, there are still a fair number of speakers, and that means that if everybody could be about 6 minutes, we'd be able to get everybody in. But we need to think of each other in conducting the debate. So, numbers 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 have withdrawn. So we now go to Layla Moran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a physics graduate and MP for Oxford West and Abingdon, a constituency proudly at the heart of this country's scientific innovation, I welcome much of what ARIA hopes to achieve. Time and time again, the lack of funding for genuinely high-risk, high-reward science is a common refrain in conversations I have with scientists I meet. And so on the face of it, ARIA is a good idea. Nevertheless, the Liberal Democrats have concerns about this bill, and I'll quickly raise just two. The first is we are very concerned about the Secretary of State's unchecked powers to choose who leads this highly independent agency. And on top of this, it was recently revealed that the government's intention is to exempt ARIA from freedom of information legislation. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, transparency is at the core of good science, as it should be for good politics too. And if we want this organisation to succeed, then the public should have faith in how their taxpayers' money is spent. So that's why Liberal Democrats have proposed a strong accountability mechanism in Amendment 11. which gives the Science and Technology Select Committee the power to approve nominees for the position of Chair and CEO. And second, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is beyond disappointing that the government has failed to use ARIA's potential to tackle the climate emergency. And so in new clause 3, we have ensured that ARIA's research wouldn't lead to any increase in the UK's carbon emissions. Moreover, a quarter of its annual budget would be directed specifically to the development of green technologies. And finally, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, transparency and climate emergency are two of the very many important aspects missing from this bill, ones that we seek to fix. This new agency has great potential. Let's not mess it up now.
Thank you. Number 10 is withdrawn. Number 11, not here. 12 withdrawn, 13 withdrawn. So we go straight to Richard Fuller.
Wow. Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. There was an early surprise to be called, but nevertheless very, very welcome. And I was not on the committee, which I know will be a sadness to all members of that committee. But for me, particular sadness because for the future for our country and for most developed countries, the way in which we nurture and promote innovation is absolutely crucial. So although this is a small bill, and it's generally one that has got wide across the House support, it is something that I think is really rather important that we get right, and so important that today we debate some of the issues that perhaps the committee weren't able to reach a full conclusion on. But innovation is crucial for our success, and I would hope the Minister and the Department would move on from the fact that we have innovation, also then to look at ways in which we can promote the implementation of innovation, particularly through the removal of barriers and the promotion of competition, so that we can see the future, the fruits of this investment in actual, tangible economic and other social success for our country. I looked through the amendments, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we grouped them really into three areas, it seems, that were not fully resolved at committee. The first is the extent of oversight. Second was the issue of purpose or mission. And the third issue was about appointments. And on the issue of oversight, I would just say that it seems to me that although each of those steps might be worthy, each of those are also an impediment. And if there's one driving value that I would hope we would have with this particular bill at this stage, is to have the courage to enable this new and additional form of innovation investing, to have the freedom to grow, to do what it wishes to do. If at some point in the future we find that it has gone off the rails somewhat beyond what we know, then perhaps it is useful for us to put more bureaucratic layers on top of it, but certainly not from the outset. Because if we do that from the outset, essentially we are killing the idea in its entirety. It's so easy for us here, Madam Deputy, to say, we really believe in this, but we'd like this, and but we would like that, and but we would like that. And it's quite natural as protectors of the taxpayers' money, which used to be a role of this House, but sadly one that's been lacking for about 40 years, that we would want to take that responsibility seriously and thoroughly. But I think in this bill we have to accept, if we're going to make that step, we have to give the trust to that group. And I'd be interested in other members, particularly the Honourable Gentleman who will be speaking after me, with his long experience, about whether this is the right step we will do. And I'll come back to that on the point of appointments later. To the issue of purpose, the opposition spokesman from the Labour Party, front spokesperson, who I know has a strong and real passion in science, and I've listened to her over a number of years speak up for science, so I know her meaning is right, has proposed an amendment that says that the core mission should be about the climate change, goals. And the Honourable spokesman for Aberdeen South, who opened the debate, similarly said that we should focus on the environment. Now, I think it's important to say, well, what impact would this have if we made that this focus? In terms of ESG, so environmental social governance assets in the world, we currently have $30 trillion worth of assets in this area. This bill is proposing to add a flow of approximately $1 billion a year, or 1 in 30,000 of the assets that are already there. In terms of where monies are flowing in this year in ESG, so this year's flow in the private sector, it's about $130 to $140 billion. So if we were to make this the core mission, we would essentially be tossing $800 million on top of an enormous pile of assets that are already there, an enormous additional inflow this year that's all been done at. And by its very nature, we're doing the thing that we're not supposed to be asking ARPA to do, which is essentially to do what everybody else is doing. The whole purpose of ARPA is to do those things that other people are not doing. And I feel that it is mistaken to try and say, this is a really important mission, aren't you terrible for not saying we should focus on it? Rather than saying there are other missions, there's a bigger mission out there, which perhaps we as politicians don't have the insight to understand, which is the whole purpose why we're setting up ARPA, because our bureaucratic fingers and our tiny political minds just aren't able to think of those things. And I think that is something that is worthwhile us considering, and the reason why I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, the member of South Basildon, to say that we shouldn't have the mission. And the opposition spokesperson, who I do count as a friend, she said at one point that the Secretary of State should said that RA should have a laser-like focus, but then he failed to provide it. And the honourable lady opposite thought that was a criticism. I thought it was exactly the point. Exactly the point, which is it is not for the Secretary of State to tell ARPA, this is what you shall do. We've got lots of other things that do that. We've got the UKRI, we've got the remnants of an industrial strategy, which, whether we like it or not, is still shaping a lot of what government is doing. And I think, therefore, I would say to those members opposite who are asking for us to have to say that ARPA should have a mission, really to say, do they really believe in ARPA that is different? Or do they really want ARPA to be something which they can continue to put the same sort of controls over as they have over other aspects of UKRI and other funding? And I look forward, Madam Deputy Speaker, to listening, particularly, say, to the Honourable Gentleman who's going to follow me, who has more experience than me on these matters. Thank you.
Graham Stringer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I do generally agree with the Honourable Gentleman's comments. But before I get on to the core of the bill, I'd just like to pick up 2 or 3 points from the debate. The first point for the Honourable Member for South Basildon and East Thurrock, I think that's right, was happy to serve on the Science and Technology Committee with him and under his chairmanship. He won't be surprised to hear me not quibble, but disagree with his interpretation of the Haldane principle. We talked about it many times. The Haldane principle does not stop, prohibit, and never did from when Haldane proposed it at the end of the First World War, politicians saying we should prioritise health over defence or defence over transport or anything else. It is to stop politicians interfering in the detailed technical decision about who is the best person to do that research. And when we get on to the core mission of ARIA, I would want politicians to do some of that, but not all of it. Unfortunately, the Honourable Member, I think, from Aberdeen South, the SNP representative, isn't in his place at the present time, but I think it is absolutely extraordinary that he praised the Barnett formula in aid of regional levelling up. I used to travel on the train from Manchester to London almost every week with Joel Barnett, and Joel Barnett regretted almost more than anything else he had done in his political career, the Barnett formula, because without getting into a debate on that, he understood that it meant that people in Glasgow got more public subsidy than people, or more public support than people in Manchester or Birmingham in very similar situations. I think the final point I would make is about, on priorities. People have talked about climate change being the top priority. As far as I've noticed, politicians are notorious for having lots and lots of top priorities, but over the last 15 months, I think the top priority has been dealing with COVID and the coronavirus. And incidentally, after 25 COPs, the only thing that has had any impact in the steady increase of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has been COVID. and the response of COVID, which is not the creation of more carbon dioxide. It's reduced it for the first time since people started talking about it, essentially. On to the core issue of ARIA and the points that has been made. Now that New Clause 4 has been taken off the agenda, this is a much less controversial debate than it otherwise would have been, Madam Deputy Speaker. But it doesn't mean to say that it's not difficult. As the Honourable Gentleman said, who spoke before me, that we may not need a mission statement. I go somewhere along that path with him, because when one looks both at the practical evidence from what happened with ARPA and DARPA in the United States, where given, certainly at the start of the process, when the Americans got frightened when the Sputnik satellite went up, almost complete freedom and a lot of money led to the development of part of the internet. I suppose many people won't know, but some of the messenger RNA work that has led to vaccines now came out of the ARPA process, as did drones and many other things. And some of that was to do with they weren't given a mission statement that said develop messenger RNA. It was because they were looking for problems to solve and to make the United States a more secure society. So they had the most general statements. And when you look at UKRI and how it has done, excellent in many ways, but it has lots of accountability systems. The person who put forward the original idea for doing work on quantum computers, not the original idea, stated in the evidence to the committee that he wouldn't get through the process now. There are lots and lots of questions that are asked, some of them ridiculous. Several Science and Technology committees ago, Professor Brian Cox came along to the committee, and we were talking about impact assessments, that every research project has to state how much impact they will have on society of the work. He said, I have no idea how to answer that question, and nor do my colleagues. The normal metrics are about citations, numbers of papers. Even when I was a scientist a long time ago, I used to see chemists just churning out papers, sometimes on ridiculous things. There are only slight variations, just so they could say, we got out 10 papers this year. That is not really a good way to do science. So if we compare the complete freedom process with the rather bureaucratic system, which isn't delivering, it's delivering good science. We win Nobel Prizes in this country, but it isn't pushing back the frontiers of science as quickly as we might like them to be pushed back, then I think having an organisation with a great deal of freedom is very important. Now, where I do slightly differ from the Honourable Gentleman, and the Science and Technology Committee differed when we made two recommendations in the report that we did in February, both of which effectively said there should be a client side to the organisation. One of the reasons for having a client side is not to stifle innovation. It is partly useful, because if you have a client, not to tell scientists what to look, not to stop them looking for completely new questions, but if they develop something, one of the problems with all the different ARPAs that there are in the United States is that they find it difficult to get product to market because they haven't got a client, whereas DARPA, which has the Defence Department as a client, can take many of the innovations, many of the inventions and develop them straight away. So there is another side to the total freedom. And I suppose, like most politicians, we want the best of all possible worlds. So the area I would like would have health. That's the amendment that I moved as Department of Health as a client department. It could be another thing, but I think that what we've been through over the last 15 months means that health almost speaks for itself. But it should also have freedom to find problems that nobody else has thought of. Nobody in this chamber has thought of. Many scientists will not have thought of. And the most important thing, and I think Dominic Cummings, when he came to the committee, in really less controversial terms than the last time he came to the joint committees, and was talking in detail about how science develops. So something really interesting, I suspect is true, that finding somebody who can chair a body like this is more difficult than finding Nobel Prize winners or people who are likely to win field medals. And that is what will make this organisation successful or not. Somebody who is bright enough, clever enough to understand questions that haven't been asked before. So, will that lead to cronyism? When we asked the current chair of UKRI, she was very clear that there are very few people in this world. You could probably sit down who could do this job. You could probably sit down and write them. Am I worried about cronyism? No. I'm worried about not getting the right person, because does anybody ever think what networking means? At the top of science, the best scientists, the people who get the grants and the funding, they are basically the great and the good, and they're really well networked. If you're Einstein, who can't get a job in science, you're working in a patent office or whatever the 21st century equivalent would be of working in a patent office, you can't get into the cronyism, because it is those elites around our top universities that are excellent who actually swallow up all the funding and exclude, in many cases, the young and brightest scientists. So I'm not worried about cronyism. I am worried about this body not getting the freedom it should get. If you look at Schedule 2, Section 2, you see that basically the Secretary of State is keeping control. What makes this bill difficult? All politicians who vote to raise taxes want to control public money. It's in our nature, it's right, it's part of the democratic process. No taxation without representation. They're fundamental issues in a democratic society. So to say, go off with £800 million and do your own thing is difficult. But the evidence from the states is that that is the best way to push forward the frontiers of science. So I worry about this bill. There is too much, not too little control in it, and it might stifle the initiative. And I will just use one final example about initiatives. When the Vaccine Task Force was set up and we invited them along to the Science and Technology Committee, I was not impressed. Somebody appointed without proper process. But the woman did an extraordinarily good job, and she is now getting on it. So I think sometimes in an emergency, risks were taken. It worked a lot less well in the test and trace system. But sometimes you have to take risks. If you understand the way scientific advances have been pushed forward, then freedom as opposed to bureaucracy tends to work.
Number 16 is withdrawn, so Kirsty Blackman. Speaker, I rise as one of the people that was on the Bill Committee, so put forward various amendments during that phase as well, a number of which we've carried forward and again laid during this reading. I was very interested in a number of the things that were said.
on the mission, on the purpose, on what ARIA is supposed to be about, all that we have in the bill itself is that it says, in exercising its functions, ARIA must have regard to the desirability of doing so for the benefit of the United Kingdom through economic growth, scientific innovation and improving quality of life. It must have regard to the desirability of doing so for the benefit of the United Kingdom. So it doesn't even have to do things for the benefit of the United Kingdom. It's not even written in there. So when the former chair of the Science and Technology Committee was talking about high risk, high reward, I understand where he's coming from, but I don't know what that reward means. I don't know what it looks like. The reward is not identified in any way. I'm quite happy for there to be a high reward, but I would like some idea of what that reward's supposed to be so that we can measure it against whether or not it's successful when we come forward. Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't know the answer to that question, if I'm honest, what that reward will be. But it might be the next internet, it might be GPS, it might be, as we've heard from the previous speaker, the mRNA technology. We don't know, but what we do know is that if you give scientists the ability to explore an area, to fail, to report back, some of those will stick and some of those could become massive new industries of the future. The challenge, and I accept this, is then to keep those industries and that technology here in the UK spread all over the country to all our benefits.
And what we are doing is just what he suggested, is pointing scientists in a direction saying, please could you do something about climate change, please could you do something about our commitment to net zero and our journey to net zero, and then letting them go. So it's not about restricting them to exactly what... And one of the things that's bothered me throughout this is that most people seem to think that all of this agency is going to do is invent widgets. Now, science is not all about making things. It's not all about that. Thinking about climate change, one of the biggest things that we need to do in order to tackle the issue of climate change is to convince every single person to change the way that they live, is to convince every single person to make changes so that we can reach those targets. Now, we're not going to be able to do that without scientific research into how people work and what changes they will make. That's not about creating widgets. That's about making sure that we are on the right track and that we are making the right changes for people to be able to do those in their lives in order that we can have move towards net zero. So, you know, I think restricting ARIA to dealing with the most important challenge in our lifetimes is not too much of a restriction. I think there's a huge, wide thing there. And also, one of the things that really concerns me about progress to net zero is that there's an awful lot of folk are going to be left behind. There's an awful lot of these things that are being made that are going to be sold. Yeah, great, that's going to make a lot of difference to the lives of people who've already got money. People that have currently got nothing are going to find it even more difficult if we approach climate change with a stick method and require these people to make changes or require them to pay more for their energy when they've already got very, very little money. Those are the challenges I would like to see ARIA tackling so that none of our constituents are left behind when we're moving to net zero. On that, I actually wrote to the Chancellor last week after meeting with Aberdeen Climate Action about net zero organisations, and the Lib Dem amendment here suggesting that ARIA should be net zero in every year. I think that ARIA absolutely should be net zero in every year. That was one of the amendments we moved during committee, because we should be saying anything new that is started should be not adding to our carbon, the stuff that's coming out. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be adding to it. It should be reducing it at or leaving it neutral at the very least. And it is not. The government was not willing to accept that amendment in committee. I'm glad that the Lib Dems actually did put it forward, because it is so important. It's so important that we are, if we're saying that we're going to be leaders in this, if we're saying that we're going to make a difference, new organisations like ARIA should be net zero from the very beginning, and we should be committing to that, because if we're going to be net zero by 2050, everybody is going to have to make a contribution to that, and ARIA is included in that. Thinking about the scrutiny, I disagreed with quite a lot of what the member from Blackley and Brofton said, I'm afraid. But the point that my honourable friend was making about the Barnett formula was not that the Barnett formula is the best thing since sliced bread. It was the fact that we have got the rules that we have got. The rules are that there is the Barnett formula, it does exist, and we have been screwed over with regards to the Barnett formula a number of times in recent years, and we do not want that to happen in this case, because if you're going to have rules that we have to follow, we'd rather be an independent country, we'd rather not have the Barnett formula because we like to be independent, but if you're going to have those rules and the government doesn't stick to them, then there is a major element of unfairness there, so we're asking for them to stick to their own rules in this regard. We've seen it with legislative consent motions in recent times. They've completely ignored what the Scottish Parliament and the Welsh Parliament have said in that regard, and they're not sticking to their rules, so we're just trying to get them to live up to that trust that they're expecting us to have in them around that. Around scrutiny and around public documents, public procurement and FOI, I was really pleased that during the debates in the Bill Committee that the Minister confirmed that during the estimates process, ARIA will have a discrete line in the supply estimates, so we will at least be able to see in any given year how much money ARIA has. And I'm not disagreeing that ARIA should have the ability to fail. I think that's incredibly important that it does, but we need to be able to have scrutiny of the money that is being spent. We need to be able to have scrutiny of the money that we are agreeing as a House to spend on this. And so I'm very glad that the Minister confirmed that. And just the very last thing that I want to say is I am hugely concerned about the Einsteins, about those people that work in patent offices and who have not been able to gain those grants. I don't think ARIA is going to fix that. I think there is still going to be that issue of if you are networked, if you are a white man in research, you are much more likely to be able to get those research grants than if you are a woman or a person of colour. But that is still going to be an issue. Unfortunately, with the lack of ability that we have to FOI, with the lack of ability that we have to scrutinise some of ARIA, we can't see what is going on with that. We cannot see whether ARIA is further entrenching the inequality that we currently have in science and technology and academia, or whether it is actually doing a good positive job towards breaking down those barriers, towards ensuring that people who live in the most deprived communities in Scotland are given the opportunity because they've got the best possible ideas, rather than because they've got the best possible friends. And I think it's hugely important that we have more scrutiny, and that's why we put forward the cronyism amendment, and that's why we put forward the amendments about us as houses approving both the chair and the CEO, because those rules will be so important, and because we are so excluded from the scrutiny process in relation to ARIA.
Number 18 is withdrawn, so Andy Slaughter.
Deputy Speaker, I just wish to speak in support of Amendments 14 and 8 in relation to the bringing ARIA within the scope of the Freedom of Information Act. It seems extraordinary to me that there is an exclusion for a body of this kind, although, to be honest, having a long-standing interest in freedom of information for government, it's not exclusive to this government, the government ministers to look to exempt, on one or other spurious reasons, bodies from that piece of legislation. It's not that unusual. I worked closely with the Campaign for Freedom of Information. 3 years ago, I introduced unsuccessfully a bill to bring the third of public sector expenditure, which is carried out by private contractors, within the scope of the Act. That has gained some currency recently with the what we've already heard about in this debate, which is the upsurge of cronyism, the scandals over test and trace, the employment of huge numbers of consultants on inflated salaries. But this bill is equally subject to some of the same concerns and rings the same alarm bells. When we hear about high-risk, high-reward research, when we hear about ARIA being allowed to fail, I've got nothing wrong with those as functions, but there has to be transparency, and frankly, it's more likely to lead to better decision-making to do that in the public eye rather than hidden away. The parallel body which we've heard about, DARPA in the USA, has had some scandals and some ethics violations which have been brought to light because that body is subject to the equivalent Freedom of Information Act legislation in that country. So I believe that it's the right thing to do, and I also believe it's in the interests of good research and good use of public money that we do that. And if you look, if one looks at the excuses that are given, and they're the usual sort of excuses that are pulled out at this stage, that this is a small cutting-edge body, that it will be too burdensome to impose freedom of information upon. Well, leaving aside whether a body given £800 million of public money is indeed a small body, we've heard from my front bench colleagues that parish councils are subject to freedom of information, so are dentists, so are internal drainage boards. I'm not quite sure what an internal drainage board is. It sounds quite painful, actually, but I doubt whether it gets. Member for Cambridge wants to intervene on me on the internal drainage boards, but I think that might take us off the subject, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I doubt, he'll correct me if I'm wrong, they get £800 million of public money. Now, this is just nonsense, I'm afraid. The idea that ARIA will not have back office, won't have back office functions, or that it has to have its status as the cutting edge of a science superpower. So I'm not making these phrases up. The ministers use these phrases. Will somehow be hampered by making it subject to the Freedom of Information Act. It's fanciful. The Science and Technology Committee did indeed say that there was a danger of bureaucracy and an ARIA being stifled in that way, but not by freedom of information requests from the public and other interested parties, but by micromanagement by government, and that sounds far more likely and realistic in that way. I mentioned a moment ago that the US body, Defence Advanced Research Projects Agency, that's subject to FOI. That has a considerably higher, as one would expect, budget, and yet it gets about 50 Freedom of Information Act requests a year. Comparisons have been made with the UK Research and Innovation, which again is a much larger, bringing together many different bodies in the sector. That also, I think that has about 20 requests per calendar month. There's no expectation that ARIA is going to be swamped in any way by Freedom of Information Act requests. But where they are appropriate, they are telling and essential, and they can bring important facts to light. So 2 final points, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister will correct me if I'm wrong, but I can't see that ARIA will not be subject to environmental information regulations, which is a parallel regime of discovery, and that seems to be entirely anomalous, that one should be in and one should be out. It may be that, of course, we would be breaching our House Convention obligations. It doesn't seem to bother this government to breach international treaties from time to time, but I'm not sure what the explanation is otherwise. But it is in the public interest for freedom of information to be exercised where it possibly can. It's certainly possible here, and I've given, I hope, some reasons why it's entirely appropriate here. Successive governments, since the Act, there was very good action by the Labour government to bring that into force, but it's not only Conservative ministers who have railed against it since. But where there have been independent investigations, such as the Burns Commission, which was widely perceived as the Conservative government trying to do a hatchet job on the Act, that body found that the Act was working well. The Justice Select Committee, a fine body of men and women, also found in its inquiry that the Act was working well. The Supreme Court has spoken very strongly in favour. What the Supreme Court said is there's a strong public interest in the press and the general public having the right, subject to appropriate safeguards, to require public authorities to provide information about their activities. That's right, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's right, particularly right, that it applies to ARIA and to this body, and I hope, even at this late stage, that the government will think again about its rather misguided steps here.
Yeah. Number 20 is withdrawn, so Kate Osborne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The UK has a long and proud tradition in science and innovation, and nowhere has this been seen more clearly than the success of the NHS vaccine rollout. And it's because of our existing science and technology infrastructure that we've seen vaccines being both successfully produced and rolled out in the UK, and further afield indeed. And it is British vaccines developed across the regions, including in my own region of the North East, that is allowing us to return to some form of normality. And it's shown us all the incredible benefits that cutting-edge science and technology can provide, which means that any further investment in long-term, high-ambition research and development is, of course, very welcome. However, the current proposals for ARIA within this bill do not provide it with a clear purpose or mission. I believe that a clear mission of ARIA must be to offer a societal return for taxpayer investment. And this bill is an opportunity for the government to establish a mission-led funding agency that can benefit everyone in every part of the country. An ARIA must not be used to pursue vanity projects that offer no return for the public. As it currently stands, and as highlighted by my right honourable friend, the member for Newcastle Centre, and other members across the House, this bill has a lack of direction, strategy and accountability. And the government could set a clear direction and use ARIA to address the greatest challenge we face in the shape of climate and environmental emergency. Fighting the climate emergency should be ARIA's mission within the broad objective of achieving a net zero economy. And I certainly don't think that I or others on this side of the House certainly should be apologising for proposing that we focus on the biggest single issue facing us and our future generations. Madam Deputy Speaker, last month the Secretary of State told the Science and Technology Committee that the government want ARIA to reflect the wide talent and geographical spread of the UK. But there is nothing in this bill that ensures that that will happen. In the Queen's speech earlier this year, the plans for an industrial strategy were conspicuously absent. We know that research and development can be a key driver in building the economy of tomorrow and creating new jobs as others are overtaken by automation. If this government is serious about levelling up and unlocking potential, then it must start to get serious about its industrial strategy and use ARIA as an effective tool to deliver high-skilled, high-paying, unionised jobs in every region. I'm also concerned that ARIA will escape scrutiny as it will not be subject to the same transparency rules as other public sector funded bodies. We know that ARIA is broadly modelled on the US Defence's Defence Advanced Research Projects Agency, but unlike its US counterpart, as already mentioned by my honourable friend here, ARIA will have a blanket FOI exemption. How can the government justify this when they're currently in the midst of a cronyism scandal, which I am worried about, and I share the concerns of my honourable friend for Hammersmith and other members. Transparency must be at the heart of ARIA because taxpayers have the right to know how 800 million of their money is being invested. Overall, ARIA will not be put to good use if its purpose remains unfocused. If ARIA is to succeed, it must have a well-defined mission which the government must play a key role in setting. Madam Deputy Speaker, I had prepared further comments around the foreign aid budget, but I will leave my contribution there for now. Thank you.
Number 22 is withdrawn, so Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think the general concept behind this bill is a welcome one in support for ambitious research where the real-world application is not always clear. It could bring massive economic benefits if successfully applied, not least to my own constituency and its world-leading institutions in Midlothian. The Midlothian Science Zone is at the cutting edge of global research across many disciplines, particularly in the fields of animal health, human health, agri-tech and the related technologies. And the ideas behind ARIA will be especially welcome to the world-renowned Roslin Institute, for whom blue sky research funding could For instance, allow them to investigate how to integrate transformation of the food system can contribute to solving global hunger and climate change, and develop a preparedness for potential future pandemics. These are just a few of the positive, real-world impacts that the principle behind this bill could bring about, but principle can often fall victim to lack of clarity and purpose. During the debate at the second reading, I raised concerns about the lack of clarity and focus for this bill. The efforts and this effects could have in the bill to meet its aims in the future. Given that we're talking about public money, it would be wise to signal to the public exactly what ARIA is setting out to do, a guiding aim that acts as a body's ruler and sets the general course of travel. This isn't controversial, it reflects best practice elsewhere in the globe. We know that DAPRA, the US defence research body that inspired this model, has a mission focus. Likewise, Horizon Europe and the Scottish Investment Bank also have mission focus, namely to reduce inequalities and tackle climate change. So why is the government so content for the UK model to be an outlier to these other schemes? And while it's disappointing that the government has taken no steps to address this lack of purpose, the legwork has thankfully been done by members on this side of the chamber, and I welcome the amendments laid by my honourable friends, the Dream Team from Aberdeen North and Aberdeen South. They set out ARIA primary mission in supporting the development of technologies and research that further the UK's transition to net zero or to reduce harmful effects of climate change. But we have to ask why the government remains so insistent on giving ARIA an unspecified remit as possible, in the face of best practice everywhere else. The answer perhaps lies in the clauses related to the planning, oversight and governance of the new agency. It's hard not to feel like I'm watching something of a history repeating itself when I read that ARIA would be exempt from freedom of information and public contract regulations, especially given the current government's woeful record on accountability and transparency. In setting up the new funding body, especially for high-risk funding like this, surely it's imperative that the safeguards are built in to protect the risk from corruption. There's an urgent need for more, not less, oversight of public spending decisions. But we've been here before. We're all very well versed in the government's rebuttal that speed and efficiency are the necessities for less scrutiny. And it looks like similar lines are being trotted out for this bill. Ministers are saying that exemptions would reduce bureaucracy for ARIA, and bureaucracy looks increasingly to be the convenient byword for bypassing of scrutiny by this government. The government, which I might add, has dramatically increased the damaging bureaucracy for international businesses and academia since leaving the EU. So it's important to remind ourselves that speed and scrutiny are not mutually exclusive. If the government is willing to think creatively, I set out one model for balancing the two in my Ministerial Interests Emergency Powers Bill in the last term of Parliament, and was devastated when it failed to secure a second reading date. But there is an amendment on the order paper today. Amendment 2, again in the names of my honourable friends, member for Aberdeen North and Aberdeen South, would allow for parliamentary scrutiny for any contracts awarded by ARIA to a person connected to a member of the government. This doesn't increase bureaucracy for ARIA, nor does it hinder efficiency, as the parliamentary scrutiny would be retrospective. To me, this is a no-brainer, an amendment that increases scrutiny powers of members in this place to keep ministerial decision-making in check and ensures that the grants are truly going to the best projects. So I would urge members to back this amendment, since I've said it many times before, if there's nothing to hide, there can be surely nothing to fear. And a refusal to back it would surely set alarm bells ringing amongst the research community and anti-corruption organisations alike, and send the signal that this is the same old crony Tory government, reducing ideas for world-changing good into slush funds for pals or donors. So to draw to a close, Madam Deputy Speaker, the benefits of having a body dedicated to high-risk research funding are clear, but to actually get it, we need to give it a guiding focus, so that outcomes benefit all of society and the world, not just ministers' mates. And we need to strengthen, not weaken, mechanisms for scrutiny in the knowledge that ARIA's effectiveness will not be weakened but strengthened, and by giving this place more power to understand decisions taken on funding allocated. Strength comes in openness, and I hope that the members will make ARIA as strong as it ought to be by backing amendments mentioned here tonight.
Number 24, 25, 26 have withdrawn, so we go to Daniel Zeitner.
Deputy Speaker, and when I saw the list of speakers this morning, I thought I'd keep my comments brief, and perhaps unusually I'll stick to that. Absolutely. I was happy to be a member of the Bill Committee, and it was, I thought, a very constructive, good-humoured set of discussions, many of which have been echoed in the debate so far this evening. But one thing that particularly struck me was the quality of the evidence that the witnesses gave. And I suppose I have a question for the Minister, which is that if she, like me, was so impressed by what we were able to learn, particularly from the representatives from DARPA, what has she learned from it, and what changes does she think could be made to the bill to reflect that wisdom that was imparted from those witnesses? I'd like to address Amendment 12 particularly. I speak in support of all the opposition amendments. But on Amendment 12, and it's been touched on already, about the need for a mission. And I was very struck by the outline of the Haldane Principle of my good friend, the Honourable Member for Blackley and Broughton. He's absolutely right that there is no need for government to get involved in the detail, but equally there's also no obligation to withdraw from having a general sense of what it is that we're trying to do. And I think it's the key issue here as to whether you just say, we're just not going to have a view on what it's going to do, or whether you are actually going to have some sense of where you might go. And I have to say, I spent much of last week reading Professor Dieter Helm's book on net zero, which I commend to people. He's quite influential on the government, I think, but actually it's pretty depressing reading in terms of where we are at achieving net zero. It really, really is. We're nowhere near doing what's needed. And one of the key areas is science, innovation and research. So it seems to me, when you put these things together, it is not unreasonable to suggest that the great challenge of our times, which really is what we do about the climate crisis, it would not be unreasonable to put our great scientific minds to work on that. And I'm fortunate to chair the all-party group on life sciences, and I was chairing a meeting this afternoon. Now, one of the questions I put to them was, why was it you were so successful in tackling the vaccines crisis? And it was because they worked in a different way with a mission and a purpose. And I think exactly the same thing would happen if we set our great scientific minds to work on this great challenge of our times. So I would say Amendment 12, as well as the other amendments, important to support. What a difference it could make. And what a political opportunity for the government as we head towards the G7 this week and COP26. Because unless something like this is adopted, frankly, we're not going to get to where we need to get to.
Number 28, 29 and 30 have withdrawn, so we go to Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And yes, it is a surprisingly fast debate tonight, which is very good. But I'm very grateful to be able to speak in this important debate and to say a few words on behalf of the people of Newport West, and also to commend that the level of debate tonight has been really high. And I've learnt a lot, so it's really impressive. Thank you very much. But like other colleagues on this side of the House, I do welcome the creation of ARIA. And the UK does have a proud tradition in science and innovation. But Labour has long called for further investment in long-term, high-ambition research and development. I join honourable members on this side of the House who have raised concerns about the bill in its current form. Most concerningly, the government's proposals for the agency do not provide it with a clear purpose or mission. For the new agency to succeed, it must be given a well-defined mission, and ministers must play a role in setting that mission. And in setting that mission, the creation of ARIA, which will only account for a fraction of the overall science spending, must not serve as a distraction from this country's wider research and development priorities. It is a matter of regret, but alas, no surprise, that this 11-year-old Tory government is reportedly on course to miss their target of 2.4% of GDP spend on R&D by 2027. And they failed to provide the support needed to make medical research charities. They failed to give the support needed to medical research charities during the pandemic, forcing them to make sweeping cuts. I also say to the Minister that we need real clarity on how the devolved administrations will be engaged with and supported to ensure people across the whole United Kingdom are able to benefit in the months and years ahead. Labour's front bench amendment on mission, which has a very welcome focus on net zero, and as a Shadow Environment Minister, I welcome this very strongly indeed, But the greatest challenge we face as a country and as a planet is the climate and the environment emergency. So I applaud the Shadow Minister for proposing that the fight to preserve our planet and protect our environment be the new agency's mission for the first 10 years. Thank you. Achieving net zero offers a broad mission, and ARIA's new CEO will have plenty of discretion in choosing which aspects of the climate and environmental emergency to address. On oversight and accountability, has already been mentioned, it is important that the people know what is happening, how and when. By making ARIA subject to the Freedom of Information Act 2000 and the Public Contract Regulations 2015, we are drawing open the curtains and shining a light where it is absolutely necessary. On regional and national empowerment, as I indicated, I want my constituents in Newport West to benefit as much as those living in Scotland, England and Northern Ireland. As such, it's vital that the Minister support this amendment that would require the agency to have regard for the benefits of its activities across the nations and regions of our United Kingdom. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am in the privileged position of having the Intellectual Property Office located in my constituency, and I am proud to stand up and shout on behalf of the next up-and-coming Einstein and ensure they can work on a level playing field. This bill may be small, but it is important and we must get it right now. I turn to the amendment in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield. He has a long track record on fighting for the rights of the poorest in our world, and I commend him and his many honourable and right honourable friends, notably the former Prime Minister, for standing up and doing the right thing. Madam Deputy Speaker, so many colleagues from across the House have spoken eloquently in this debate about who we are as a nation and the values that drive what we do and when we do it. And whilst I would never question a ruling by Mr Speaker, of course, I do want to place on record that I regret the fact that the amendment wasn't selected this afternoon. But I am really pleased that the Right Honourable Gentleman has secured his debate tomorrow, and I look forward to the outcome of that debate. So this last year has been like no other in living memory, and we have seen pain and suffering, not just here at home, but around the world. And we've sought to respond to the ravages of the coronavirus and seek to rebuild and move forward. And that's why so many of us in Newport West were outraged when the Secretary of State announced this government would be scrapping the 0.7 target. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, although I could go on at length about this, I am content to know that we have the 3-hour debate tomorrow, and therefore I will keep my powder dry until then. Thank you.
Numbers 32, 33, 34 have withdrawn, so we go to Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't think I can ever recall a time where we rushed so much and so fast through the number of speakers. But at the beginning of number 35, I said 3 minutes, but obviously it's 6 minutes, and that's what you've asked us to do, and we'll do our best indeed, and we'll keep to that. I value the opportunity to speak in this matter of utmost importance. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I also welcome the Chancellor's announcement, because I think we as a party, and I've got my instructions for tonight as the one who will do the proxy votes on behalf of my party. So I welcome the Chancellor's announcement that the UK Government would invest at least £800 million in this new agency as part of the Government's wider commitment to increase public research and development, funded by £22 billion by 24-25, and increase overall UK spending on R&D to 2.4% of GDP by 2027. I think you were very churlish, Madam Deputy Speaker, not to welcome this and say how good it is to have those figures on the record here tonight. And it's very clear to me that government has given a commitment to ensure that that this will be a success story. When I see that many of our shops are being tied up not simply by Brexit, but on the over-dependence to overseas manufacturing production, I have lamented this as we were at one time the greatest industrial nation with the greatest innovators, and I believe we can be again. And all we need to do is follow the government's policy and strategy here tonight, and then we can all benefit across this great nation. I still believe that this title is ours, and yet for us to become all we can become and needing groundbreaking blue sky projects, we must put the money in. Well, government are clearly putting the money in. And I want to ask the Minister, and the last time we hadn't much time and the Minister was unable to respond, and the question I had asked was to ensure that the R&D and this spend will benefit all of the regions. Others have referred to it, the previous speaker referred to it, and others have as well. And I want to see that Northern Ireland very clearly will be a recipient of the R&D, and that we will have some of the benefit from the whole of this project. Technology does not come cheap, but the rewards are extensive. And when I see what we have achieved with the COVID vaccine due to investment of money, it's an indicator that greatness still awaits. Government has been extremely successful in the coronavirus rollout, the vaccine rollout, and how they responded and how they benefited and helped all the companies, whether it be with the furlough or the grant scheme. And I know that many of the businesses in my constituency are here today because of government's commitment, and I want to put on record my thanks for them for that as well. I can always remember my mother, and I suppose with everybody, Madam Deputy Speaker, we all have a great affection for our mother, my mother in particular. She always said that her greatest investment was the time she invested to believe in her children, and I think it is important that we take note of those wise words. But I'm hoping that my mother will be very, very pleased with the investment she has in her 4 children. She'll be 90 if God spares her to the 14th of July. So she's had a long life, a very, very good life, and she's still, when I phone her tonight, as I did about 6 o'clock, Madam Deputy Speaker, my mother always asks me what's happening over here, and I always tell her she's really deeply interested. So we're very fortunate to have a mum, a 90-year-old, who is sound in body and mind, and still able to tell this big boy what to do when the time comes as well. And that's what your mother does. She tells you off no matter what age you are, and I'm always very conscious of that. So we must invest in our own people and in their ability. And that is why I support this bill, and why we will be voting along with government tonight. I will of course take this opportunity to press the Minister for the assurance that the investment that I referred to earlier on will take place UK-wide and allow the wonderful research and development that takes place in Northern Ireland. And we have a great scheme in Northern Ireland, and it really works well to avail of this increased support and funding. And I believe that the Minister will be happy to give that assurance, and I will be happy to hold the Minister to that assurance, and I look forward to a response. Northern Ireland is the best education system in the United Kingdom. And I thank my colleague Peter Weir, Education Minister, for the great job he has done in trying to secure our children's ongoing education through COVID. The result of this education is highly skilled young people who have so much to offer in terms of vision and goals. I meet those young people every day in my constituency of Strangford and across Northern Ireland, and we have some wonderful people. We need to encourage them, we need to make sure that they can be part of that future as well. And for my grandchildren, and indeed for everyone's grandchildren, we do this as well. And that we allow those with grant projects to take on young apprentices who learn how to take innovative apprenticeships take place in part of the UK, and it's very important that we do these things. The R&D projects to give the young graduates a place at the R&D table, which benefits from wisdom with experience and enthusiasm and learning. And again, I commend the Northern Ireland Assembly, and in particular Minister Dodds and Detty, the Department of Enterprise, Trade and Industry, for all that they have done, working alongside the Education Minister, to ensure that we in Northern Ireland can be part of this great nation, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Always better together, and always better if we can share what we have. And I see my colleague and friend in the front row having a smile to himself. But I mean it, I want you to stay in the United Kingdom. I don't want you to leave, I want you to be part of it. Thank you very much.
Numbers 36, 37, 38, 39 and 40 withdrawn. So we go to Virginia Crosby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this important debate on ARIA and follow the member for Strangford, who always speaks so eloquently and passionately, and I particularly like the fact that you mentioned your grandchildren. I was proud to serve on the ARIA Bill Committee, and I'd like to thank the Minister and all those who've contributed to this landmark legislation. Setting up this agency will deliver on yet another manifesto commitment from 2019, and I wholeheartedly support this bill. The last year has shown us the power of science to deliver solutions, and now is the time to further invest in the ideas of the future that will allow us to continue to make scientific progress. I believe that ARIA needs to have as broad a remit as possible, not to be restricted in its scope, which would be the outcome if new Clause 2 were accepted, Scientists need to have space and time to research new technologies without restrictions about the agency's mission imposed upon them. In the words of Professor Bond in the evidence sessions that I was part of, this is about radical innovation. In my constituency of Arnismorn, there is already the infrastructure in place for research and innovation. Hosted by the Menai Science Park, MSpark, which is the innovation hub for Bangor University. Businesses such as Tech Tuffy, a vertical farming pilot project in Gwynedd and Arnismorn delivered by Mentamorn, provides the opportunity for the UK to increase UK food production. We need to encourage more people with an innovative and entrepreneurial mindset, like those of Tech Tuffy and the others located at MSpark, to engage with research in order to solve the problems the world faces today and in the future. We need to recruit the right people and trust them, not micromanage them. Amendments 1 and 12 look to focus ARIA's core mission on achieving net zero and the impact of climate change. I am fully supportive of the goal of achieving net zero, as was laid out in the manifesto I proudly stood on in 2019. And indeed, Arnismorn, also known as Energy Island, will play a key part in delivering this target. However, restricting ARIA's mission to this goal is not necessary, as we have already legislated for the net zero target by 2050, with ambitious interim targets and a cross-governmental framework in the Prime Minister's 10-point plan. The ARIA agency also gives the opportunity to level up around the country, be truly inclusive and involve the brilliant minds from all over the United Kingdom, including those in Wales. It needs to be able to do this without being weighed down by bureaucracy. I've spoken before in the Bill Committee about why ARIA should be free from the freedom of information regime proposed in Amendments 8 and 14. On the Bill Committee, we heard evidence about the potential burden of administration. The UKRI told us that it had a team of staff purely to deal with the 300-plus FOI requests it receives annually. And as Professor Dame Ottoline Laser said, whilst UKRI is happy to be able to respond to FOI requests, there is a judgment call about the burden of administration. With its unique freedoms and independence to enable transformational research, ARIA will inevitably receive a disproportionate number of FOI requests relative to its size. Our vision for ARIA is that it should be lean and agile. Do we really want it encumbered by that level of administrative burden? Do we want ARIA's brilliant programme managers to be stifled by bureaucratic paperwork? We also heard about whether ARIA will enable to deliver the game-changing R&D that we want if it is subject to FOI. It was Tony Blair who gave us the Freedom of Information Act, and it was he who has subsequently described it as utterly undermining of sensible government. And to use his words, if you're trying to take a difficult decision and you're weighing up the pros and the cons, you have frank conversations. And if those conversations then are put out in a published form that afterwards are liable to be highlighted in particular ways, you're going to be very cautious. Professor Philip Bond put this view into an R&D context in his discussions with the committee. If you're really asking people to go out on a limb, to really push out the envelope, I would assert that there is an argument which has some validity that you make it physiologically much easier for them if they do not feel that they are under a microscope. Mr. Blair and Professor Bond perfectly highlight the fundamental reason why ARIA should be free from FOI. The last thing our scientists need when they're looking for the next internet is to be held back by caution. The bill already contains very strong statutory commitments to transparency. There will be an annual report laid before Parliament. Its accounts and spending will be published. There will be non-legislative mechanisms set out in a framework document. There will be a thorough and transparent selection process to ensure it is led by respected individuals who will uphold public honour. Freedom of information requests can still be submitted to BEIS and any organisation that ARIA works with. Any contracts awarded by ARIA will be publicly available. Madam Deputy Speaker, ARIA will give the United Kingdom and the island of Arnismorn the opportunity to grasp and shape our future on a global stage. It will help drive innovation and investment and secure our status as a science superpower. I'm proud to support this bill.
Number 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48 and 49 have withdrawn. So we go to Angela Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's such a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for Arnismore. She is so passionate about this particular area. It came through in the Bill Committee and whenever she speaks on behalf of her constituency. It's a pleasure for me to speak here today, as it was in report stage here today, as it was to be a member of the Bill Committee and also to speak at second reading on this bill. It's a relief, I must say, to speak to amendments that pertain to the bill today, even if I do not support them. I particularly want to speak to the procurement amendments tabled by both the opposition and the SNP, but firstly I want to address the amendments that want to make ARIA's primary mission health and research or on our net zero aims. These are two issues we already have knowledge of and we have committed significant resources to, and we understand the importance of tackling them. The benefits of freeing ARIA from these specific missions is the ability to go into the unknown, to the areas that we don't have knowledge of. I have no issue with ARIA in seeing successes or failures in these particular areas, but prescribing for these areas through ARIA may not necessarily be the cure that we're looking for. In turning to the procurement and the exemption from the Public Contracts Regulation 2015, this exemption on the procurement is placing freedom into the hands of leaders and programme managers that will be recruited to run ARIA as an independent body. ARIA's procurement will be at arm's length from government and ministers. Procurement rules don't apply to the traditional R&D granting used by UKRI. But ARIA, like DARPA, will work in a different way by commissioning and contracting others to conduct research. ARIA will often be procuring research and development services, and these can be in the scope of these procurement regulations. If activities are subject to procurement rules, ARIA would be required to put contracts out to open tender often for many weeks, even if it knows its preferred supplier. This will slow down ARIA's programme managers. We want to avoid the programme managers needing to routinely consult with lawyers to determine which niche contractual arrangements must go to open tender. And if ARIA wishes to quickly gain expert consulting advice on a technical issue, the procurement process may bias it against seeking expert advice on spending decisions. This may harm its ability to operate and use money. I think the most important check and balance in this bill is in Schedule 1, paragraph 14, where the government has made a commitment to ensure that ARIA internally audits its procurement activities, so the upfront flexibility afforded by this exemption will be balanced on reporting at a later point. I think it was mentioned quite a lot as we sat on the Bill Committee, and it was mentioned here again today by the shadow opposition spokesperson in talking about ARIA becoming a side door to sleaze, and others mentioned that they were worried about cronyism. I think it's a real shame that we would talk about our scientists who are world-class and to suggest that they receive contracts for political favour rather than on the merit of their scientific ideas and their expertise. It's a shame. It's a shame to put them in that sort of shadow, especially after the year that we've had with the huge amount of work on the pandemic and what we've seen. So I would hope that as we go forward, we will put some faith in our scientific community and not accuse them of potentially being open to sleaze. As I said in the second reading, I think Guildford would be an excellent home for ARIA, and I met with those who are running the Surrey Research Park just over a week ago, and I know that they would be keen to have ARIA at the Research Park. Finally, my honourable friend the Minister celebrated a significant birthday yesterday, and I wish her many happy returns.
21 again.
After the time, care and attention that she has given to the bill, I can't think of a better gift than to see this bill go unamended to third reading and on to the other place. Thank you.
Oh. Speaker, and it really is a pleasure to follow my honourable friend from Guildford, one of my best friends in this place, and it's
pleasure to serve with her on the Bill Committee, so many here on the Bill Committee today. Along with the Honourable Member opposite for Brent Central, she and I think the two backbench members who served both on the Science and Technology Committee and are reporting to this what we were calling ARPA at the time, and also on the Bill Committee. So I felt a real sense of personal involvement in this process as it's developed. And I would like to thank everyone who's been part of that process, the clerks of our Bill Committee in particular, since I'm not speaking in third reading, and the Bill Minister for her dedication, and the Whip, who I see is in his place over there as well, for his help on our side with the Bill Committee. And I think it was a very good-natured Bill Committee, as others have said. We are debating some of amendments that are rather similar to the ones that we rejected in Bill Committee, but that's obviously how report stage works. And I won't labour the point over all of those points again, but I will speak to them briefly later in my speech. But science is cool again, Madam Deputy Speaker, because science has saved us in the last year. It's not just the vaccines, extraordinary though they are, particularly the mRNA advances, but also what we were able to achieve with Kate Gilbert and the project of Sarah Gilbert, and with the Oxford project, which I'm very proud is being manufactured in my constituency at Keele Science Park in Newcastle-under-Lyme, but also what we've done scientifically through finding therapeutics through our world-leading recovery trial, also the advances we've seen in rapid tests to enable the incredible quantity of testing that we now have in the UK. But I would like to put a cautious notice to this, because I think COVID has also exposed some of the problems we see in science, and some of the problems of the networks that my honourable friend from Blackley and Broughton spoke earlier about. And I'm talking particularly about the so-called lab leak hypothesis, the theory that COVID emerged from the Wuhan Institute of Virology rather than from a zoonotic transmission. And I think we saw some of the worst of science in that it was essentially shut down, and the media as well, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was essentially shut down by a letter to the Lancet organised by the EcoHealth Alliance and its president, Peter Danczak, squashed the theory in a letter in February the 18th last year. And let's face it, assisted by the fact that Donald Trump and Senator Tom Cotton in the States were taking the opposite view, there was this whole politicisation of something that should have been about scientific inquiry. Speaking as a Bayesian and everything I've seen, I mean, firstly, the fact that it was in Wuhan in the first place, but everything we've seen since, I believe it probably was a lab leak, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I think we should, and I would go as far as to maybe put 80% probability on that, and I think we should bear that in mind when we think about what we are asking of ARIA, and we do not want to get it politicised and legalised, and we don't want it to fall into the same groupthink that we've seen in some science, and the tendency to defend your mates, defend the people you know in your network, to stick up for the institution rather than the principles behind science. And instead, actually, the drastic group, the decentralised, radical, autonomous search team investigating COVID-19, a bunch of people on the internet, correspondents and scientifically inquisitive people around the world who've managed to basically bring this lab leak hypothesis back into public attention, back to the point where it is clearly something that is being actively considered by our intelligence services, by our scientific community. I think we need some of that spirit in ARIA. We need some of the spirit of inquiry, of people outside the system getting their fair say in the system, the Einsteins in the patent office, as others have discussed. We also saw, of course, and there's the amendments about cronyism. I think the appointment of Kate Bingham and what we saw was a complete disgrace at the time, and that's the sort of thing I worry about with some of the amendments that we're seeing to this bill. The abuse Kate Bingham got on her appointment, I mean, I think everyday sexism is basically the word for it, Madam Deputy Speaker. You know, you had the Runnymede Trust trying to go to court to get her appointment declared unlawful, the so-called Good Law Project seeking to crowdfund against her appointment. You had the leader of the Liberal Democrat Party say that she must resign. You had Labour's deputy leader saying this cronyism stinks. Well, the truth is, she was the best qualified person for that job. She was appointed at speed because of the circumstances we were in, and she has delivered in spades, and if the rumours about her damehood are correct, she richly deserves it, and we all owe her an enormous debt. Now, to turn to some of the amendments that are on the order paper, the ones that seek to give it a mission... Yes, I will.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman giving way, and on the Science and Technology Committee we often share similar views and attitudes to science, and I agree with him about the violence of the language sometimes used is completely unacceptable. But the real point I would ask, when emergency decisions are taken, as they were with the vaccine task force and with the test and trace thing, there needs to be an assessment afterwards, and I hope he agrees with me. It would be a very different assessment on test and trace than it would be on the vaccine task force.
I thank my the honourable member opposite and member of the Science and Technology Committee for raising that with me. And he knows that we are looking at producing further reports into both test and trace and the vaccine programme as a result of our inquiry. I think the test and trace programme has got to actually a very good place now in terms of the number of tests we're achieving are indeed the envy of many other countries around the world. But I think it is, it is nothing to. I think we can quite happily say that the vaccine task force is an exemplar of everything that went well, and the test and trace programme has been more mixed. But I think there's some. Well, the honourable lady on the front bench opposite laughs, but I think the test and trace programme, the test and trace programme has helped our recovery from the worst of the COVID pandemic. It is not the case that all that money has been wasted, as some members opposite want to say. It is certainly not the case that it's all gone on cronyism. It has gone on the cost of the tests. That is what it's gone on. Contact tracing is hard. Some people don't want to be contact traced, but the role test and trace has played is still significant, perhaps not as significant as we hoped initially, and we will move on with that in our inquiry, I'm sure. But to return to what I was saying about some of the amendments seeking to give ARIA a mission statement today, I think my honourable friend from North East Bedfordshire earlier gave the good reasons to reject those. Firstly, that there's no point spending just a little bit of money on things that already have billions thrown at them. We should be looking at things we don't necessarily even know about yet. And I think we should avoid circumscribing ARIA's freedom, Madam Deputy Speaker. And likewise, all those amendments that are trying to impose more bureaucracy on ARIA, I think the whole point is to do things differently. Freedom from all the usual processes and pressures that act upon these sort of bodies. We need to empower scientists. And I think that Professor Bond, who I think my colleague from rees-mogg quoted earlier, in terms of freedom of information, he said in his evidence to the Bill Committee, in terms of the level of transparency, transparency is a good and wonderful thing in most areas. But if you're asking people to go out on a limb to really push the envelope, I would assert there is an argument which has some validity. You make it psychologically much easier for them if they do not feel it under a microscope. Many people tend to step back when they are there. And I think some of the burdens that people are seeking to put on ARIA would actually potentially circumscribe ARIA and reduce its effectiveness. And this bill, I should say, does still have a statutory commitment to transparency, and we will have regular reports, and I'm sure our committee will be regularly engaged with both the Secretary of State, who's in his place, but also the Chief Executive and the Chairman of ARIA, who I'm sure will come and speak to our committee as well. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, ARIA needs to have the freedom to fail, and in that sense it needs to be a macrocosm of all its individual projects that also need to have the freedom to fail. Let us truly empower ARIA by rejecting today's amendments. Let's let ARIA take flight and shoot for the stars, not weigh it down and prevent it ever reaching that escape velocity it needs, and the chance that it has to boldly go, if we can go back to some of the Star Trek references we had on the Bill Committee, chance to boldly go, not into outer space, but to the very cutting edge of scientific research and discovery. And if we pass that today, Madam Deputy Speaker, this will be a great day for science in the United Kingdom.
Duncan Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I shall try probably not to come up with any more Star Trek words, as I'll probably run out of them, really. But I'm very grateful to the Minister for all her hard work on such an interesting piece of legislation, one that is going to be truly transformative. And it's been a pleasure to be involved in this bill, having spoken at the second reading and also been part of the Bill Committee. And I want to deal with a number of amendments that we have here, but also make this general observation. And that is that the opposition amendments from committee stage were in the main, I feel, set out to hinder much of the government's primary intention of what ARIA was set up to do in the very first place. And if we recognise that ARIA is set up with the sole principle of operating at pace, with flexibility, with freedom, to aid our position in the world, to continue to be a leader in innovation and science, then we absolutely must not be stifling it, filling it with bureaucracy around the intention of regulation and oversight and harming the agency's very intentions. Yes, there will be failures, as we've heard this afternoon and this evening. We all recognise that, and it is almost part and parcel of what is built into the fabric of the agency to help it operate without restrictions. So from board compositions to freedom of information stipulations to even dictating the agency's priorities over health and climate change, it's quite revealing to be met with the level of shackles that were there to be imposed rather than the vision to encourage our next generation of pioneering inventors. So if we look at Amendments 8 and 14, both making ARIA subject to FRI requests, if they were to be passed, we immediately could lose that competitive edge of innovative or potential cutting-edge scientific developments borne about by risk. Instead, we're thrusting them into the spotlight that ingenuity could be uncovered by FOIs. And if you restrict people's creativity, they will play it safe, Madam Deputy Speaker. They won't take that risk. And that is the very essence of ARIA in the first place, to be an incubator for creativity to flourish. Now, turning to New Clause 3 and Amendment 1, both take us back to the ring-fencing of ARIA's remit and constricting its freedom to look across all facets of science and research. Now, we know that across the entire country, across all sectors, whether it's automotive to farming, society is striving to decarbonise. And we are already a world-leading government in our commitment to decarbonise to net zero by 2050. To make the agency specifically concentrate its efforts on particular areas is again to dictate its uniqueness, and that will not give the agency the true freedom that is in the very heart of this bill. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, in any organisation, you are only as good as the people that make it. ARIA will need a visionary CEO to lead that culture and to set its direction. And Amendments 3 to 6 require, amongst other matters, that Parliament approves that CEO. But we know in a small organisation, if it's to be nimble, those decisions need to be made quickly. I don't see that there is a need for approving the board with government representatives if that process is fair, open, which we are told it will be. So as I said at the second reading, my constituency of North Norfolk was home to one of our greatest living inventors, Sir James Dyson. And I hope that ARIA will be our launchpad to uncover that very next greatest inventor. Thank you.
Number 54 has withdrawn, so Minister Amanda Soloway.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to be here on this special occasion, and not just because, as the Honourable Member for Guildford pointed out, it was a very special birthday yesterday, 40. And I thank all Honourable Members and Right Honourable Members who have tabled the amendments and new clauses and who have contributed today. The UK has a world-class science system, a proud history of research and invention. And today, in our continuing fight against coronavirus, the importance of these have never been more apparent. So what is it that makes ARIA so special? It is the fact that we are strengthening our science system, we are enhancing our capabilities, and we are finding a new level of ambition. This means that it will be a small, agile organisation with autonomy from government and with unique powers that equip it to support groundbreaking ideas with potential to profoundly change all of our lives for the better. This bill brings forward a bold and ambitious policy that seeks to deliver the transformational benefits of high-risk R&D for our economy and society. And I have spoken to many colleagues who share my genuine excitement about the possibilities that ARIA could bring. We've heard on the floor of this House and in every previous debate that we've had support from all parties, the principle of ARIA and what it will try and achieve. And I am glad that today we're able to give ARIA the focus it deserves. A focus of today's debate raised by the Honourable Member for Newcastle under Tyne Central, the Honourable Member for Cambridge, Aberdeen North, amongst other Honourable Members, were giving ARIA a primary research topic through New Clause 2, New Clause 3, Amendment 1 and Amendment 12. Given the challenges that we face today, these understandably focused on climate change and health. Nobody in this House should have any concerns about the government's credentials on tackling climate change. We are proud to be the greenest government ever.
the Prime Minister's 10-point plan and our COP26 presidency, referenced by the Honourable Member for Aberdeen South, are demonstrating that at home and abroad the UK is leading efforts to accelerate climate change. And without doubt, the COVID pandemic has clearly illustrated the critical role that R&D plays in health and well-being of our population. Our vaccine rollout is the envy of the world. The government already invests around £2 billion annually on health and care research in the UK. It is therefore right that such priorities are taken forward by government departments and agencies with clear direction and involvement from ministers. This includes the important role of UKRI plays in delivering government priorities for R&D. We do not want to duplicate these responsibilities. Instead, as many colleagues have put much better than I could, ARIA must take its own distinct contribution to be effective. And that means being an organisation led by brilliant people with strategic autonomy and not directed by ministers. The continued chopping and changing of ARIA's mission, as set out in Amendment 12, would hamper ARIA's ability to commit to long-term programmes. New Cause 3 also seeks to impose obligations on ARIA regarding the transition to net zero. ARIA is covered by the government's existing net zero commitments, and through the environmental information regulations referenced by the Honourable Member for Hammersmith, ARIA will be required to make information available. Moving on to the Honourable Member of Oxford West and Abingdon's contribution on the role of Parliament. Amendments 3 to 6 would require the proposed Chair and CEO of ARIA to be approved by both Houses of Parliament. Amendment 11 would require the Common Science and Technology Committee to approve appointments by the Secretary of State as well as their remuneration. I'm extremely pleased that the recruitment campaign for its CEO was launched on June the 1st, and we will launch the campaign for the Chair on the 5th of July. All applications will be reviewed by an outstanding expert panel, which will include the Government's Chief Scientific Advisor, Sir Patrick Vallance. As set out in the Government's guidance, the ultimate responsibility for appointments rests with ministers who are accountable to Parliament. And there is no precedent for requiring the approval of both houses for appointments, such as with UKRI. I'm also grateful for the contribution the Science and Technology Committee, chaired by my right honourable friend for Tunbridge Wells, has made on this issue. However, I can guarantee that this is an open and fair and robust recruitment process. It is completely appropriate to find the right people to make ARIA a success. Amendment 9 would require ARIA to provide the Science and Technology Committee with information it requests. The Osmotherly rules provide guidance for how government bodies should interact with select committees, and they are clear that they should be as helpful as possible in providing accurate, truthful and full information when giving evidence. I believe this is sufficient in ensuring a cooperative and constructive relationship between ARIA and relevant committees. Amendment 10 would require the Secretary of State to consult the committee before dissolving ARIA. Clause 8 already sets out the broad requirement of the Secretary of State to consult any persons as they consider appropriate. And I am sure it is the case that they will always consider the appropriate to consult the Science and Technology Committee about changes to the R&D landscape. And I would also like to highlight that the Secretary of State's power to dissolve ARIA is subject to the draft affirmative procedure, which will ensure Parliament will have the opportunity to debate this decision. Moving on to Amendments 7 and 8, moved by the Honourable Member for Aberdeen South, and Amendment 14 from the Honourable Member for Newcastle under Tyne Central. Together, these seek to remove the exemption of the Public Contracts Regulation and subject ARIA to the Freedom of Information Act. We have covered procurement extensively before, and I would like to reiterate why the exemption is so important. There are 3 key points to make. 1, ARIA is expected to commission and contract others to conduct research in pursuit of its ambitious goals. ARIA often will be procuring research services. And this commissioning and contracting is a fundamentally different way of funding R&D to traditional grant making, where procurement rules do not apply. 2, we know that this way of funding research is core to DARPA's approach, the successful US model we have learned from when designing ARIA. As we heard, the Public Bill Committee, DARPA benefits from what is described as other transactions authority, which offers flexibility outside standard US government contracting standards. To take the innovative new funding approach that is so fundamental to its objectives, ARIA will benefit from similar flexibilities here. Now, turning to Amendment 8 and 14. ARIA is about creating a certain culture of funding, groundbreaking research, and I've heard this time and again throughout my engagement with the R&D community. As the Honourable Member for North East Bedfordshire put so eloquently, it is the kind of culture that is difficult to achieve within all the rules that would usually apply to public bodies. And we have thought carefully about alternative ways to ensure that higher standards of conduct are upheld within this unique context. The bill requires ARIA to submit an annual report and statement of accounts, which will be laid before Parliament. ARIA will be audited by the National Audit Office and subject to value for money assessments. ARIA will interact with select committees in the usual way and will be drawing up a framework document detailing ARIA's relationship with BEIS and further reporting requirements, such as details of what is published in the annual report. Together, these provisions will ensure the public is informed of ARIA's activities and where it spends its money. Whilst the Freedom of Information Act allows for exemptions in certain circumstances, the request must still be processed, and it is that administration that runs contrary to lean and agile operation of ARIA. I will now turn to Amendment 2 of Conflicts of Interest. Schedule 1 to the bill allows the Secretary of State to make regulations about procedures to be adopted for dealing with conflicts of interest. And the framework document between BEIS and ARIA will commit ARIA to the Code of Conduct for board members of public bodies, which includes obligation to publicly declare any private financial or non-financial interest which may or may not be perceived to conflict with one's public duty. This principle-led, non-legislative approach is appropriate. It is the standard approach taken by many other arm's-length bodies, including UKRI, and I have no reason to believe it is inadequate here. In addition, we have the existing reserve in Schedule 1, the bill should it ever prove necessary. Coming now to Clause 1 and the issue of human rights. I recognise the intent that lies behind the new clause. Human rights are already protected in law in the UK through the Human Rights Act of 1998. And ARIA will be subject to public authority obligations under that Act. I would like to therefore reassure the Honourable member that ARIA will operate in a way which is compatible with the Convention of Human Rights, and it would be unlawful for it not to do so under existing legislation. Excuse me. Finally, turning to Amendment 13, which would require details of ARIA's geographical impact to be included within its annual report. I believe that it is incredibly important that ARIA's funding to benefit those who are not always reached by current system. And this is government's policy and priority, as well as a priority for me personally. The R&D Place strategy, due to be published this summer, will set out how R&D will contribute to our levelling up ambitions. Details of ARIA's operation will be set out more fully in a future framework document, and that is an appropriate place to stipulate the contents of ARIA's annual report, including geographical information, not in legislation. Of course I will.
Very, very kind and generous in your time tonight. Minister, my contribution I was very, very keen, as others were, to assure that the all of the levelling out that the Minister referred to there will happen to the regions as well. In other words, Northern Ireland will get their share of that. It's important as part of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland that we all benefit. Can I seek the Minister's assurance that that will be the case? Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Member, and of course my assurance is that we will be issuing the Place strategy very shortly. We will indicate all of this. So I'm very grateful for the contributions from the Honourable and Right Honourable Members made today. The interest in this passage from the bill from the House and the R&D community is testament to the important role that ARIA will play in our future R&D landscape, creating a space in the system that is free to fund groundbreaking science in innovative ways, independent from ongoing government intervention. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an incredibly significant moment because the opportunity that ARIA affords us is truly limitless. By unlocking a new level of ambition, by enabling truly bold and adventurous ideas to flourish, ARIA will allow us to take a huge leap into the future. Yes, this will mean embracing the unknowns that come from ARIA being free from government control, but we should make that leap confidently, knowing that brilliant people that ARIA will fund will change the world in ways that none of us in this chamber would dare to imagine today. This is therefore a truly exciting time for all of us here in this chamber, for ourselves, for our children, for our grandchildren, and I feel particularly excited for my young granddaughter who will feel the benefits of the major breakthroughs we will unlock through this bill. I am sure that this opportunity is recognised by all honourable members. I hope I have demonstrated the reasons that I cannot accept the new clauses and amendments tabled today, and I hope they will agree to withdraw them.
Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You'll be glad to know that I will be brief in my final remarks, particularly because, of course, we were expecting a rebellion tonight, but I don't think that rebellion was in any way, shape or form going to be in relation to any of the amendments that I had moved, which is most disappointing, and the Minister has indeed. Maybe next time, maybe next time. We can only live in hope, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's clear that there is two fundamental issues that we have with the bill, that we disagree with honourable members opposite, where they are passionately and vehemently against public scrutiny and where they are passionately and vehemently against ARIA having a mission. I believe it's a missed opportunity in relation to a lack of a mission, and I find it deeply concerning that we've heard that public scrutiny in the shape of an FOI is an impediment to a public organisation. That should strike fear into all of us as to what public money is going to be spent on, not just now, but in the future too. Madam Deputy Speaker, with your indulgence, I would seek to withdraw new clause 1 and move amendment 1 in my name and the name of my colleague from Aberdeen North. Thank you.
Is it your pleasure that new clause 1 be withdrawn? Aye. New clause 1 by leave withdrawn. Amendment 1 has been selected for separate decision. I call Stephen Flynn to move Amendment 1 formally.
Formally.
The question is that Amendment 1 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. Order. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Marion Fellows and Richard Thompson. Tellers for the noes, Scott Mann and Michael Tomlinson. Lock the doors. Order.
The ayes to the right, 263. The noes to the left, 364.
The ayes to the right, 263. The noes to the left, 364. So the noes have it, noes have it. Unlock. Thank you. Amendment 12 has been selected for separate decision. I now call Chion Wara to move Amendment 12 formally. The question is that Amendment 12 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby.
The question is that Amendment 12 be made. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Liz Twist and Jessica Morden. Tell us for the noes, Michael Tomlinson and Scott Mann. Lock the doors. Order.
The ayes to the right, 263. The noes to the left, 364.
The ayes to the right, 263. The noes to the left, 364. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Amendment 14 has been selected for a separate decision. I call Chi on word to move Amendment 14 formally. The question is that Amendment 14 be made. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Amendment 14 be made. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Liz Twist and Jessica Morden. Tell us for the noes, Michael Tomlinson and Scott Mann. Lock the doors. Order.
The ayes to the right, 263. The noes to the left, 364.
The ayes to the right, 263. The noes to the left, 364. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Consideration completed. Third reading. Now.
Very good.
Minister to move third reading, I call quasi-quata.
So much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the bill is now read the third time. Madam Deputy Speaker. When it comes to the future of the United Kingdom, this government is unapologetically ambitious, and one of our greatest ambitions is to secure the UK's position as a science superpower. Now, through this bill, to create ARIA, a new agency to support the most ambitious research, we are really focusing on delivering on that agenda. The bill provides ARIA with broad functions and powers to take an innovative approach to funding high-risk R&D, so that each programme manager can provide effective funding to their talented research team. Critically, the bill allows a balance between oversight of ARIA's activities and the independence and autonomy that the evidence tells us is so important, Madam Deputy Speaker, for its success. This bill creates an agency with a unique role to play and the capabilities it needs to do so. ARIA will sit alongside UKRI and other funders in our R&D landscape. It will provide something additional and complementary, and I believe that its offer will indeed improve significantly the UK's research and development offer in the long term. I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, that today's debate has focused on making the most of this ambitious new agency. I would like to recognise the efforts of those from across the House and in my department that have got us to this point. I'd like to thank my honourable friend, the Minister for Science, Research and Innovation, my honourable friend, the member for Derby North. And I know that she's been celebrating her 30th birthday yesterday. And I'd like to congratulate her on having achieved this signal success and that significant milestone. I'm delighted that she should be such a focused colleague and deliver what is a really important piece of legislation. I'd also like to thank the Bill team for their work at each stage of the proceedings, and Parliamentary Council for drafting such an admirably concise and, dare I say, elegant bill. As we continue our progress towards a more normal way of working in this place, I'd like to thank everybody who in the meantime has ensured that our proceedings have been able to proceed, able to continue with minimal disruption despite these exceptional circumstances. I'd like to place on record that you Madam Deputy Speaker, and all the House staff and your colleagues have done a remarkable job in keeping, so to speak, the lights on and making sure that we progressed in a very expeditious and calm way through these proceedings and through previous stages of the bill. Everything has been to order, Madam Deputy Speaker. I also thank the members of the Public Bill Committee from across the House for their extremely constructive and welcome approach to scrutinising the bill. I'd like to thank particularly the chairs of those committees, the Honourable Member for Bradford South and my right honourable friend for Tatton, as well as my honourable friend for Kettering and the Honourable Member for Halton. I'd also like to thank a number of speakers on the government side. I noticed, and I'm only referring to the speeches that I actually saw myself, but my honourable friend for Invention gave a very positive account of why this bill is so important to her constituents. My honourable friend for Guildford, for Norfolk, who isn't in his place for Newcastle under Lyme, and others did a remarkable job in presenting the case for ARIA and ensuring that the bill proceeded smoothly. I'd also like to thank a number of opposition front benches. I think when I saw her speak, the member for Newcastle upon Tyne Central gave a customarily expert and well-considered view. We have our differences and disagreements, but no one, I think, can doubt her sincerity. I'd like to thank the SNP spokesman, the Honourable Member for Aberdeen South. I'm sorry that the rebellion that he anticipated wasn't as dynamic as he would have liked, but there you go. Everybody really has supported the principle of this legislation and the creation of ARIA. While we don't agree on all the details, I think everybody has brought to the spirit, to the debate a spirit of constructive inquiry and scrutiny. And I know that for my part, and certainly on my right honourable friend's part, we've greatly appreciated that. I'm confident, Madam Deputy Speaker, that as the bill continues its passage, our parallel progress to realise ARIA and to make it happen, as they say, will elicit further debate and further questions. But as my honourable friend, the member for Derby North, said on the second reading, and as we've heard again today, the UK is home to brilliant invention and innovation, and we should be able to shape ARIA in a way that can deliver on that promise. The creation of ARIA, I believe, firmly believe, will make our outstanding UK R&D system even stronger and more dynamic, more diverse, and it will help us to innovate and level up across the country. And on that very firm basis, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted to commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. And we go by video link to the Shadow Secretary of State, Edwin Miliband.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in this third reading debate, I want to start by putting on record our support for this bill and the establishment of ARIA. The UK is a global scientific superpower with a proud past, present and future of innovative scientists, businesses and entrepreneurs. And the success of the vaccine rollout, and I pay tribute to everybody associated with that, demonstrates our world-leading science and research power. And I think what we've seen in the debate today and through the passage of this bill is that we all want to build on this platform. And ARIA has the potential to help to fill the gap of high-risk, high-reward scientific investment, which is why we welcome the bill and sought to play a constructive role in its passage through the House. I want to pay tribute, and I thank the Secretary of State for having done so, in particular to my honourable friend, the member for Newcastle Central, for the superb job she has done in constructively seeking to improve the bill on behalf of the opposition. And I'd also like to put on record my thanks to my honourable friends for Cambridge, Brent Central, Luton North and Sheffield Brightside for their diligent work during the committee, and all honourable members on both sides of the House and right honourable members who've contributed to this bill. And I join the Secretary of State in also paying tribute to all the House staff who've kept this bill going and on track, and all those associated with it. And I want to single out the Minister. I was going to wish her a happy 50th birthday, but I am happy on this occasion to be outdone by the Secretary of State. Very happy birthday for yesterday to the Minister. As the bill goes to the other place, Madam Deputy Speaker, we continue to believe that improvement is necessary and possible. And the biggest, as we've heard in the debate today, is for a clearer sense of mission for the agency. We don't believe that the bill as drafted provides ARIA with a clear enough mission. And ministers have suggested that it is for the Chief Executive, once appointed, to establish its priorities. That isn't, in our view, and we've heard this a lot in the committee and again today, this isn't, in our view, the best way to meet our national priorities, which we believe should be set by government. And there is also a danger, we believe, that ARIA's resources will be spread too thin. Now, the greatest challenge we face, and this is shared across the House, is the climate and environmental emergency, and that's why we propose that fighting it be ARIA's mission for the first 10 years. But however that mission is set out, I hope that this is something that will be returned to in the other place. Second, we believe that the freedom provided to those running ARIA should be accompanied by greater transparency and accountability. We do not believe the agency has anything to fear from this, nor is there justification for the blanket exemptions from the Freedom of Information Act and public contract regulations. The government's reason for exempting it is that it will be overwhelmed by requests, but that's not the US experience with DARPA. If the government wants ARIA to carry the confidence of the public, we hope it will think again on accountability in the other place. And thirdly, as we've heard in this debate today, it's essential that each nation and region of the UK benefits from the creation of ARIA, and we do believe that ARIA should have regard to that when exercising its functions. And we've suggested this can be done through an annual report that is already provided for under the bill. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, these are our issues with the bill, but I don't think we can ignore, and I want to say something briefly about this, in this third reading debate, the wider context of this bill. ARIA is an important innovation, but it cannot be detached from the wider landscape of government policy. Now, today's amendment on overseas development aid may not have been selected, but the argument is not going away. We should not be slashing overseas aid for the world's poorest people. It's not right morally, and it's not right on grounds of self-interest either. Coronavirus, the climate crisis, our fates are bound together. And what is more, these cuts are impacting directly on British scientific researchers doing the right thing for the world, on everything from research on infectious diseases to development of clean water technology. A £120 million cut in the Bay's budget because of the cuts to ODA. As Sainsbury Laboratory, one of the country's leading scientific research institutes, puts it, these cuts, and I quote, pulled the rug out from under many scientific projects that were paving the way to solve urgent challenges in some of the poorest countries of the world. All this in the year of COP26, when we are the hosts, trying to persuade other countries to accept our moral authority on the climate crisis and development. And I do want to say to the House, as someone who was at the ill-fated Copenhagen Climate Summit of 2009, mistrust between developing and developed countries was the biggest reason it failed and is one of the biggest risks at COP26. And the cut in aid spending undermines our efforts and undermines trust. The government is wrong to be doing it, and it is self-defeating for our country. And I think there is, Madam Deputy Speaker, a very strong feeling about this across the House, quite possibly a majority. The government should reverse this cut in funding forthwith. And my general experience is that when there is a majority in this House for something, it will find a way to express itself one way or the other. I suggest to the Secretary of State and the government they take heed. Nor should ARIA come at the expense of cuts to the core science budget administered by UKRI. This year, UKRI's budget will be £7.9 billion, a cut from the budget last year of £8.7 billion. That's why Jeremy Farrar said recently there is a growing gulf between rhetoric and reality in the government's support for science. It massively ill-serves British science and our country to be cutting science spending, and ARIA, welcome though it is, 800 million over 5 years, simply does not make up for that. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, we support this bill, but hope in the spirit with which we've approached it, the government will reflect on the constructive concerns raised throughout its passage, on the urgent issue of aid spending by members on all sides, on science spending, and on the detail of the bill. and we hope that the other place can build on and improve the bill as it progresses.
Greg Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman for Doncaster North. And it's a particular pleasure as Chair of the Science and Technology Select Committee to warmly congratulate the ministerial team for bringing this very important bill to such a happy conclusion in this place. I'd like to pay tribute to the Secretary of State, to the team of officials in the department and the clerks in this House, and also to the Minister, the member for Derby North, whose enthusiasm and charm, I think in no small part, contributed to the sense of consensus and good feeling and goodwill that there is about this bill. And the fact that it culminates its House of Commons stages on the weekend of her birthday, I think is absolutely fitting, and I congratulate her on that. As members know, the Select Committee took extensive evidence on the bill. We published a report. We had some fascinating sessions, including a rather less high-octane performance from Dominic Cummings when he came to talk about science policy than on COVID. And I think it is a fair reflection that the contribution of the suggestion of this agency, and indeed the importance that science plays in the manifesto on which colleagues on this side of the House were elected, is a very important contribution, whatever disagreements and disputes there may be in other aspects. We can agree on several things. I think first that it is desirable and it's appropriate when we are a science superpower that we have agencies that do things differently from others. Diversity is a strength, and it is a good thing that we are having a very new agency doing things in a very different way, and I think that has been evident in the contributions. We took the view on the committee that it's important that ARIA does not spread itself too thinly. £800 million is a lot of money, but when it comes to substantial, world-changing projects of inquiry, that can soon go. Now, it seemed for a time today that the budget would not be rising to 800 million, but actually maybe 4 billion a year, in which case the advice of the committee in the words of the member for Doncaster North's new book, to go big on a smaller number of projects may have been redundant. We may have been able to do everything, but it seems that that is not going to be the budget for ARIA. And I think that that advice that the committee has given to the incoming chair and chief executive, I think does stand to make sure that we do a few things well rather than many things superficially. On the subject of the chair and chief executive, leadership is crucial. My friend, the member for Blackley, Manchester Blackley and Broughton, emphasised the difficulty, in fact, the importance of the task. He compared it to that of electing a Nobel Prize winner. That's quite a high bar, but I hope we will find people equal to the task, and they should be encouraged. I hope the people, when they are appointed, will come before our Select Committee, not because we want to tie them down in any way and constrain them by bureaucracy, but quite the reverse. Our committee is champion science. We're enthusiasts for science, and we want to understand the ambitions and the motivation of the new team. Achieving stability for a long-term agency such as ARIA is of great importance. And in a parliament that is limited to 5 years, and when governments change from time to time, finding mechanisms to entrench institutions and policies that are there for the long term can prove challenging. David Cameron thought passing a law to require 0.7% of GDP for aid spending was precisely a solution to that. But we found that there are circumstances in which that's not possible to meet. I have to say that in office I set up the Industrial Strategy Council to inject a bit of stability, but that is not continuing. So these things are challenging, and I know the intention of ministers and the whole House is to achieve longevity. So I think it will require a bit of thought as to how this very desirable objective can be implanted. And finally, I would say that the reforms that are embodied in terms of low bureaucracy, in terms of risk-taking, the ability even to fail, these are important to encapsulate in ARIA. But it's not to say that the rest of the research landscape couldn't benefit from those reforms. So I hope that the Minister's appetite demonstrated through the passage of this bill to reform science funding and to find ways to do things better and vigorously won't be completely satisfied with the passage of this bill, but that she'll apply, and with the Secretary of State's enthusiastic support, apply themselves to the funding landscape more generally, to have that same principle of vigour there. Madam Deputy Speaker, the proposal to have this new research agency was included in the 2019 election manifesto of our party. It was included in the Queen's speech at the time. 2 years on, we are at the point of recruiting the Chief Executive and the Chair and sending this bill to the other place to make further progress. I hope they will give it their customary scrutiny with rigour and enthusiasm, but I hope they won't detain for too long, because this is an important institution and we want to see it up and running and strengthening further our great attributes in British science as soon as practically possible.
Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Chair of the Select Committee and indeed the Shadow Secretary of State. I think the points that have been made by both, whilst varied, I've certainly covered off many of the points that I would seek to address. And I have no desire, and I'm sure members opposite have got no desire to hear many of the arguments that I've expressed previously, both tonight and committee stage and second reading. I would like to place on record my thanks to all those involved in proceedings over the course of recent months. They've done an outstanding job, particularly those in relation to the House services. And I would also like to place on record my thanks to our research team, Scott Taylor and Johnny Keelman in particular, who've been a power of strength and have provided us with a great deal of assistance and information. Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't intend to keep the House much longer, as I'm keen to get home myself, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
It's one of the best conclusions to a speech I've ever heard. Daniel Zeichler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the spokesperson for the SNP. And in the previous stage, I said I would be brief because I was going to be making a contribution now. So I hope you'll accept my apology for making a few points, because I've been on this bill throughout, as others have been, and it's been a really positive experience as far as I'm concerned. But the only puzzlement to me is that the bill was so perfectly drafted, it is in exactly the same state today as when we started. Clearly it was impossible to improve it. Now, I don't think that's the case. I think actually what we heard, particularly in the evidence sessions, was some really, really important contributions. And I genuinely, and I echo the comments of the Shadow Secretary of State in hoping that in the other place improvements will be made and the government will listen to some of the suggestions. Not least because, and I looked at the job adverts for the Chair and the Chief Exec, and I'm grateful to research professionals ever pointed this out this morning, it is a remarkably vague canvas that is being painted. And that is being presented as being a great opportunity. We had the discussions in the Bill Committee, but frankly, all we really know about it is this is a unique and unprecedented opportunity. Well, there may be the right person out there, and the point was well made, I thought, by my friend, honourable friend, the member for Blackley and Broughton, referenced by the right honourable member for Tunbridge Wells. There may be such an exceptional person, but I rather suspect that in the process of choosing whoever is doing this job, actually some of the issues that they will pursue will inevitably follow. So I think as you trace it back, what you will find is that the decision that has been ducked by this House in terms of giving direction and mission will inevitably creep in during that process. And Madam Deputy Speaker, there's been an elephant in the room to some extent in the discussion today, which was picked up by the Shadow Secretary of State, because during this entire process of discussing the bill, of course in the background, there's been the rumble of unhappiness in the research community as we have seen some of the issues around the Bayes allocations unfolding. The uncertainty that ran through March in my constituency, people very, very worried about the cuts through the ODA cuts. I don't think perhaps many of us quite appreciated how much that money was being spent in our own constituencies on research programmes. But large numbers of people left to the very last, projects having to be cancelled. And I have to say, one of the moments that will stick in my mind from the evidence session was when I put it to the Chief Exec of UKRI. I asked her, if you had £800 million to spend, would you spend it on this? And of course, it's all about the timing, because she's an impeccable and superb public servant. She hesitated just long enough before coming up with the right answer for the entire room to know that, of course she wouldn't, and nor would anyone else in the room. Because if this was genuinely new and extra, it would be a different debate from whether it's been taken from elsewhere. And my worry, and we're seeing it week in, week out at the moment, the rumours and debates around what's happening to Horizon Europe, that is unsettling for the research community, deeply unsettling, and these are long-term issues, and I'm afraid it is doing huge harm. So my conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that yes, of course, it is new and extra funding, of course we support that, but my fear is that over the months and years ahead, what we'll actually see is it gets pulled into that general discussion and debate about where budgets are allocated from. It's all too familiar. Governments over many, many years have tried to lift the amount of spending in research and development. There's almost an inexorable law that we fail to do it, sadly. We need to do better in the future. There was also advice, of course, from the Americans about how to make this work that wasn't really listened to. They have a model which seems to work in their system. Now, whether that can be transported into our system is in itself a moot point, but I think it's sad that we're not even listening to their advice. And finally, I just say it seems slightly curious to me that the government continues to pursue a scheme that was basically pursued by a now discredited former advisor. I just hope that they reflect on it, take the opportunity, change course, give this new idea a real mission, make that mission the climate emergency, and make something of it.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Mark Logan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And how many times do we see politicians tweeting or Facebooking or speaking in the chamber, for that matter, and saying, I welcome, or indeed it's with great delight that, and the irony is I've tried to ban such things from all my external communications previously, but today I'm both proud and delighted to welcome the government's Advanced Research and Invention Agency bill, along with the Secretary of State. I think everyone that's been associated with getting us to this unique moment this evening. A framework in the future, as the Minister has referred to today, will make sure that all parts of the United Kingdom will benefit from ARIA, and that's why I continue to extend my hand of friendship to ARIA to be headquartered in Bolton. Bolton is a town of invention. We have a steady supply of inventors, long-standing institutions of invention, the appropriate infrastructure for future invention, and the mother of all inventions. I've already secured a premier office location ready for ARIA to move into in Bolton. So essentially, invention is in Bolton's DNA, and ARIA is made for Bolton. Although ARIA is not just for Bolton, it's not just for Britain, but indeed it's for the world and the brainchildren of tomorrow. And invention blossoms from competition and also diversity. And so ARIA needs a range of cultural backgrounds to catalyse that creativity. And we have the human capital, and people will come from far and wide to this new centre of invention from all walks of life. And again, I very much welcome the job advertisement, I think, that just has gone live last week for the CEO's position at ARIA. as well. So just to conclude in very short remarks, we have the tools ready to welcome world-class Invention Hub once again, and would welcome the opportunity to discuss the above points with the department, the ministerial team, and of course the new CEO once they come on board. And with that, again, just very much so, congratulations to everyone that's been involved in getting us here this evening.
Thank you. Now we go by video link. Finally, Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I promise not to detain you too much longer. On behalf of the Liberal Democrats, I welcome this bill. We support, obviously, all science and technology spending. We support what this bill is trying to do, and we wish it safe passage through the other place. I did just want to take just a couple of minutes, I beg your indulgence, just to talk about my amendment, my climate change amendment, and some of the other amendments on similar themes. I've listened to what the government benches had to say about why they didn't want to support those, and broadly speaking, it seems to be around not wanting the agency to be constrained in any way, to have full reign, if you like, to take the science where it leads. And obviously that's a laudable enterprise. But my point, and the point I wish to make in tabling that amendment, is that nothing innovative can stand the test of time if it doesn't meet net zero targets, and if it doesn't respond to the challenge of climate change. If any of the new inventions or the new research that comes out of this new agency doesn't respond to that challenge, it can't be a sustainable part of our future economy and society. That's why that's got to be a baseline, and that's what I was trying to achieve. So the need to tackle climate change is going to be a constraint anyway on the agency, and why not have that in the bill? There's been a lot of reference to the vaccine rollout during tonight's debate, and obviously that's been a great success. The research and the way that it's been carried out, obviously fantastic example of science and technology really succeeding. But I think the key point about it, of course, is that the research in the vaccine was responding to a challenge, a very clear and present challenge. The scientific community have responded amazingly, but I do think that's the lesson to learn there, is that the science was responding to a challenge. And of course, we have no greater challenge ahead of us right now than tackling climate change. And we will find, I believe, that even without these climate change amendments in this bill, that is what the agency is going to be doing anyway. It will be responding to the challenge of climate change, and it will need to take account of carbon emissions. I briefly want to talk about the scrutiny, and I understand the reluctance to allow too much scrutiny, to not allow these freedom of information requests. I know that scrutiny can sometimes be vexatious or opportunistic, but science answers questions. That is what science is for. That is the function of science, and it should never shy away from them. At its best, scrutiny can be constructive, it can be improving, and that can only be a benefit to the agency that's being set up with this legislation. But I just want to sum up, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying we support this. We absolutely want ARIA to succeed. We very much look forward to seeing what it can produce, and we support the passage of the bill to the next place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. With the leave of the House, I propose to put motions 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 together. Motion number 2 on proceeds of crime, motion number 3 on proceeds of crime, motion number 4 on proceeds of crime, motion number 5 on proceeds of crime, motion number 6 on proceeds of crime, motion number 7 on environmental protection, motion number 8 on sanctions. Minister to move.
Beg to move. Yeah.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Dr. Rupa Huq.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today marks a year to the day that the word Edward Colston first came across my consciousness, and no doubt many millions of others, when his statue in Bristol was ripped down from its plinth and rolled into the waters where his slave ships, I imagine, once docked in the wake of the brutal racist murder of George Floyd in the US. Events in Minneapolis reverberated everywhere. Copycat topplings ensued in East London. The slaver Robert Milligan was preemptively removed by Tower Hamlets Council before any damage was done. And in Brussels, King Leopold, who oversaw genocide in the Congo, was dethroned. Confederate generals fell in Birmingham, that's Birmingham, Alabama, Portsmouth, Virginia, New South Wales, Australia, all providing a twist on UK geography. And the felling of Saddam Hussein in 2003 proves so memorable because statues confer respectability and they're highly symbolic. Nearly 40,000 individuals have signed, I think, 3 different petitions on the gov.uk website. So, you know, people do attach a lot of significance to them. And as for Colston, a man who made his wealth from trading in human beings and the enslavement of Africans literally in chains, he was once venerated as a benefactor to Bristol with a school and even a type of cake named after him. Where's he now? No longer imposing over the city centre with his watchful eye over everyone, but lying in a museum, literally horizontal in his graffitied, defaced state. Apparently, the damage done to his pedestal when the council fished him out of the river was so great that he couldn't sort of stand on his own weight anymore. But in some senses, let's think about this, it's far better as an educational tool that he is an exhibit furthering teaching rather than a figure that everyone used to walk past oblivious to. And, you know, the incident and its postscript of last year is history, because Colston's latest chapter parallels how just outside here, off Central Lobby, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's the statue of Viscount Falkland, which is missing a foot spur. And the reason that is because it dates back to 1909 when a suffragette chained herself to his feet. And in the melee, when she was escorted off the premises by security, when the police came to take her away and she was crying, "Votes for women," all along the way, that spur snapped off. And that has sort of unintentionally become a symbol of feminism, giving people like you, me, the minister, hope that we might one day make it into a place like this. And, you know, it's always part of the Rupa tour, the unofficial tour that I give when I take constituents round. So, you know, and I also show people down in the dungeon the DIY plaque that Tony Benn screwed in there, I think with help of our former leader, the Right Honourable Member for Islington North. So, you know, that's a DIY plaque to Emily Wilding-Davidson, another suffragette. So, you know, it's fitting in a way that the spray-painted version of Colston was never restored to its former glory, in the same way as that spike snapped off, because these were one-time acts of vandalism, but they now have become matters of historical record. And there's that larger-than-life Churchill out there, the entrance that us MPs all pass when we come in here. It was going a bit green, because of too many rubbings by MPs from the other side for good luck on the way in, and it now says "do not touch" affixed to it. The one outside Parliament Square was first, do you remember this, a year ago, boxed up and then very heavily guarded. People said he was the most guarded man in England last year for fear of being attacked by Black Lives Matter protesters. And you know, in the event, it was a week ago that statue outside in Parliament Square had the words Chelsea daubed over it. Maybe, you know, security's eye was off the ball, they had won the some championship or other. And that's Chelsea fans, I think they're usually associated with the political right. Remember John Major, remember the headhunters. So I think that shows how we can maybe imbue too much significance into these acts sometimes. And granted, there could be a bit of an evening up of the score for womankind, because it's shocking that only 2018, quite recently, if you consider that first arch dates back to when was it, 1080, the one at the beginning of Westminster Hall, first woman in the Honours of Parliament, Millicent Fawcett, in 2018. So yeah, we could do better and even up the score when up to now there was just an unofficial plaque in somewhere not on public view and a slap spur to represent womankind in this Parliament. And ditto with the BME figures. I know there was an almighty fight by a predecessor of mine, Lord Soley, to get a statue of Mary Seacole over the way at St Thomas's. But, you know, all these figures are quite complex. My late dad actually hated the Lord Clive one on Whitehall because of his corruption and imperial butchery. But at the same time, my dad was not a fan of Gandhi, who's one of the few colonial subjects who has a statue out there. And I can't quite remember why, or if I've misremembered, but he's not around to ask. And another joke of my dad's was British Museum. That's a funny word for something that all the stuff in there's nicked. So, yeah, British Museum. I certainly will.
I think that was an extra prompt there, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker. But anyway, Lydia and I Honourable Lydia and I had spoken beforehand. I very recently attended a meeting regarding the statue of Hans Sloane, the famous inventor of hot chocolate as well as advancements in medicine, and he was the son of Kitty Leigh in my constituency of Strangford. I find it incredible that his bust had been moved in the British Museum, especially considering that with a collection of 71,000 items which he bequeathed to the British Museum, or the British nation, thus providing the foundation of the British Museum, the British Library and the Natural History Museum in London. The fact that his wife was connected with a Caribbean plantation was enough to discredit entirely anything else. So does the Honourable Lady not agree that we must not seek to remove and dispose of our history, but rather allow it to have its place and seek to address where we as a nation are going as a matter of great importance? And I congratulate the Honourable Lady again on bringing this forward, and in the way she brings it forward as well. Thank you very much.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. What an honour it is to be intervened on him in an adjournment debate. I think this is a first for me. I think we've done it in Westminster Hall, but not in here. So, no, it's the first of many. It's the latest of many, many for him. But I'm on. It shows that I don't come up in the draw very often. But no, he makes a very good point, and I would say don't remove these statues, but contextualise them. And you know, again, bust statues, they're maybe not what people would memorialise today. They do seem a little bit last century, or even the one before that. And I know that Mrs. Thatcher, God rest her soul, the one outside there, she didn't like it, actually. So, you know, they're not for everyone, but do keep them because they are a part of history and, you know, they need to be put in proper context. But, you know, again, I think the reason why statues are maybe less common now is that with the passage of time, we see what reputational damage can occur to individuals. Take, say, Winnie Mandela, or Sir Cyril Smith, or Prince Andrew, or Jimmy Savile. You know, if you had made statues to some of these individuals when they turned out to be not what they seemed afterwards. But look, what I understand is that direct action was resorted by the Bristolians because all the official channels they had been trying for years failed. And, you know, the Minister will recognise that every local authority has much more complex and overflowing in-trays from hell, in-trays, in-boxes nowadays. So, you know, statue reappraisal probably was not top of the list of things for councils to be doing. But I think, you know, pandemic management, that was an unforeseeable that's occurred in the last 15 months. But, you know, many are now sort of reassessing these. London Borough of Ealing, for example, is doing that. And I say fine, as long as it's not a distraction from real reform. And, you know, to be fair, demolishing racism is going to be a lot harder than deracinating a statue. And I do think it's kind of simplistic to divide the world into heroes and villains, whereas all complex characters, like Churchill, were, you know, they had good and bad sides, and history does need to be taught warts and all. So, you know, we should not be blinded by hagiography. So we should teach, we will fight them on the beaches / our finest hour, but also the Bengal famine / Tony Pandy, rather than abridging or airbrushing out one side completely. But instead, I tend to feel recently that this sort of atmosphere of hysteria prevails. So I know there was a similar debate by another MP from that side in March that started off with the alarmist claim, Britain is under attack. And this is all because the London Mayor launched a Statues Commission to reassess past and present and future effigies. And it does sometimes feel like there's and I'm hoping the Minister will sort of allay my fears and put me at rest, that there's a confected culture war being waged. And some of the other elements of there include BBC bashing, obsessing about the Union Jack and how big it is in a Zoom call, laying into Meghan Markle, laying into taking the knee. And, you know, sometimes some of these sort of straw men or bogey men or targets are imaginary as well, like the banning of Rule Britannia at last night of the Proms, which apparently was never a consideration by the corporation. And the edict that Union Jack should fly, a Union flag should fly from all official buildings, to me feels a little bit un-British, because it's the kind of thing that you witness more in less self-assured recent states, rather than a mature democracy like our own. And there used to be an old claim that, you know, this country has lost an empire and is searching for a role. I feel that if we're kind of having to whip out the Union Jack at every moment, maybe that phrase is turning true. And news stories of Tory MPs insisting citizens must love the flag and Queen or move to another country, or even besmirching, as we know, the internationally revered Auntie Beeb because there aren't enough flags in its annual report. They do seem to be going down a sort of road of, I don't know, totalitarian edicts. And after all, Churchill did defeat European fascism. And the prominence that statues have assumed in this war on the woke is seen by the way that they got additional protections in January with this sort of rushed legislation to necessitate planning consents for anyone who wants to mess with them. And the parallel was drawn, wasn't it, that when the minimum sentence for rape in the UK is 5 years, and it is double that in India, but for pulling down a statue you could get 10 years, it does imply that these sort of dead white men, mostly in bronze and stone, are valued over living, breathing women. And when the police crime sentencing and courts bill includes the word women 0 times in 295 pages, yet there are more mentions of statues, memorials, monuments than you can shake a stick at, it does... The optics of it, shall we say, are bad. And no wonder that one female wag, following the tragic murder of Sarah Everard, tweeted, "I think I'll just dress as a statue, because that way someone might take my safety seriously." It's not just the lifeless immortalised as statues that are contested in this struggle. The Crusaders who feel under threat, and they play to some sort of imagined gallery of statue lovers who wrap themselves up in the Union Jack, are also promising a purge on progressives on boards. And we know the BBC has an ex-Tory candidate at the helm, but it seems a bit sinister that he's sort of saying that he wants to silence contributors from having opinions on social media. And we do know that there was a DCMS secretary seminar in February for 25 organisations to set out the government-approved version of Britain's past. And it was trailed in the Telegraph with the words, his words, "to defend our culture and history from the noisy minority of activists who constantly try to do Britain down." Again, it sounds alarmist. You know, who does he mean? Chelsea fans? And the meeting, you know, there's slight secrecy around it. It wasn't... the attendees' agenda and discussions were not published. And I know certain people like the Council for British Archaeology, the rank-and-file archaeologists, were annoyed they didn't get an invite. So if that's repeated again, it'd be good to broaden the audience list. And it does feel a slightly unedifying spectacle when 50 MPs called the Common Sense Group go on the offensive as government outriders, maybe, attacking the National Trust and Leicester University's Professor Corinne Fowler for their joint research uncovering that nearly 100 trust properties have sort of slave wealth behind them, because it feels like an attack on academic freedom, and it does feel like the opposite of common sense. Crucially, wider heritage assets too need protection, not from lynch mobs, but from the developer's bulldozer. Public buildings and land are increasingly being flogged off to the highest builder by cash-strapped councils, meaning that we have vanishing community centres, libraries, playgrounds, and council houses that were sold off under right to buy are now in the hands of private landlords who pocket housing benefit bills footed by local authorities. And, you know, this cycle of slum landlords that council houses were meant to end continues. And, you know, it seems sad that what was founded for public good is being turned into private profit. When my office diaried in Acton Town Hall opening for me, I had to explain to them that, you know, it's not a civic structure, but we have this sort of grand 1910 founded building where the Clash played. It was being reborn as apartments behind the original facade. I think they did some add-on ones that didn't quite work and some dodgy conversions, and now I get emails all the time about things, quite basic things like the waterworks do not function, so too big to be snagging. And I felt, you know, I marvelled at the refurb because it looked shiny, but at the same time I felt a twinge of sadness, really. So if you're watching One Housing, sort it out! And, you know, next on the list of lost municipal heritage, next on the hit list in Ealing, we've got a car park and an 80s council office building set to be flattened and replaced by 477, mostly private sale flats in 7 towers. And the highest will be a most un-Ealing 26 stories. We have a 1800s Gothic town hall. It's often used actually in shoots that pretend to be the House of Commons because it's got those same archy bits. The architecture's quite similar. Anyway, that's going to be overshadowed by this hideous thing. And there was a Times article, I don't know if you saw it, at the weekend, which was called "Our Cities Gained Riches But Lost Their Soul" on similar developments. And in it sort of observed that there's always this statutory, separate, affordable bit of these schemes, but it's always begrudged and bartered down by greedy developers. And I feel in this case they're stretching the definition of affordable because you have to be on 58k to get one of these, the 3-bedroom version, the family-sized. But if you're on 60, you're ineligible. So, you know, I'm hoping that's actually the Minister's colleague from MHCLG can exercise call-in powers before our skyline's ruined forever. But, you know, there are many, many examples of where local authorities have been forced to do this. That same Gothic town hall is going to be leased to a hotel chain because those people will foot the repair bill. And I feel it is, to quote actually Macmillan, literally selling off the family silver to the highest builder. And, you know, the end product often marketed to overseas buyers when Ealing itself has a 5-figure council waiting list of local families. Notwithstanding sort of post-Grenfell fears of tall buildings, perhaps surprisingly, of over 500 high-rise buildings in London granted planning permission or begun construction last year, a whopping 215, nearly half of those, are in outer boroughs. And the current planning system, which incentivises high densification development in proximity to rail hubs, I would say needs rethinking in light of the fact that people are now choosing accommodation over location, with white-collar homeworking the new norm, at least for part of the week, as a lasting post-COVID effect. And in the meantime, the very character, I keep quoting Tory Prime Ministers here, John Major. John Major talked about invincible green suburbs, and he talked about them approvingly alongside warm beer and dog walkers as epitomising Englishness. And I feel that, you know, this is in danger of being lost, particularly somewhere like Ealing, which was long known as Queen of the Suburbs. Moreover, the government's decided that London is not on the Tory target list, so levelling up does not apply. It's exempt from the Towns Fund, overlooking the fact that the capital is where inequalities are starkest, where deprivation is deepest, and poverty is worst within the UK and between London's constituent bits. You know, there's enormous diversity within. A decade of decline in local infrastructure has left scarring effects like youth stabbings with closed youth clubs. Sadly, at times it feels that this government is sort of hell-bent on an anti-woke crusade of knee-jerk populist bandwagoneering. You know, it looks like pandering, with the square root being what they think will deflect from any mistakes and win votes. And we've seen it again today with the aid cuts. I know we're having an SO24 tomorrow, there is no vote. But the claim of 0.7%, which, you know, Conservatives created that after all. And they pledged, not only in their manifesto, but as recently as the DFID FCO merger in September, that that would be safe. Yeah, gone. The Culture Secretary, from his most recent interviews, is vowing to have more statues erected to unspecified British heroes, blocking what he sees as a kind of Britain-hating, statue-toppling metropolitan bubble that control cultural institutions. And he wants to replace them with red wall voters in the latest war on the woke, I don't know, front battle, cultural cleansing, whatever we call it. Again, it looks like government interference in a traditionally independent sector motivated by electoral calculation. Ditto, I think people are saying the same of today's cricket controversy. So anyway, I have some asks for the Minister, and she'll be relieved to know I will be ending after that. So it's a kind of top 10. So first, the expression not set in stone should apply, in that we should not be afraid to revisit, reinterpret, reevaluate what's been handed down by previous generations. Reputations have proved foolproof, so it pays to future-proof. And, you know, the London Mayor's Commission, I feel, is a positive thing, because that way future monuments are in sympathy with architectural surroundings, you know, not just always creepy human forms, which I understand actually the Holocaust Memorial will be a geometric design. And sometimes the enormity of a situation outweighs one individual. So again, on the other side of the river, we have the COVID memorial wall. And I know that my honourable friends for Gorton, Manchester, Gorton and Vauxhall are campaigning to make that permanent. So I would say that's a good plan, and make a plea to the Minister there. Secondly, I'd say putting things in context, e.g. in museums with explanatory notes, is preferable to unthinking idolatry and glorification of individuals. Third, public sector equality duty should be given due regard in planning decisions. 4, goodies versus baddies, London versus Red Wall, saints versus sinners is divisive and makes everything too binary. Richard III still has numerous statues everywhere, despite being a complete rotter, the princes in the tower. But, you know, and when his remains were found under a car park in Leicester, he received a lavish reburial with the whole great and the good turning out, Benedict Cumberbatch and people like this. So that renewed his memorialisation. But, you know, I would never protest any of that, because heritage and history are crucially contested. There's not one version of the past. So what I'd say to the Minister on this one is more emphasis on critical thinking in humanities and history, which do seem to have been a little bit defavoured in the curriculum in favour of numeracy and literacy of late. 5, halfway through, more flexibility, including recognition that we don't have to just always think of removal versus retention. There's also another option, which is relocation. In Prague and Oslo, they have statue parks, so if you like to look at these things, you can look at a whole load of them at once. And, you know, closer to home, we have the 4th plinth as well. So, you know, these kind of things are a more adaptable way of either pull them down or stick them up or whatever. Relocate or, you know, flexible options is another option. Number 6, less short-term reactive policy driven by jingoistic stirring up popular sentiment. Stirring up popular sentiment, and more cool-headed longitudinal assessment and recognition of London boroughs as needing investment as well, not just places that are electorally useful for the current government. 7, reverse the willful neglect of local government from Whitehall. Council shouldn't be forced into desperate measures, and as I say, ministerial intervention on the planning issue I flagged would save Ealing's very municipal heart and legacy from being overrun by development. Forcing local authorities to be self-financing is unrealistic given the range of services now at their door. And the biggest one of those is, of course, the social care bill, which I think we're still missing the Prime Minister's plan for it. We were promised that quite a long time ago. If the Minister has any clues, we'd be grateful. I'd also say penultimate one, central government leadership is needed on tall buildings to prohibit over-densification of suburban locations in the same way as the Green Belt limited the overspill of cities into the countryside. Ealing, Brent, Croydon and Barnet are the worst offenders of this kind of sky's the limit attitude with tower building in recent years. And lastly, local communities should be genuinely involved in decision making. Whilst the Colston scenes were exciting to witness, in fact I have an extra one, I'm just going to add it. The Colston scenes were exciting to witness and the episode was a catalyst, but you know, better frameworks and public inquiry should exist to achieve this end result and indeed listing or delisting buildings. And lastly, I guess we should never look at the statues as a, you know, as a substitute for really tackling the real issues of inequalities, that really would be levelling up. I look forward to hearing what the Minister says.
Minister Caroline Diney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Member for Ealing Central and Action on securing an adjournment debate. Gosh, that was wide-ranging. I think I would need an entire front bench of ministers to fully respond to all the really important points that she made. If she'll forgive me, I'll take the very short time that's left to me to concentrate on the bits that do fall into my portfolio, which would be the topic of this debate, and to set out the government's position on statues and cities and the kind of wider context in that she talked about. And I think she started by talking about how the debate around how best to acknowledge and commemorate our past and our history is really complicated, and it's one that can provoke really strong emotions. And I think while we might sometimes disagree on each other's positions on that, I think we always have to remember that everybody's individual views are always very strongly held and need to be, and sincerely held, and need to be seriously considered, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, our history shapes who we are and what we value, and we are the poorer if we seek to deny that. And we believe that the right approach to statues and other aspects of our history actually is that are in the public realm, that are displayed publicly, however contentious, is, as she says, to retain and explain their presence, to present to the public their full story. And sometimes that's unpalatable, but it's really important that we learn from it, as she pointed out. We can't airbrush our past. We need to face up to it, however uncomfortable, and explain the history of those that are commemorated or marked within the contexts of the dominant norms of their time, and then how they differ from the world that we live in today and what we regard as acceptable. There are so many diverse opinions on the matter of statues, as she mentioned. Every statue on display that's deemed contested, there are at least two, often conflating and conflicting opinions on what should be done, and there's often no consensus. And the one thing I'd quite like to just try and reach today in this short debate is some kind of balance on this issue. Let's start by putting the debate in context. There are approximately 12,000 outdoor statues and memorials in England. I'd agree with her that very, very far too few of those are of women, and also of people that were significant in the LGBT struggles of our past, and a whole range of other really important aspects. But all of the statues that exist are of interest and significance, and often pride to the local communities in which they're erected. A significant number of them are listed in their own right, or they're listed as part of the buildings in which they reside, which means that they're therefore protected. And the regulatory framework around that means that the removal and amendment of those can be complex, and it can be protracted, and it can be expensive, particularly when one realises that in some cases planning permissions got to also be granted to get rid of them. Of the total number, that 12,000 of listed public statues, there have just been one recently removed illegally, the Colston statue that she mentioned in Bristol. In April this year, she also talked about how the Secretary of State in MHCLG introduced a new planning power, giving him the authority to call in for the ultimate decision a local authority intention to remove an unlisted plaque or commemoration. And a lot has been said about the penalties, but I think to put this into context, this power is yet to be used. So I think that's a really important comment to make. But it's also important to remember that it's not just at a national level that we erect statues to the contribution of others. In local communities up and down the country, there are commemorations to our own heroes, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many of these figures are a real source of local pride. George Stephenson, engineer, father of the railways, commemorated in Newcastle. And importantly, a recent addition to the statuary in Oldham is Jemmy Lee, a local suffragette, former mill worker, associate of Christabel Pankhurst, who was jailed for 3 days for challenging MPs who opposed the campaign for votes for women. And as she said, I think we'd all be far better off if there was more recognition of women like that, who played such a pivotal and important role in the history, and without whom she and I probably wouldn't be sitting here or standing here doing our jobs today. being commemorated in a public space, often funded by public subscription, is a really positive way to acknowledge the contributions that these individuals have made to their own communities. As we look at them, we've got to learn important things about the history of the area in which they lived and their wider context of the world in which they existed, but also the values of the communities that commemorated them. However, she said, the full stories of some individuals that are commemorated and their place in history is terribly complex. Some of them have been commissioned by past generations with very different perspectives and understandings of right and wrong than we hold today. And although we may now disagree with those figures and their actions, they do play an important role in teaching us about our past. We're all products of our time, of our attitudes and beliefs and values that are often reflecting the age in which we live. Looking back to some of the norms of earlier centuries, they look bizarre. In fact, sometimes they look absolutely abhorrent when measured against what we regard as acceptable today, which brings us back to the debate about whether we should be removing statues, very often of men, who were esteemed and well regarded in the past.
I hesitate to interrupt, only for a moment interrupt the Minister, but we have to move the adjournment again.
I beg to move this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Which brings us to the current debate about whether we should be removing statues of very often of men who were esteemed and well regarded in the past, but by today's standards and values built their wealth and their fame on things that we now find morally repugnant, and things such as the transatlantic slave trade. And last month, Madam Deputy Speaker, I visited the International Museum of Slavery in Liverpool. I found it disturbing and I found it upsetting, and probably to my own shame, it taught me some uncomfortable facts about our history that I didn't know. But as a confident and progressive country, we should face those difficult facts squarely, not wipe them from the history books. Historic England, who are the government's advisor on the historic environment, agree with that. They argue that if we remove difficult and contentious parts of our heritage, we risk harming our own understanding of our collective past. How can we avoid repeating the errors of the past if we don't learn from them? Rather than erasing these objects, we have to seek to contextualise or reinterpret them in a way that enables the public to learn about them in their entirety, however challenging and uncomfortable and distressing that might be. The aim should be to use them to educate people about all aspects of Britain's complex past so that the Britain of the future can be better, can be stronger, can be better advised. Much has been said and written on contested heritage in the last 18 months or so. The aim is to take politics out of the debate and allow organisations to get doing what they do best, curating our national heritage for future generations. And to this end, the Secretary of State for DCMS has established a Heritage Advisory Board which will oversee the development of guidelines that help decision makers in public and other organisations decide how to address the aspects of our heritage that have become controversial. The starting point is always that objects should be assumed to be retained in situ and contextualised in order that the full and comprehensive legacy of the deeds and actions of that person can be discussed, even if some of them are horribly unacceptable by today's standards. I will.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I totally agree with what she's saying. I think we're at one on all this. I just wonder, and we are talking about public space, place, purse, taste, all these things, so it's right to have these safeguards. But I wondered what she thought of the 10-year tariff for defacing statues. A lot of women think this just looks really weird, and even the equality assessment says it's not going to result in one single more prison place. So it just seems that kind of thing is playing to the gallery. I wondered if she had a view on that.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad she mentioned that because, I mean, I'm not aware that any of those kind of sanctions have been handed out. I'm not sure. You know, it's a maximum sentence, and I'm not sure that anything even approaching that has ever been dished out. When you measure it against the minimum sentence for rape, of course it seems obscene. Of course, the maximum sentence for rape is life imprisonment. So then of course it looks a little bit more understandable. But there is never any excuse for raping a woman, and of course human life and the respect for each other and should always take precedent over respect statues and other man-made objects. So, but I think we have to be really careful about going down that track and sort of making political issues out of something which is difficult. Because actually, do you know what? Memorials, what we're talking about here is memorials, and memorials don't just have historical significance. They're not just pieces of stone or marble. They're also sometimes very deeply symbolic, culturally or emotionally, sometimes to those who have died, and hold a huge importance to those that visit them. And I'm aware that not only, if you think back to events around Parliament Square in 2020 and the pictures and reports of the violence and the vandalism at some of the protests that took part that year, and that the public are very rightly concerned about the respect for memorials in those type of contexts. And so we do have to take that into consideration. The other thing I wanted to talk about very briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I know we're limited on time, is the fact that some in the culture and heritage sector have been subject to some really disturbing social media abuse because of the work of their organisations in the recent year. And there can be absolutely no justification for defacing statues, for damaging memorials and symbols of British history. But most importantly, while we don't always agree on the approach some heritage organisations take in dealing with controversial aspects, I absolutely condemn those who hide behind the anonymity of social media and make threats to the hard-working curators and heritage professionals for simply doing their job. And it's something that, with my other hat on as Digital Minister, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm determined to tackle via the Online Safety Bill, because nobody should ever be abused or attacked online, quite simply because of the job that they do. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that I have managed to convey to the Honourable Lady today how committed I am to the hope that through dialogue and improved contextualisation of the stories of those commemorated, we can arrive at a consensus about how best to address contested heritage, and that really, rather than tearing things down, we should work at building that consensus and at building a better and fuller understanding of our complex history.
Thank you. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.